Chapter 801 Merely an Entity. Even though the blue slime that Noah had contracted looked innocent, one must still remember its identity: blue slime, prismatic, and animus summon at the peak tier galaxy realm. A unique species rarely seen in the animus universe, this blue slime comes from the thought to be perished lineage of universal emperor slimes that were hunted down to extinction in the animus universe by a coalition of beings from the primordial cosmos. The defining racial skill that made it a target for extinction is an ability that brought about a universal emperor slime that held an entire universe in the primordial cosmos hostage for 1,000 years. Its unique composition gives it complete immunity to physical attacks and 50% damage reduction to all other forms of damage. This blue slime has nearly mastered the Grand Tao of devouring, but is also proficient in the Grand Taos of four elements, slaughter, and macrocosm, along with the lesser Taos of alacrity, void space, and vitality. When it fully becomes a universal emperor slime, it will naturally awaken the cosmic Tao of annihilation, a creature proficient in 4 Grand Taos and 3 lesser Taos while also being at the peak tier galaxy, not to forget its stupendous that made its brethren a target by the experts of the primordial cosmos. Such a creature was acting like an assassin as an invisible aura built up in its body while it was situated below the feet of the entity vast. Have you not heard of me? Do you not know what the Grand Tao of vastness represents? Rumble, while being surrounded on 4 sides by Old Man Khan's summons and the terrifying Tiamat above, Vast continued to talk boisterously. My essence is more vast than anyone you will come across in this dark universe, so even though pesky flies are keeping up with me now, you all won't be able to do so in a few hours. Boom, when that time comes, you can only prepare for death. Vast was boisterous as he launched attack after attack, the black holes and quasars he was throwing out truly seeming endless as his mana constantly brought more of them forth with every strike. Old Man Khan's aged eyes had a troubled expression as he knew without the support of Tiamat, he might have already been forced to retreat from the relentless attacks of this entity. But how would they get out of this situation around at a time like this? Be on standby to have your pets release their most powerful attacks soon. I'll let you know when. While wondering about how they would get out of the worsening situation, Old Man Khan received a telepathic message from Noah that would have caused him anger before, but his brows tightened in seriousness as he knew this being had too many surprises. In front of this Vast, what can you do but D-THRUUUM? Vast's arrogant words were brought to a halt as he paled at this moment. It wasn't just Vast, but everything on the battlefield paled at this moment as a terrifying aura burst forth. What made it terrifying wasn't because of its realm, but the fact that it was the instantaneous release of the essence of 4 horrifying Grand Taos, this horrendous release coming from below the body of the entity Vast. His expression turned ashen as he tried to move, but the reaction simply was not fast enough as an instant later, a blue light expanded out and began rapidly covering his over 1,000 meters body. The red essence of devouring and slaughter covered this expanding blue light as the thing allowing its expansion. The essence of the Tao of macrocosm gave the body of the blue slime a glimmering starry luster that was reinforced by the Tao of 4 elements. The seamless combination of 4 Grand Taos allowed the deadly expansion of the body of the blue slime to cover half of the entity Vast before he could even react. Vast bellowed out crazily as his face obtained a tinge of fear, utilizing him immense mana reserves to push all of the essence of vastness he could command to stop the advancement of the body of the slime, a brilliant light shining out as the being that had not yet become an entity had its swallowing stopped only halfway. Rumble. The skill that caused the entire lineage of the universal emperor slimes to be hunted down was cast. What was terrifying about this skill was that when activated, the target that the body of the blue slime was wrapped around in would experience total devouring, not gradually or in a few seconds, but instant devouring, instant, whap. An instant was all that was required, and the lower half of an entity disappeared. Old Man Khan's expression turned ashen as the entity Vast that was merely a torso with arms and a head screamed out a blood-curdling cry. The cry was one of immense fear and pain as it wasn't just his body that was devoured, but half of his soul as well. At this moment, there was but a single thought in this entity's mind. That thought was to run, and run extremely far away and at a rapid speed. This was because Vast in his horrendously injured state could sense the viscous body of the slime beginning to expand as it wanted to swallow the rest of him, so his half-body shimmered with light as he was about to turn into a streak of light. But it was at this time that Noah's command descended onto the mind of Old Man Khan. Now, vroom, instantly, the attacks of 4 peak-tier galaxy animus summons that Old Man Khan had ready were thrown out, space thrown in chaos as his half-body was pushed down towards the expanding slime. Horror filled his face as he saw his stomach fall into the viscous blue jelly. But he had no time to think as another horrendous attack descended down, Wrath of the Dragon Queen, but the chaotic void quaked as a magisterial presence descended yet again, hellish pillars of scorching multicolored flames from 4 illusory 10-headed dragons and one very real one smashed into the half-body of the entity vast, pushing him further into the expanding blue slime as even his head fell into the starry blue viscous mass. Dread-filled this entity's whole body. As beings at this level were extremely perceptive, and his senses shockingly told him that an instant later, he would be forever erased, and this entity's intuition was correct, as an instant later, terrifying words were uttered, whap, as if he had never existed. The body of the entity vast ceased to be rumble, the now 1,000-meter body of the blue slime shone with immense blue light as it trembled with happiness, its aura beginning to shoot up rapidly as something shocking was occurring within its body after it devoured an entity. Yet those on the battlefield only looked at the scene in stunned silence. What the FCK just happened? Something unbelievable and terrifying took place as the entire battlefield came to a halt, only a single creature being able to move nonchalantly as a vibrant blue slime burped out happily while its aura rose. Chapter 802. Merely an entity. 2. There very rarely comes an instance when a single person can be made speechless, and it's even rare to make an entire group of people speechless, yet what had just occurred made millions look forward stupidly as they didn't even know what to do with themselves, those on the battlefield and those watching from their lofty thrones. Each of them was looking at a shocking scene in a profound stupor. Those on the battlefield experienced it most closely as they felt the horrendous aura of multiple grand daos erupt at once, and watched as a glimmering blue slime went on to devour an entity in 2 gulps. Yes, the entity was being besieged by another entity and even a terrifying Queen Dowager. Yes, he was held down with 2 supremely powerful attacks as his upper half of a remaining body was swallowed. But, still, he was an entity. The entity vast. Known throughout the starry stars as a vile criminal proficient in a grand Dao, and yet it was simply frustrating to even think about, in the heart of the expansive dragon close. Asunder, the Holy Emperor's throne was cracked in the middle as he had inadvertently put too much strength when he watched the scene playing out, his entire body trembling as his eyes shook while observing the scene. How is this possible? Only a muttering came out as the holy generals around him were silenced, far off in the primal winged expanse. The expression of the primal emperor was ashen as he and the other entities looked at the scene where one of the more powerful entities from their side had fallen in a matter of seconds. At this moment, as they looked at the glimmering blue body of the slime, they saw this creature as some ancient entity that the expansive dragon close Asunder had hidden away, and that was the only way it could have done what it just did to Vast. The entire sequence of the fall of the entity Vast was pure majesty, every chained attack and execution of skills being something out of pure timed fantasy. If one thing had not occurred the way it did, the powerful entity might have even survived, yet he was taken down by a terrifying slime. Never in their wildest dreams would they have believed that the blue slime was merely at the peak tier galaxy without fully comprehending any Daos yet when it did this, but even this was about to change as a shocking scene played out soon after. Those on the battlefield and those watching from afar honed in on the figure of the enormous burping slime as they saw its body beginning to oscillate rapidly. A unique power beginning to coalesce from it. Those familiar with this power became even more shaken as they realized it was the formation of an aura of a fully comprehended Dao, the aura of what was commonly known as an entity. What, throughout the tumultuous essence, Noah's body calmly warped above the enormous body of the blue slime as his figure came into focus on all those watching. Some seem to have remembered that before the battle began, there was a small blue slime in this being's hands as they now realized it was one and the same. Their shaken minds became even more tumultuous as their brains worked hard to connect everything together, but Noah would not even give them time as while staring at the blue slime with shining eyes. He looked around the 2 armies that had come to a halt as his resonant voice rang out for all to hear. That was the entity everyone was making a big deal about? The entity that the puny primal winged expanse decided to send out first. Rumble. Shocking words reverberated out as the eyes of watching beings nearly bulged out when they saw the expression of disappointment on Noah's face. They really saw disappointment as they tried to grasp the incredulousness occurring at this moment, but his voice continued to ring out domineeringly. Not even a trace of him remains from just 2 gulps of my pet. He was only a so, merely an entity. Rumble. The holy descendants and ailerons nearly fell from the chaotic void at these domineering words. The faraway powerful entities from the primal winged expanse adopting extremely solemn looks, as Noah domineeringly floated in the chaotic void. The slime below him was releasing an ever-increasing aura as its body began to go down in size. The increase in aura was of course the effect of any life form that is devoured will be fully assimilated seamlessly as their abilities, realm, law comprehensions, Tao comprehensions, and anything else within their existence will be obtained. This is an ability unique to the Universal Emperor Slimes, an ability unique to the Universal Emperor Slimes, an ability that Noah saw would make him his first entity, and it was exactly what was happening right now. After having devoured Vast, the blue slime had gained the complete comprehension of the grand Tao of vastness as it now became a genuine entity, Rumble. This was the same unique essence that beings associated with entities. The same overpowering essence that would make any of those not in this realm feel overwhelming pressure. This was the essence of a grand controller of a Tao, something even more unique and greater than laws as at this moment. The powerful essence of vastness formed around the body of the blue slime like a natural domain, a domain of Tao essence naturally and ever so present on its body, THRUUM. Through the contract he shared with the slime, Noah was able to see its stat panel as he observed something new appearing within it. Aura of the Grand Controller of Vastness, a passive aura that only appears around those who have fully comprehended the Grand Tao of Vastness. It grants 5000% extra damage, increases the mana pool by 1000%, and allows the Grand Controller of Vastness to utilize this Tao in unique ways. A shimmering blue aura that Noah had seen as a film layer of light on the body of Vast now formed on his animus summon. The passive 5000% damage of such an aura being the reason why entities were so dreadful, not to mention the unique qualities of what a respective Tao would provide. Noah reached out as he grasped onto the now small blue slime with excitement, its eyes having turned innocent once more as they blinked happily towards him. Yet he had a wide smile appearing on his lips, a smile that caused others to be terrified as they observed Noah turning his head towards the Aileron army while uttering horrendous words. Now then, why don't we start farming loot? Rumble, Chapter 803, Dreadful. Fear was a curious thing. There were many types of fear, but the more prevalent one at this time was the all-consuming fear of death. Rarely would a being ever feel such a fear, and it might only be once or twice in their lifetimes where one could see their life flash before their eyes. At this moment, millions of Ailerons felt a deep and intense fear, a dreadful type of fear that guaranteed death for them the moment that the singular being holding on to a wiggling blue slime turned his eyes towards them. Their hearts were enveloped in an intense fear as just from this being's gaze, they saw that they were not even considered living things anymore. From his eyes, they saw that Noah's gaze already considered all of them dead. This thought actually had some truth in it, as at this moment, Noah considered them as nothing more than loot, and it was loot of such great quality that he would never let it escape his sight. Run, THRUUM. Figures began to twist and tumble as the natural response to their all-consuming fear was to naturally run, rumble, ignoring the holy descendants and any other enemies in front of them. The Aileron army began to scatter as the peak-tier galaxy experts were the first to turn into streaks of light. But the being targeting them was truly unforgiving and much faster than them, the void being something he could consider his home because of the void-devouring blood terror, skill tree that stemmed from Blood Lord. The moment his words finished and just as they began running, his figure melded into the chaotic void as he appeared right in the midst of the Aileron army, uttering a single ability that would be feared by many in the future to come, Life Realm. Faster than a flash of light. A unique green light expanded out for hundreds of miles as it passed through every single Aileron and even included Noah's subordinates and some of the holy descendants from the expansive dragon close. Uester, this flash of green light washed over every single being on the side of the Aileron army as the moment it receded, they all disappeared. Many did not know what had just occurred, but some truly knowledgeable people did, as back in the heart of the primal winged expanse where the primal emperor was surrounded by entities, one of them uttered with a solemn expression, "Instant realm creation." The words made the expressions of the powerful beings in the surroundings much graver as they knew the intricacies of what this meant. It wasn't just the fact that it was a unique and rare scene ability, it was that utilizing it would truly require too much essence, especially when it came to forcefully creating an isolated space and dragging other beings into it. An entity had a somber expression as he voiced out what everyone else was thinking. Unless they work together to very quickly break the spatial locks of that realm, that entire Aileron legion is lost. Rumble. The body of the primal emperor trembled as his eyes were filled with wrath, but he came to the same conclusion: all those caught in the newly created realm would be facing the horrendous creature that devoured the entity Vast, and what could they do against such a creature? Good, the primal emperor uttered indignantly as he continued to look at the scene with wrathful eyes. Back in the rising stellar peaks, the old man Khan stared at the enormous green door that represented the entrance into the realm that Noah had locked millions of experts in. His hand landing against this door as he found that he wasn't granted entrance. It was a realm that locked everybody in and kept everyone out. The other defenders of the expansive dragon CLU.S.Tur didn't know if they should cheer or celebrate, as the war truly did not follow the norms. Many of them simply feeling a tinge of fear when they thought about the being carrying a blue slime and the fearsome 10-headed dragon that he commanded. Even they did not want to know what was happening inside the locked realm. But inside of the life realm, Noah stood above scrambling aileron forces as his gaze was cold. In the past few seconds, the galaxy experts from the aileron forces had pushed down their fear as they tried to work together to break the confines of the life realm. When they found to their despair was the thick roots being nearly impermeable to damage, looking towards each other in dismay as they then grouped together and stood in front of their entire disorganized aileron army. "If you want to get out, it's only my death that will allow it." Rumble, Noah's voice reverberated out as the ailerons looked towards him with solemn faces, their hearts not necessarily fearing his figure the most, but the figure of the blue slime he carried in his hands. This singular blue slime was currently releasing an oppressive aura of a being that had fully comprehended a Tao, an aura unique to an entity. To their dismay, they found that they were actually imprisoned in a realm with a dreadful enemy entity that had defeated Vast in 2 attacks. Their dismay was palpable as around 8 peak-tier galaxy ailerons CLU.S.tiered together, the millions of other ailerons grouping up behind them pensively. It was an astounding sight as near Noah, his 6 other middle-tier summons were by his side, his subordinates that numbered a bit over 30 beings also standing behind him as the enormous figure of Tiamat overshadowed all of them. Even further behind Noah were a few tens of thousands of the defenders of the expansive dragon CLU.S.Tur that got caught up in his life realm. But the scene was that grand. Millions of beings on one side, and it was actually this side that was looking fearfully to the opposing side that had less than 50,000 beings. As Noah stared at the 8 peak-tier galaxy ailerons, the tens of them that were in the middle tier, and the over 100 in the low-tier galaxy realm, his eyes shone with palpable beams of light as all he could see was loot. While holding the blue slime within his hands, he uttered shocking words that caused the blood of all the ailerons to run cold. "Let's see what this stage of entity is all about. Don't devour them, just kill them." THRUUM, Chapter 804, Dreadful. 2. Let's see what this stage of entity is all about. Don't devour them, just kill them. Noah gave a command to the innocent blue slime that was releasing a horrendous aura, telling him not to devour the aileron army, as the nature of the universal emperor slime meant they would be devoured in their entirety, as even loot would not be released. This was what occurred with the entity Vast. Noah then turned to his subordinates as he gave them a nod. "Go all out. My summons and Tiamat will protect you all." "Raa! Ra! Raa!" The Emperor Penguin bellowed out wildly at this as he and the others moved. Noah's gaze then turning to the holy descendants that got wrapped up in the life realm. "You all just relax here for now. We should be done in a bit." Alarm and a deadly chill was the only thing the defenders of the expansive dragon CLU.S.Tur felt at these words, even though they were all supposedly on the same side. What made them feel a cold chill was the dreadful attitude of this being that looked at the aileron army as nothing more than dead things. This was a cold and heartless attitude they would only see in extremely powerful beings. The cold detachment while they condemned millions to death, it was truly dreadful. Of course, Noah himself knew of his actions and their consequences, his heart already prepared to bear the heavy responsibility even as he gave up the commands. If they were on the weaker side when facing this aileron army, their lives would be left to their vices, as they would be taken away without so much as a thought. It was merely kill or be killed. It was war, and war never changes, so his eyes remained cold as he uttered to Tiamat as well, "Scorch them, ROR." The space-shaking roar of a fearsome queen dowager erupted out as a Wrath of the Dragon Queen was cast. Before, it was directed against an entity as they used their wondrous essence to withstand such an attack with only minor burns. But the target this time was low to peak-tier galaxy being who didn't have such power, so the pillars of scorching multicolored flames from 50 draconic heads was an apocalypse-inducing scene as all those touched were disintegrated. We yield, take us prisoners." Crisp and clean outline of cylindrical pillars would be left as gaps in the aileron army after scorching multicolored flames passed through them, only the peak-tier galaxy experts being able to withstand such an attack. With heavy injuries or even possibly evaded, some had already begun pleading for their lives as Noah maintained his cold look while overseeing everything occurring in the life realm. Others would argue that the rest of the army were merely soldiers following orders, that they were somehow blameless and only following the words of their generals. Noah didn't believe this thought, as he knew those very same soldiers were the ones committing atrocities to anyone they were aimed to. They make the choice to pull the trigger, so they were directly responsible as well. THRUUM, So the dreadful scene of carnage in the life realm continued to play out as the tens of thousands of holy descendants that were watching felt their blood run cold. They watched as after the scorching multicolored pillars of flames from Tiamat ended, the figure of blue slime descended onto the aileron army along with the fearsome subordinates of Noah. The methods of the blue slime that was an entity were particularly disastrous as its shimmering blue body expanded on wildly while compressing itself, coming into the shape of a luminous blue disk that was about 100 meters. This blue disk thrummed with the aura of multiple grand Taos, particularly the aura of the grand Tao of vastness, as it allowed for the unique essence of an entity to wrap around its body seamlessly. Zing, the disc-shaped entity, then spun rapidly while barreling towards the aileron army, causing a shocking scene of dismembered wings and limbs to fly out as all those seeing the shimmering blue light would try to run away. In the face of the blue slime, Tiamat, and Noah's 6 other summons, even his subordinates from the infinite galaxy, paled in comparison as more than 75% of the millions in the aileron army would go on to be taken down by him. This was the burden of lives he would bear, as well as the Tao crystals that had begun to appear on the battlefield with the deaths of powerful galaxy-ranked ailerons who actually had deep comprehensions in the Tao of withering, these Tao crystals shooting out gorgeous beams of red loot light to the skies. The scene was truly that of carnage and wonder as it continued silently in the locked life realm. The situation of the battlefield at the rising stellar peaks was thrown into a lull as millions of powerful holy descendants remained without enemies. They could only stare at the shimmering green door that represented a realm for about 30 minutes, and it was only then that they began to see some changes. The figures of the released beings made many people draw their breaths sharply, their hearts turning cold as they saw the thousands of holy descendants that were wrapped in the forced realm formation, as well as Noah and the forces he brought forth. That was all. The millions of ailerons, none of them could be seen. Such a shocking reality brought shock to many as the thousands of ailerons that had witnessed what had occurred in the life realm, they were looking towards the blue slime that had innocently gone back atop Noah's head fearfully. Nearby, the figure of a curvaceous Tiamat in human form could be seen as at this moment, all eyes landed on them. Chapter 805, Shock and Reverence. Many eyes close by and afar were glancing towards a single figure, a single human that had a wobbly slime atop his head as his eyes seemed to blaze with a profound light. He seemed to very well know that all eyes were on him as he glanced at the solemn old man Khan who had the party of Holy Prince Rudolph, Princess Anastasia, and Princess Anna with him. His eyes glazed over them as they turned around to face the blank chaotic void where millions of ailerons used to be. The area was devoid of any life, but Noah knew that further in, there were still multiple ailerons putting their lives on the line to uncover more information and report what was happening here back to their command bases. So he stared out towards the blank chaotic void as he voiced out grandly, the entity vast was only so-so, and the aileron legion was even worse to match against. I hope the next battle will not be as disappointing. Rumble. Words of immense ridicule came out of him as those watching him felt a variety of emotions. His demeanor was domineering, this being. The eyes glancing towards the being known as Noah were very different now compared to just an hour ago, as those watching knew that the deadly blue slime that was a genuine entity and even the terrifying 10-headed dragon that was nearing the rank of an entity all acted under his orders, as he floated in the chaotic void grandly and spoke domineeringly. They were reminded of this reality. This was because such a reality made it so that even though he wasn't an entity himself, he was even more monstrous than one is at the middle-tier galaxy stage. He was somehow commanding 2 entity-equivalent creatures. Even someone at the peak-tier galaxy realm like Old Man Khan was known as one of the strongest experts in the expansive dragon CLU.S.Tur because of his starry behemoth Tarragon that had fully comprehended a Tao, his other 3 pets merely being at the peak-tier galaxy realm without having fully comprehended a Tao. So for someone like Noah to have 2 entities below him, many beings could only sigh in envy, in the chaotic void. Noah seemed to have lost interest as he waved his hands, his figure beginning to go back towards the rising stellar peaks as his subordinates followed close by with shining eyes. This was because the battle they had gone through had truly been eye-opening. As the primal emperor looked at the scene of Noah's majestic figure, his face was cold as he spoke out to the entities around him. Brother Vast fell into a trap where he was besieged by one of the most powerful entities of the expansive dragon CLU.S.Tur paired with a dragon that has power at the cusp of an entity, and that deceitful slime that made it seem like it only broke through to become an entity after Brother Vast was unjustly ganged up on. Rumble. The gaze of the aileron emperor shone with power as his wings released a grand light, those around him looking at each other with shining eyes as he continued. Being able to stand against 3 entities by himself and letting us reveal the hidden experts of the expansive dragon CLU.S.Tur is something we will forever be thankful to Brother Vast for. But this development only makes it all the more important for us to win this war. That deceitful slime and 10-headed dragon. The first time I saw them was when the great sage's primal holy land teleported my people out for the last time. For them to grow to such a level, the treasures in the sage's holy land must be something that we all seek. With the ruination core most likely being there as well, rumble, the hearts of many beings were moved as the figure of the holy emperor rose, containing his talk as many schemes and plans sprouted. In another area, the holy emperor was standing grandly with a shining gaze as his eyes honed in on the figure of Noah. He thought of the fact that when he first met this being, he was at the quasar realm and had only entered his eyes as a powerful genius to groom for the future. He expected this future to be tens or hundreds of years down the line, not in a matter of FUCK days. When he really thought about it, his body actually began trembling as the reality that it had only been over 1 week and a half since their first meeting registered on his mind. Less than 2 weeks since this Noah entered his expansive dragon CLU.S.Tur, and he was somehow in the middle-tier galaxy realm as he commanded an animus summon at the stage of an entity and another that neared the same stage. Holy sure, the Holy Emperor nearly let off expletives as this thought fully registered, his figure disappearing from among the many other shocked royals and generals of the expansive dragon CLU.S.Tur as he made way towards the rising stellar peak. Meanwhile, Noah himself was not in the mood to show off or antagonize anyone anymore, his attention now set on all the loot that he and his summons had collected over this battle at the rising stellar peaks. He talked with the figures of Old Man Khan and other holy descendants that were looking at him with extremely different gazes, leaving them with the tasks of any cleanup as he teleported into the infinite galaxy with all of his people. The figures of the Emperor Penguin, Elena, Kazuhiko, and others entered the eyes of the experts of ancient powers and left them just as quickly, only being left to wonder what the geniuses that Noah brought forth really were. In a certain starry space of the infinite galaxy, a wondrous scene was taking place as Noah floated in the skies, breathed out excitedly, and waved his hands, releasing all the loot that he had personally collected to float in front of him. His summons that shimmered with the grand lights of manifested galaxies also took the initiative as they released all the loot they had picked up into the starry space in front of them, causing for the formation of gorgeous beams of loot light to shine all around. From Tao crystals to luminous cores to skill books, it was loot, sweet, gorgeous, resplendent loot. Chapter 806, Crystals. Cores. Skills. Am I dreaming? In a starry space outside of the infinite realm that was at the center of the infinite galaxy, enormous mountains of loot were piled up as they floated brilliantly in space. Kazuhiko was looking at these mountainous bundles of loot as he pinched himself to see if he was dreaming, others around him shaking their heads as they all looked towards a single person. All of the harbingers and experts of the infinite galaxy stared towards the being that had a wobbly blue slime on his head as his eyes shone with a more blazing light than any of them. They were waiting for him to give direction and divide the loot as nearly 80% of it came from a wave of his hands and what his summoned animus released. Even with all of them working together, their loot was barely 20% of what Noah had collected by himself. Little fish, these crystals, the voice of Barbados rang out as her eyes were drawn into the Tao crystals that only Noah and his pets could farm by chance from killing any being that were proficient in a Tao. She glanced at the Tao crystals as she found out their information, her body beginning to shake as her eyes shone brightly. Noah also came out of his stupor from glancing at all the loot as he smiled and spoke grandly. Yes, the Tao crystals are the most important out of everything collected, as they give a direct path to the title of entity without having to spend hundreds of years comprehending the Tao. THRUUUM, Noah waved his hands as he collected all of the resplendent Tao crystals that were shooting out gorgeous beams of loot light in the starry space, counting all of them as he made quick calculations based on the percentages each one would give. Let's do some math for a second. After the blue slime assassinated the entity Vast, Noah collected 8 peak-tier galaxy ailerons, 10s in the middle tier, and a bit over a 100 in the low-tier galaxy realm. This was nearly 10 times as many galaxy experts as the ones Noah had taken down in the primal Holy Land and obtained enough Tao crystals to comprehend 30% of the lesser Tao of Withering. But from the recent battles, there were 8 peak-tier experts that had comprehended much more of the Tao of Withering. So Noah received an overabundance of Tao crystals from 3 of them who actually triggered the 10% chance to explode into Tao crystals. There was also the ailerons in the quasar and nebula realm that made up the millions he had dreadfully reaped the lives of in the life realm, even though most had not embarked on the path of the Tao and those who did had abysmal comprehensions. The affix was still triggered for them as Noah and his pets obtained a Tao crystal here and there. All of these factors culminated in the amount of Tao crystals Noah gathered as his calculations continued. When he collected all of them and finished his calculations, his eyes blazed with light as he shockingly found that with the 10% chance of Tao crystals to drop from the defeated enemies proficient in a Tao, he had obtained enough of such crystals to bring someone to 100% completion, over 12 times. Rumble. This meant that just from this battle, Noah's own luck and the luck of his summons was great enough to give him enough Tao crystals to make 12 full-fledged entities. Even Noah himself was alarmed at this reality as he found this affix of the Ruination Core to be simply ridiculous when paired up with what he could do. Of course, there was still the fact that those who absorbed the Tao crystals had to be at peak tier entity to be considered titled entities for the norms of the Dark Universe. This was because never in history had someone that had been in the low or middle tier realms been capable of fully comprehending a Tao to completion. Only those at the peak tier living enough years and having the talent to achieve such a task. But when it came to Noah, why would it matter to him whether they were considered full-fledged entities or not based on their realm? If he were to just give one of his subordinates a portion of the Tao crystals and grant them 100% in the Tao of Withering, they would still get the unique aura of a controller of a Tao as they received the horrendous boost in power that came with it. Rumble, such was the truth Noah formed in his mind as he then looked at the subordinates around him, and then turned his eyes towards the pile of loot. The task of who to power level to 100% comprehension of a lesser Tao would come later. The sacred task of finishing the count of loot continuing for now. Aside from the Tao crystals, there was a gorgeous amount of cores ranging from Nebula all the way to Peak Galaxy. The sheer amount of middle tier and peak tier galaxy cores made Noah believe it wouldn't be an issue for him to ascend to peak tier after absorbing them, and it remained unknown if any would be left to power his subordinates to middle or peak tier depending on how many it took for him to rise up. His strength would still come first, as with his traits, he could dish out ridiculous power as even with the Tao crystals, he would be using one of the 12 spots first and becoming the first entity of the infinite galaxy. Noah waved his hands as the cores were also divided cleanly, his subordinates only watching with salivating eyes in the distance. Next up were the skill books that were simply too numerous, but Noah took some time to scan through them as he found multiple techniques that utilized the Tao of Withering that would constitute an entire skill tree, as well as millions of other skills that would clutter the stat panel of anyone who dared. All in all, it was a gorgeous scene of cleanly divided mountains of Tao crystals, cores, and skill books that filled the starry space of this small region of the infinite galaxy with a luminous treasure light. Chapter 807. Since powering up has been so slow. Aside from the gorgeous loot, one must not forget an even bigger present out of an all-out war with beings that were considered different existences from Noah. It was, of course, the skill points that made many things possible that Noah was now looking at with passionate eyes as he made his subordinates wait even longer before they could enjoy the loot before them. In his stat panel, he saw the gorgeous count of 12,358,013 skill points. From the measly 2 million he had before, he had jumped up by 10 just from defeating the army that the entity Vast led. Such a number of skill points made his emotions churn as with them, he achieved his goal of 10 million skill points that were required to create a particular skill. It was a skill meant to accelerate Noah's growth, since he felt like he had just been rising too slowly in the past few weeks. The rising he was thinking about wasn't in terms of realms or comprehending Daas and laws. He knew very well that he was nearing or even already breaking any existing balance, jumping from quasar to low tier and then middle tier in just weeks, where he was even about to attempt reaching peak tier galaxy after just a bit over a week since his last realm advancement. The rising that he felt was going very slowly was of course the progress of assimilation of laws, and eventually it would be the assimilation of Daas that would stump him for years to come. He found many loopholes to bypass the hundreds of years others would need to bypass realms and comprehend laws and Daas, but his progress in assimilation was abysmal as even now he only had 5% in the progress of assimilation all universal laws. To him, such a number was unacceptable as he wanted to bypass this point as well as the future hindrances of assimilating Daas. The solution was to create a fearsome skill after he got some inspiration from seeing a particular affix of the Ruination Core. Thus, a skill named Loot Drop Assimilation Crystals was created. Though its cost had stumped Noah until now, a skill for his biggest problem at this moment, a skill that allowed him to have a cheat when it came to something that would take beings hundreds or thousands of years to do, the assimilation of laws and Daas. Ha, he laughed out grandly as he gave the confirmation, 10 million skill points disappearing just like that as he gained a new passive skill on his stat panel. He stared at this ability with shining eyes for a few seconds as he thought of a future where both Tao crystals and assimilation crystals would drop freely, imagining a future where it wouldn't take him months or over a year to assimilate all universal laws and step on the path of a cosmic Tao that was promised to him, of a future where fully assimilating Daas to become a sage or a great sage would only take him a matter of months if not less. who needed 100 years, who even needed 10, rumble. His essence thrummed forth domineeringly as he gazed upon the experts of his infinite galaxy that were still eyeing the loot, especially the Tao crystals. With shining eyes, there shall be no favoritism when it comes to these Tao crystals that are an easy path to becoming an entity. Kazuhiko, Steel Mikhail, and all the other guys and beasts of the infinite galaxy breathed out sighs of relief as they half expected the curvaceous women around Noah to be the first to be given these Tao crystals as they awaited their turn for whenever the next battle came. Oof. Barbados saw their expression as she pouted while looking towards Noah. Elena's eyes only shining ever brighter as it seemed her fanaticism only increased. Noah continued as he gazed towards all of them calmly. Simply put, the strongest at this moment will receive enough crystals to grant them 100% comprehension in the lesser Tao of withering. As for deciding the ranks of strength, it is naturally through combat. Rumble. Noah brought his arms to his head as he brought down the wiggling blue slime, continuing with his words as he pushed the slime forward. This little guy has the keenest senses out of all us here, so he will oversee you guys competing as the strongest 11, will be among those who will very soon step into the ranks of entities. Essence blazed out wildly as the subordinates looked at each other with wild eyes. They each knew what a power like that represented, and wanted to grasp it within their hands as they knew it was the peak of power at this moment. RAA. Ra! RAA, the Emperor Penguin bellowed out wildly as it floated in front of everyone else. Calling out domineeringly with its golden beak raised high, as the first beast of the original spiritual land, I will naturally have to keep my lead as the strongest. Who shall match me? THRUUM. The scene became competitive as a mini-tournament would go underway in the infinite galaxy. Meanwhile, Noah stepped away as he grabbed the middle and peak-tier galaxy cores, disappearing from the starry space as he entered the depth of the infinite realm that was at the center of everything, and also the location where essence converged the most. The area he arrived in was a culmination of multiple law spaces, where multicolored milky essence of all types could be seen physically coagulated because of the intense concentration. Just when will I have Tao law spaces? He shook his head sorrowfully as he sat down at a location that wasn't too far away from the core of his infinite galaxy, choosing this place to absorb the numerous middle and peak-tier galaxy cores as he tried to see if they were enough for him to enter peak tier. Thereafter, he would absorb one of the 12 portions of the Tao of withering crystals as he became a genuine entity. When one looked at the time, he spent 2 weeks traveling to the expansive dragon CLU.S.Tour as he then spent just a bit less than 2 weeks within this ancient power, yet in this period of time, he went from quasar to low-tier galaxy, to middle-tier galaxy, and now he wanted to enter peak-tier galaxy, less than a month. Chapter 808 Entity. A variety of scenes were taking place at this time as many beings moved with their own ideals. A few hours had passed since the battle at the rising stellar peaks as the consequences were dealt with by the forces of the primal winged expanse and the expansive dragon CLU.S.Tour. In the rising stellar peaks region, the defense line found itself returning to position as very few of them had lost their lives. Old Man Khan reshuffling the forces as he stood guard over the region once more. This powerful entity didn't know what to think as he stared at Anastasia, the one who had brought them to have a connection with the mysterious being that now commanded a powerful animus entity. You can look at me all you want, but I won't have any answers, Anastasia spoke out calmly while looking at Old Man Khan and Prince Rudolph, who had a lost look by the side. Rumble. Yet in the next second, a surprising event occurred as they felt a powerful aura near them, but this aura came from the place they called home and was extremely familiar as they calmed down and looked toward a certain direction. The image of the magisterial Holy Emperor materializing in front of their eyes as he spoke quickly. Where is that domineering little entity? He spoke with a jovial smile as all he got was a head shake from Old Man Khan and Prince Rudolph, Anastasia being the one to speak as she stared out into the vast chaotic void. He disappeared some time back to take care of something. He should return in a bit. Good. We must prepare a grand celebration. In the primal winged expanse, the primal emperor was speaking to a peak-tier galaxy expert that had a solemn expression on their face. Take a few of your brothers and head towards the other ancient powers. Let it be known that the expansive dragon CLU.S.Tour has unearthed their sages' legacy, and that they have a ruination core. Rumble. Shocking commands came out from the primal emperor as the expert he was speaking to nodded sternly, his figure flashing away a second later. The only one who remained was the primal emperor himself as his wings shimmered mystically, the aura of the Tao of withering on his body being extremely condensed as he was the single being within his ancient power that was the closest to fully assimilating this law, yet he could never take that last step and enter into the status of a sage as like many entities, he found that he could not so easily fully assimilate a Tao. One had to find outside help and unique resources to do so. And unique treasures like the tools of ruination were at the forefront of things sought after by all entities. The primal emperor would do all that he could to make sure that he got his hands on the treasures of the expansive dragon CLU.S.Tur, even if he had to muddle the playing field and throw out bait to see if any other parties would bite. THRUUUM, this essence revolved around him as in his hands. A wondrous-looking galaxy core that shone with the light of stars was reducing by size every second as he absorbed more and more of it. It went from something the size of a head and became a mere grain of sand in minutes as all the essence within it was sucked out entirely. Noah sighed out in contentment as every single part of his body seemed to be vibrating with energy, his manifested galaxy ever so close to remaining at grand completion before he could advance into the peak tier stage. He had actually finished absorbing all of the middle tier galaxy cores as he was now on his fifth peak tier core, and he finally felt the feeling of being full as the hundreds of billions of stars that formed in his illusory galaxy moved in a wondrous symphony of power and regality. THRUUUM, he began absorbing the next peak tier core as this feeling came even closer, going on to finish this and another 3 more before he felt entirely full, a cracking sound tingling out thereafter as it felt like a dam had broken loose and surging waters were sundering down. The atmospheric essence and law essence all around him resonated as he became the center of a huge manastorm, his galaxy expanding on contracting constantly as it released wondrous waves of power. He would be in this stage for some time to come as what he would focus on from now on would entirely shift to laws and DAOs, where unlocking the next path of power light and fully comprehending and assimilating DAOs as he would then rise into the title of a sage. The raging essence around him slowed down as his figure became clear. One could see the devilishly charming face carved from the traits of the vampire progenitor. His hair was all sorts of colors at this point after he let it freely be influenced by the universal law essences flowing through his body, but his manifested galaxy was the most eye-catching as it represented him standing among the ranks of true experts in the dark universe, the realm of peak-tier galaxy, Chapter 809 Entity 2. After being achieved so many grand things consecutively, one would think they would take a breather and appreciate their work for a second. Noah appreciated his work for a literal second as he nodded proudly while glancing at his peak-tier galaxy, and then waved his hands to bring out the wondrous Tao crystals as he already moved on to grab another achievement. The targeted goal this time was to comprehend a Tao to completion and obtain the title of an entity, and Noah planned to do this in a stellar fashion. Unlike others who would take hundreds of years to fully comprehend a Tao, he had the affix from a ruination core that allowed him to obtain Tao crystals, treasures he would use to fully comprehend a Tao he never had skill in or began before and comprehended fully in a shocking period of time. His hands grasped the brilliant Tao crystals as they shone with luster, their shine flashing brightly before dimming as he began to absorb. While Noah began absorbing the resplendent Tao crystals, the experts of the infinite galaxy were fighting to see who was strong enough to obtain the other 11 seats that would give birth to entities, through sheer dominating power and the fact that they were the only ones to currently hold prismatic summons. The strength of the Emperor Penguin and Barbados came out on top as they secured their spots. The other figure that let himself known brightly was the Imperial Adjudicator, this old fox, using his age and experiences paired with his ultra-rare and rare summons he had obtained after switching to the techniques of the infinite galaxy. He used these summons to wipe the floor with others as he obtained a spot himself. His conviction to obtain strength and be able to shoulder the burdens of Anastasia and Anna shining brightly, Kazuhiko couldn't be left behind as he utilized his trait that nearly made him invulnerable on top of his summons to claim another spot, Steel Mikhail and Athena being another 2 that shone brightly in their battles. With an excited slime that was now an entity overseeing the mini-tournament, it quickly ended as the ranks of strength were decided and the other 5 that would be getting their hands of the treasured Tao crystals were the Kraken, Elena, the ruler of the demon realm Agars who held the sin of envy, the Imperial Phoenix who managed to break through and barely clinch in, as well as Anna who was around Noah the most since the primal Holy Land. All of them were in the low-tier galaxy realm as their traits and summon animus were what played key roles in obtaining their levels of strength. After the ranks were decided, the Emperor Penguin cried out grandiosely as it floated in front of everyone else, Barbados showing an annoyed expression as they all looked towards the jovial blue slime and nonchalant Tiamat while waiting for Noah. In the depths of the infinite realm that was at the center of infinite galaxy, Noah's eyes were shining brightly with palpable beams of light as he stupidly saw the percentage next to the Tao of withering to really rise from 0% to 10% and then 90% just an hour later. It was such a fantastical and unbelievable scene that should have never been possible, yet minutes later he continued absorbing the required Tao crystals as the number went to 99% and ultimately reached 100%. THRUUUM, the area around him shook the moment this occurred. A momentous aura descending down as a phenomenon similar to when the blue slime became an entity was recreated, albeit at a slightly smaller scale as the Tao in question was a lesser Tao. Noah felt the essence of the Tao of withering he had never even touched until now descend unto him like it belonged to him for years, his heartstrings being pulled as numerous ways to utilize the Tao bloomed in his mind. He could better utilize this Tao if he created his own skill tree dedicated to it. Or simply absorb enough skills from the defeated galaxy ailerons to form a skill tree from the skill books he obtained. Rumble, his thoughts were taken away as he had to stop everything to sense the new aura spreading around him, covering every part of him as he began to feel a sense of boundless strength. This was an aura every entity was afforded when they fully comprehended a Tao, an aura of a Tao controller. Aura of the controller of withering, a passive aura that only appears around those who have fully comprehended the lesser Tao of withering. It grants 2500% extra damage and allows the attacks of the controller of withering to contain a unique corrosive essence that deconstructs and reduces the attacks, mana, and life force of the target until they become empty husks, a passive aura that granted half the percentage of extra damage as a grand Tao. This one with its own unique feature is the Tao of withering deconstructed and reduced something into nothingness. It was in the name withering. Such an aura, similar to the aura of the Grand Controller of Vastness, could have its percentage boosts increased and even more features unlocked in the future as one assimilated it into their origins and souls. This was why those who were further in assimilation were extremely powerful, those who could fully do it and become sages being geniuses that deserved their reverence. Yet this would be a worry for later as for now. Noah's body rose grandly while sensing the power flowing through him, knowing he had come a long way to achieve what he just achieved at this instant. Entity, he had achieved the title of entity just a month or two after knowing and meeting such beings, a rank at the peak of power for the surrounding light years as it would allow him to move with ease and confidence. He could not help but bellow out a heart-shaking roar as if he was announcing his arrival. Ooh! The essence around him trembled as he called out, his dark hair flying wildly as an oppressive air leaked from him, his figure akin to an ancient creature from the primordial cosmos. Chapter 8:10 Making entities is easy. Ooh! Noah's bellow seemed to travel out from the expansive infinite realm and echo into the even more expansive infinite galaxy, his entrance into the title of an entity being something celebrated by the infinite galaxy itself. Such a stage allowed him great strength and survivability as he could now withstand strikes from those powerful entities, being able to use the fully comprehended essence of the lesser Tao to battle against powerful bosses without being overwhelmed. It was akin to a level 1 noob fighting the strongest boss of the dungeon right away, even if they were pay-to-win players who were armed to the teeth, because they hadn't grinded and their level was below the boss by such a large extent. They would get obliterated at the end. It was an impossible gulf to cross before, but Noah had now risen to the level of these bosses as he could defend against their attacks and even get through their defenses as he now stood at the same stage as them. He let out a content sigh as he enjoyed the feeling of his newfound strength while teleporting away, returning to the area where a mini-tournament just ended as he found the harbingers of sin and other powerful combatants of the infinite galaxy CLU.S. tiered around the friendly blue slime. Tiamat was off to the side as her drop-dead figure seemed unapproachable, her gaze forlorn as she stared out into the starry space where even her aura could not find the end of within this wide galaxy. Noah's appearance caused excitement to appear in the eyes of everyone as Tiamat turned towards him with shining eyes. Her thoughts were tumultuous as she remembered the promise she had with this supposed master of hers who wanted to be a sage in under 10 years. She had laughed at this as she thought it to be a mere joke. Yet as she watched this being go from middle-tier galaxy and enter the peak while also becoming an entity in just days, she wasn't so sure. Her gaze was inquisitive as she wondered how he had been able to cause something as universe-defying as Tao crystals to come to be, such a treasure effectively being able to make one an entity with such ease that she found herself questioning whether to ask for a portion herself as well. Humph! She instantly threw this thought away as her pride was too high, knowing that she would very soon make a breakthrough and fully comprehend the Tao of destruction. This was a grand Tao. What would a mere lesser Tao of withering be compared to this? So the dreadful Queen Dowager turned her head away from Noah's brilliance as others swarmed towards him. Master, I'm as amazing as ever that I even surprised myself. The Emperor Penguin was shining with a golden light as he began bragging about his strength among everyone else, Noah patting this penguin's silky fur as he got the gist of what happened from everyone else. He nodded towards the beings that earned the privilege of becoming future entities, waving his hands as the glimmering red Tao crystals he collected went towards each of them. Every single one of them received the portion required to reach 100% in the Tao of withering, their hands quickly going towards these treasures as their eyes glowed brilliantly. Take your time to absorb them and feel out the Tao. You should get to 100% in just an hour or two as you gain something only entities grasp, with you getting the full title whenever we collect enough cores to bring everyone to peak tier galaxy, Rumble. A grand proclamation was made from Noah as he handed out enough Tau crystals to forge 11 new entities. To him, making entities was just that easy. If any other entities or ancient powers found out what he was doing or the shocking things behind it, their hearts would simply rupture from envy and shock. Yet Noah gave away the Tau crystals like nothing as the 11 experts nodded towards him with shining eyes. Also, the library should have a skill called Loot Drop Assimilation Crystals by now. Be sure to learn it if you want to collect loot that will very quickly allow you to assimilate the comprehended Tau and boost your power even more. Even more shocking words came out as this time they raised alarm from the knowledgeable Tiamat from far away that couldn't help but blurt out, "Assimilation crystals? Similar to those Tau crystals? Are you fucking telling me you're going to extract the progress of assimilation from those you defeat and make it your own as well?" That is. Her eyes were shaking as she connected the dots, Noah smiling towards her as he knew his promise of becoming a sage in less than 10 years would be an achievable thing in less than even a year. Such a shocking truth even left him marveling as he wondered if he truly was a real protagonist as his trait stated, becoming a sage should be light work. Be ready to fully submit when that time comes, Noah spoke out with a smile as Tiamat had a difficult expression, the subordinates listening by the side looking at each other with disbelieving smiles as they commended Noah's boldness to utter such words with everyone around, Barbados and the other curvaceous women looking towards him with dangerous eyes. But Tiamat's expression was still difficult as she voiced out, "I have a path of vengeance I must take. Even if you abide by the terms and I submit, you have to allow me to seek my revenge. I have an entire universe littered with great sages, monarchs, paragons, and even the schemer of it all who is in the universal realm." Noah's eyes returned with clarity a second later as many thoughts crossed his mind, with the others looking towards Tiamat in shock as they then turned to Noah and wondered who the hell he had connected himself to now. Chapter 8:11 It matters not. As the heads of many turned with the new information of the grand realms ahead of them, Noah nodded his head simply as he replied while looking deeply into the wrathful eyes of the Queen Dowager, "Great sages, monarchs, paragons, or even anyone in the universal realm, I don't know the extent of their power, but it matters not." Rumble. Essence rumbled out from Noah's words as others could not help but look towards him in a mesmerizing fashion, their hearts and eyes were pulled towards this being that now had an aura of an entity, the air he released being extremely unique as his words seemed like they deserved to be heard. "I myself have many beings I need to find and seek answers from, not just in a single universe, but many of the universes that make up the primordial cosmos. This entire dark universe we are in, it is headed towards destruction as we speak from the actions of sages and great sages that were forced by the experts of nearby universes to use a tool they had no idea how to utilize, this tool allowing them to separate our universe from the primordial cosmos as it placed us in grave danger. OOM. Shocking revelations were released from Noah to everyone else at this moment as he chose to use this time to let them all know of the future that lay before them. He explained how the great sages had utilized a cosmic treasure they did not fully understand to cause the separation of the dark universe from the primordial cosmos. And exactly what this meant as this universe was at this moment headed towards destruction. The Imperial Adjudicator had a blank gaze that was shared by many, their recent power-ups that made them feel like masters of their own destinies waning as they realized the truth. At the same time, Tiamat had a shocked expression while listening to Noah's story, her eyes trembling with excitement as she couldn't help but call out, "This is the lost sundered universe from all those years ago? The universe that had a cosmic treasure born in it." The gaze of Tiamat was heated as she came close to Noah, her bountiful chest shaking as she sought to confirm something from Noah. Noah himself was looking at this being that used to be one of the ruling forces of the Animus universe as he knew she must have a deep history and be extremely knowledgeable. Her words connected to the truth as he replied slowly, "It should be one and the same." Tiamat's body thrummed with power at this reply as she voiced out with excitement, "Good. We have to find that cosmic treasure. With it, I can raise past even great sage with ease as I make my way back to the top." She seemed lost in thought as she paced in the skies, Noah hiding his knowing smile as he probed for more information. "What do you know about the lost sundered universe?" The name only became widely renowned in the primordial cosmos after its exploits of withstanding the powers of multiple nearby universes were spread. It became even more famous after it was somehow separated from the primordial cosmos as it became known as the lost sundered universe. As she paced, Tiamat continued to reply without too much thought. It was a shame for this universe to be lost, as it held a cosmic treasure, something so rare that if the truly powerful universes had heard about it first, a universal realm expert would have descended onto the universe to wipe out all the great sages as they took the treasure for themselves with ease. Rumble. But the surrounding universes that knew of the possibility of this cosmic treasure kept this information from spreading for many years, with many only finding out after it was somehow separated from the primordial cosmos. Tiamat seemed to be reminiscing as she talked of a great deal of things. Noah's eyes shining more and more as he heard of the information. He had some questions himself as he couldn't help but ask. This should be that same sundered universe, but since we are separated from the primordial cosmos, I have always been curious about how beings utilizing a mere lesser Tao of summoning have been able to summon creatures from the animus universe that should still be a part of the primordial cosmos. Tiamat was listening carefully as she waved her hands dismissively at the end. Oh, that? This is because of a powerful universal realm expert that birthed the Tao of summoning made it so that the summoned creatures could only come from his universe, the creatures being able to traverse through realms and achieve grand completion with ease the moment they are given the status of summons. So even with the lost sundered universe being parted from the primordial cosmos, utilizing the Tao of summoning still means the creatures have to come from the animus universe, with the price of summoning being paid by the one who birthed the Tao to begin with, as that universal realm being gains more understanding of the mysteries of the primordial cosmos. Noah was nearly speechless at the information as he asked in shock. When you achieve a high enough realm, you can birth your own Tao? Yes. But only if you are at a truly powerful stage. The gaze of Tiamat turned mysterious as she seemed to be lost in thought, all the others listening and also reflecting as they felt like their minds were expanded. The surrounding space turned quiet before the piercing voice of the Emperor Penguin rang out. What I don't get is how the Tao of summoning is considered a lesser Tao after all that. It seems much stronger than something like withering and even seems on par with the grand Taos we have just witnessed. The words of the Emperor Penguin made the eyes of many light up as they turned towards Tiamat questioningly. The Queen Dowager seemed to have gradually returned to her old self as she waved her hands while replying. The classification of Taos is based on to what extent they can push the power of the user. Something like summoning that relies on others will have a bottleneck where the user finds it hard to achieve the stages of Monarch, Paragon, or even the universe realm at that. Grand Taos such as destruction or vastness, or even something like the cosmic Tao of annihilation, those will truly allow one to reach the peaks of power. Rumble. Noah took in Tiamat's words carefully as he didn't necessarily agree with them. The Tao of summoning had been such a huge boost to him that he would even consider it better than some grand Taos, but he knew it was because of his own unique circumstances that he was able to utilize this Tao with such extreme efficiency and usefulness. Even the entire expansive dragon CLU.S.Tur with its entities that studied it could not compare to him, so he somewhat understood what Tiamat was talking about. He digested the many bundles of information while he spoke to his people. You all absorbed the Tao crystals first. Keep in mind our path is thorny and filled with danger, and I even have a solution to the coming apocalypse that you all will know in time. The eyes of the beings in the surroundings shone at these words as they looked at each other incredulously while also feeling a heavy weight lifted off their shoulders. They had just found out they were all heading towards an apocalypse, only to have Noah tell them he could solve it much later after they accepted their existential crisis. It was truly a roller coaster of emotions as the words had a different meaning to Tiamat. Her shining eyes nearly blurted out her question before she chose to telepathically ask Noah, "You've gotten your hands on the lost cosmic treasure?" Tiamat's gaze was shining as she stared at Noah, her eyes seemingly trying to devour him as he only smiled. He only had a portion of the cosmic treasure called Ruination. He had a single Ruination core as he wanted to collect another from the Holy Emperor of the expansive dragon CLU.S.Tur. After that, he would track down all the rest as he undertook a grand task, his journey truly beginning at that time. Chapter 8:12, What I Want. Before Noah could think about the other Ruination cores and his grand dreams, there was still the war with the ailerons that he was very excited to finish. He left his subordinates to absorb the abundance of information as he teleported from the infinite galaxy with the blue slime and Tiamat, even leaving Anna within to finish her absorption as he appeared close to the defensive line of the rising stellar peaks. Rumble. His appearance caused many beings to turn towards his direction, their faces holding a myriad of expressions as Noah saw a particularly important new face. You continue to exceed my expected dash, the Holy Emperor had jovially begun laughing the moment his eyes landed on Noah, but he had to come to a stop as his eyes widened, his entire body beginning to shake incredulously thereafter. This was because after lying his eyes for just a second on Noah's body, he sensed the aura of a being that had fully comprehended a Tao, the aura of an entity. How? He stared in disbelief at this being as Old Man Khan and the others had their jaws wide open, Anastasia looking towards Noah with shining eyes behind the Holy Emperor. Prince Rudolph by side rubbed his eyes as he nearly screamed out, "Impossible! You were just at Middle-Tier Galaxy a few hours ago. You can't just..." All those around the rising stellar peaks were looking at Noah with alarm as they shockingly found this being not to just have upgraded his strength to the peak-tier galaxy, but had also somehow fully comprehended a Tao at the same time as he released the unique aura of an entity. The entire rising stellar peaks went silent as those watching were mute in shock, Noah giving a bright smile as he nodded towards the Holy Emperor and Old Man Khan. "It's merely an increase into peak tier and becoming an entity, nothing much, THRUM. Domineering words erupted as Noah cared not for the reactions of others, continuing with his words. "So, what's happened with our dear neighbors at the primal winged expanse?" he asked nonchalantly as the Holy Emperor nearly broke down. Sending his aura out to make sure he wasn't mistaken, his gaze turning serious as his eyes contained innumerable thoughts while staring at Noah, he looked towards their surroundings and the blank chaotic void behind them where the forces of the primal winged expanse were still undoubtedly watching as he waved his hands and spoke grandly. "Let us have privacy for a second." The Holy Emperor wanted to take Noah away and receive him properly with his new identity, but Noah merely nodded as he waved his hands and cast Life Realm, bringing his two summons and the Holy Emperor into a separate space as a small green door formed in the skies. Old Man Khan looked at this scene in a stupor as he saw the formation of a realm and was isolated from it a second time. Within the realm itself, the Holy Emperor looked towards Noah with shining eyes as he spoke. "I was truly wrong about you, and I can't help but consider everything you have said to be true, even though that makes you all the more shocking." Yes. The Holy Emperor truly could not believe it. But every single word Noah uttered had turned out to be true as he frightfully thought of his assertion that his aid was even better than an ancient power. After everything he had done in such a short period of time, the Holy Emperor really did not think he could just ignore the even grander assertion this being made before. "For gaining such power, I'm sure you have your own secrets, as well as a true aim for coming to my expansive dragon CLU.S.Tur, Rumble, or do you truly want my granddaughter? Because we can arrange that as well." Off to the side, Tiamat was shaking her head with a disappointed expression as the blue slime with a heart-shaking aura of an entity wobbled happily on top of Noah's head. Noah himself smiled as he thought about the question of his aims from this ruler. He had planned to crush the ailerons entirely as he amassed even more strength before approaching the Holy Emperor for the Ruination Core, even if it had to be by force. But he was now here alone with the man in question as he wondered if he could do things differently. He had many tools up his sleeves, but the biggest thing he could use when it came to the Holy Emperor was the fact that he had an entire ancient power to take care of. Many thoughts swarmed in his mind as he then adopted a wide smile, essence beginning to rumble from him as he did something he hadn't planned to do, rumble. The burst of essence came from his very origin. Deep inside him where his universal law origins lay as one of them opened and released a resplendent-looking red-black ruination core. This core materialized in front of him as it shone with a luminous luster, landing on his palm as he glanced towards the shocked Holy Emperor. "I came with many goals, but this one is first and foremost, rumble," he spoke calmly as he twirled the powerful ruination core in his hands, even Tiamat beside him trembling as her eyes began to shake while looking towards the ruination core. You truly had a part of the lost cosmic treasure on you." She was even more shocked than the Holy Emperor as she knew of the fearsome power of this treasure. Yet the Holy Emperor himself went through a series of shocks as he then backed away from Noah as he had a grimace appearing on his face. How do you have that? How can you handle it, Rumble?" Chapter 8:13, What I Want. 2. The Holy Emperor was careful as he asked the first thing that came to his mind while his essence began to move, ready to summon his prismatic animus at any time as this advancement was not something that he expected. His eyes honed in on the pulsating ruination core as he matched it with the one he knew, his heart only becoming more shocked as time passed. Noah ignored the shaken Holy Emperor as he continued. "This is a ruination core. I know there is another in the expansive dragon close. Uester, though I don't know how much you know about it." The question seemed to make the Holy Emperor shake out of his stupor and pensiveness as he stared at Noah in shock. His expression underwent a myriad of changes as he seemed thoughtful and pensive, staring at the calm Noah who had an entity knowledgeable in a grand Tao above his head and another being nearing the rank of an entity by the side. Yet even at this scene, the Holy Emperor wasn't fearful as he spoke out carefully. "We have studied the tools of ruination for a long time, and we have not been able to discern anything from them nor how to use them." "How did you activate that one? How are you using it?" the gaze of the Holy Emperor gradually became heated as time passed. Noah merely nodding as he continued to talk. I assume you know of the history of the tools of ruination? Of the truth behind the event tens of thousands of years ago that wiped out all the sages and great sages, yes. Nearly all the powerhouses of the ancient powers know about this, whether through the pages of the Book of Ruination or from the messages left behind by sages and great sages. The Holy Emperor spoke carefully as his eyes remained on the pulsing ruination core in Noah's hands, his mind seemingly connecting many things together as his eyes then shook while he turned to stare deep into Noah's eyes. We've only been able to discern the information that a special authority or physique is required for anyone to utilize the ruination cores. Could it be that you, the wise old man, was smarter than Noah expected, as it saved him lengthy explanations, his head merely nodding as he moved on to the next step? I am most likely the only being in the dark universe who has the physique capable of utilizing the ruination cores, and also the one who can save us all from the coming apocalypse. The Holy Emperor shook as he ascertained this truth, his mouth seemingly dry as he spoke once more. The coming cataclysm. The words didn't seem to come to him as the Holy Emperor merely stared at Noah in befuddlement. All of the ancient powers that presided over the dark expanse knew or had glimpses of information about a future cataclysm. And they knew it dealt with the event tens of thousands of years ago and involved the treasure known as ruination, yet neither of them knew what to do to stop it, as they all simply searched for the tools of ruination and ways to utilize them. Very few had the proper knowledge of everything, with beings like the entity that had appeared in front of Noah when he first formed the infinite galaxy. That entity had collected multiple pages from the Book of Ruination, as he even knew of the physique required for one to even think about using the ruination cores, but others were even more in the dark than him, as they only knew of theories from the legacies that their sages or great sages left behind. The Holy Emperor from the expansive dragon Cluster was one of these beings, as he now faced a creature he had only heard and read about in hearsay. My aim is the ruination core that should be under your care, if you would be wise and magnanimous enough to not simply let it collect dust and actually let me utilize it to save us all. Thump. The coming apocalypse is not one that can be survived unless I collect all of the remaining ruination cores and undo what the sages and great sages did. You thump. The heart of the Holy Emperor was beating fast as he absorbed the multitude of information while seemingly lost in thought. As the seconds passed, Noah returned the ruination core into his origin. This action bringing the Holy Emperor back to attention as he stared towards him with shining eyes. This explains your ridiculous genius and talent, even the things you've been able to do. But Noah looked at the gaze of the Holy Emperor and understood, as it was truly hard to let go of a treasure as profound as the ruination core. He seemed to see through the mind of this ruler as he spoke calmly. The ruination core will only continue to collect dust in your hands, but I can utilize it to save all of us. Your family outside, the trillions of lives in the expensive dragon Cluster, all of the dark universe. What is a mere treasure in front of this rumble? The question rang true as it seemed to have woken the Holy Emperor. His shining eyes calming down as he retained the demeanor of a ruler. The news of the ruination core had somehow been leaked to the primal winged expanse, as I kept them close as allies since I knew full well what would happen when it was spread. This is the reason why the primal emperor proceeded with this war, and there is nothing stopping him from muddying the waters further by telling others about it. If the being that can utilize it appears in front of me while fighting for my ancient power. The rest of his words didn't seem to be coming out, as if he was thinking heavily on this issue, yet when Noah saw this expression, he smiled as he knew he was already close to achieving his goal. I can promise you security for the expansive dragon Cluster, with no ancient power being able to bully you. The one I initiated this conflict with, I shall personally set off myself to finish it. Rumble, Noah voiced out domineeringly as the Holy Emperor glanced towards him once more with shining eyes. You've been saying domineering things and accomplishing them with no issues so far that I subconsciously believe you when you speak now. Sigh. The aged ruler let out a breath as he seemed deep in thought, thinking about the trillions of lives under him and the reality that a being who could actually utilize the tools of ruination had appeared right before him. Very well. THRUUM, Chapter 8:14, the Second Ruination Core. When a ruler made their decision, they acted on it with no hesitation. The Holy Emperor did just that as he outweighed the risks and rewards after putting the terrifying being in front of him into full account. His strong voice resounded out. Since the Ruination Core reacted some weeks ago, many experts have been moving with more vigor searching for the tools of ruination. I knew the one I had under my control could invite a disaster, so I always kept it with me since that day. Rumble. The Holy Emperor waved his hands the moment he finished his words. As a spatial ring appeared on his palm, this spatial ring was inscribed with unique runic marking as Noah laid his eyes on it. Legacy ring of holding, an item passed down in the Windsor lineage for generations. It is capable of preserving many items in its isolated space while preventing any prying eyes from seeing within it. A special item that held an isolated spatial space appeared in the hands of the Holy Emperor, his eyes only growing firm when he pulled it out as his essence drilled into it, a flash of light shining out as something appeared out of it a second later. Shia. Noah watched with shining eyes as a second ruination core appeared. His hands nearly reaching out inadvertently as the Holy Emperor looked at the powerful treasures with melancholic eyes. Tiamat was looking at this scene with disbelieving eyes as she didn't think this backwards-looking power also had a portion of the cosmic treasure that was sought after by many beings before. Our forefathers obtained this tens of thousands of years ago during their journeys, and it has been with us ever since. His gaze was filled with reminiscence as his eyes became firm, the ruination core in his hands beginning to fly out towards Noah. All the ancient powers are looking for the answer to evade the coming cataclysm. It would be selfish of me to not make a move when the answer has come to me. With these words, the ruler of the expansive dragon Clu.S.Tur made the choice to let go of a treasure that others wanted dearly, something that was worth it enough to even start wars and destroy galaxies. Noah gained a whole notch of respect for this being as his mana wrapped around the ruination core and brought it close to him. The treasure very quickly beginning to react to the one in his origin as it began releasing a gorgeous red-black light. It seemed like an attractive pulling force was coming from Noah's origin as the ruination core was inadvertently going towards it. The Holy Emperor watched the scene closely as he saw the terrifying ruination core enter the glimmering chest of this genius, soon disappeared as a second later. Immense eruptions of essence burst forth, it felt like a resonance of mana as Noah brought the ruination core into another one of his 6 universal law origins, the treasure settling in as if it arrived home. Noah's body felt like a battlefield of mana as he shone with True's light, the red-black essence of ruination shooting forth from his domineeringly as for the first time since tens of thousands of years ago. 2 portions of the cosmic treasure ruination were brought close. Noah looked inside of his origin as he saw a distinct thin red line connecting the 2 ruination cores together, each of them pulsating with power as at this moment, Noah had obtained 2 ruination cores. He didn't have to do anything grand to get his second, merely talking with the Holy Emperor being enough as his exploits were big enough to back up his words in the mind of this powerful ruler. One didn't have to always use brute force to get what they wanted. Rumble. Noah was looking at the second ruination core as at this moment, he knew he could choose a second affix to keep active at all times, his power being boosted by another level as he could be even more monstrous during combat, and also enjoy even greater benefits while cultivating when he switched to the affixes that dealt with increased assimilation and comprehensions. As light bounced on and off of the ruination cores, he was also getting new information about new affixes becoming available. In the case of laws and DAS, a new possible affix that stated 2,500% increased comprehension and assimilation of all laws, and one that stated 2,500% increased comprehension and assimilation of all DAS. His eyes shone at these new possibilities as it meant he could see the terrifying 10,000% very soon if he collected more ruination cores. A variety of new affixes were added as Noah had many new ideas while going through them. Rumble. The obtaining of a second core was truly a grand achievement as the light between the 2 ruination cores endlessly bounced back and forth with an ever-increasing might. The resonance of the ruination cores continued as at the same time as this occurred, a chain reaction was taking place on all the tools of ruination across the dark universe. Each of them vibrated intensely for a few minutes as many powers were alerted, those knowledgeable connecting some dots as terrifying conclusions began to be drawn. Light years away from the expansive dragon Clu.S.Tur and the primal winged expanse, multiple entities with unique physiologies stood around a vibrating ruination core with blank expressions. These entities were extremely unnerving to look at as all of them looked similar, yet they were completely different beings. An even more disastrous thing was the fact that from their bodies, one could sense the swirling essence of multiple DAS. These were genuine powerhouses that would cause other powers to tremble, being with immense powers. This was the ancient power in the north that was ruled by the spirit race. It seems the one who can utilize the ruination cores has really come to be. Otherwise this would not be repeating twice in such a short time span. They seem to be able to very quickly find the locations of other ruination cores, so we will know who they are very soon as they will actually come to us. Rumble. A shocking thought was released as these aged beings nodded towards each other. The swirling light of lesser and grand Daos around them only made them more menacing as they continued to discuss. In other areas, similar scenes were occurring as whether it was in an ancient power or from a lone entity that held the tools of ruination. They all knew something grand was coming as yet another reaction came from the tools of ruination within a short period of time. They knew that grand changes were coming, and each of them had to be prepared. Chapter 8:15 Unlocking the Bloodlines in Daos of Pets. The eruption of essence was slowly dying down in the private life realm as Noah opened his eyes, his majestic figure made even more glorious by the terrifying blue slime wiggling atop his head. By the side, Tiamat seemed to be thoughtful as the voice of the Holy Emperor rang out once more. You said the coming cataclysm could be stopped by you. What can the rest of us do to help? All that I need to do is collect the remaining 4 ruination cores and put them together. Then I can undo the work that the sages and great sages did to cause all of this. Noah replied calmly as the Holy Emperor continued to question, undo the work of multiple sages and great sages by yourself? I know you're a genius, but the eyes of the Holy Emperor were twitching at the reply as Noah merely smiled while speaking calmly. It only requires the mana equivalent to multiple sages and great sages, nothing much on my part. The Holy Emperor could only look forth incredulously at this reply as he had no words, only watching as Noah came forward jovially to express his thanks. You've done something great that you will only know the profound results of in the future. And for our nearest future, let us take care of the primal winged expanse first. Rumble. Noah's gaze turned ferocious as the Holy Emperor adopted a solemn expression. Noah wanted to find out more about the powerhouses of the primal winged expanse, so after he obtained the ruination core, he continued talking with the Holy Emperor and asked about the true power behind their enemies. The primal winged expanse is blessed with around 25 entities, some of them being wandering entities that pledged allegiance to them thousands of years ago. The Holy Emperor gave an overview of the primal winged expanse and its forces as Noah found out that they had over 25 entities including the primal emperor himself. Some of these entities were participating in this war, with others being cornerstones of the ancient power as they remained as reserve force to protect their core lands. Our expansive dragon CLU.S.Tur has similar numbers, with around 15 entities deployed to cover numerous regions as less than half are cultivating around the expansive Holy Land to act as protectors for the core regions. He thoughtfully put together the information that the Holy Emperor continued to tell him as he thought of it in his own terms. In his mind, there were around 25 big bosses that would drop the most prime loot if he could take all of them down, and they were really CLU.S.Tiered in a single location as they waited for him. When he realized the scene, he knew he had to do something wild as he wanted to target and take down all of these big bosses at once. He didn't want a single one of them to escape as the singular thing that dominated his mind at this moment was a siege, Rumble. He rose up while looking at the Holy Emperor with a smile and spoke out grandly, so I'll be personally attacking the primal winged expanse with my own forces. I ask you to trust me once more when I tell you the most important thing about all of this: do not interfere. The Holy Emperor looked forth in a stupor as he heard words that didn't make sense, but Noah's words were because he didn't want any loot to be stolen away from him by the forces of the expansive dragon CLU.S.Tur, so they had to stay away. Can you promise me this? Noah's expression was stern as the Holy Emperor sighed while nodding, even asking on whether he should interfere if Noah's life was threatened, but he still said no. After all was said and done, the talk between the Holy Emperor and Noah continued for another half an hour before the ruler was satisfied after listening to Noah's domineering requests, the life realm around them beginning to dissipate as their figures soon appeared back in the rising stellar peaks. Old Man Khan and the others looked at the reapplying figures as they came forward, Noah giving a light smile as he turned towards the dark chaotic void past the rising stellar peaks where he knew the forces of the primal winged expanse were still watching. His eyes shone as he finalized his plan that he calculated numerous times in his mind, going towards this dark chaotic void once more as he prepared a show. This time, the show was to introduce himself to show the primal winged expanse and any other ancient power out there as he gave them a glimpse of Noah Osmont. As he planned for the siege of an ancient power, he wanted all the spread out entities of the primal winged expanse to gather as this time around, he wanted them to know he was coming. Rumble. He floated far past the defense line as he got into the same area where he had taunted them to send an army to him before. This time, he didn't speak any words as he merely waved his hands to summon his middle-tier galaxy animus summons, with Tiamat not too far from him and the blue slime atop his head, the figures of the three-legged Fate Crow, Oraculothorax, Void Serpent, Calamity Bear, Colossal Helios Leviathan, and the Obsidian Panther all appeared grandly. Their manifested galaxy shone with splendor as at this moment, the powerful summoners of the expansive dragon CLU.S.Tur couldn't even ask why someone had double the normal amount of summons contracted to him, their eyes only watching and opening wider and wider as they saw Noah begin to utilize the Animus Growth Empowerment skill on his summons right here and now. Many quickly realized that as this now apparent entity was at the peak tier galaxy realm, he could use the animus growth empowerment ability to very quickly bring his summons up to the peak tier galaxy realm over the next few months and years. But they hadn't expected him to begin doing such a thing at this moment. Was he planning on publicly training his pets even when it would take weeks or months to just fully train one all the way to the peak? The forces of the expansive dragon CLU.S.Ter were confused as the hidden forces from the primal winged expanse only watched closely from afar. THRUM. They observed Noah to cast skill after skill on a majestic-looking three-legged fate crow, the mana of an entity utilized every time as. The animus felt a rush of essence wrap around it constantly. Its body was changing and growing larger at a visible rate. It let out fierce cries, those watching beginning to feel its realm slowly advancing from the middle-tier galaxy and begin heading up towards the peak. The three-legged fate crow let put piercing cries as Noah cast one animus growth empowerment after another, choosing to domineeringly catch the attention of the ancient power. He would siege with a grand show nobody had seen before. He wouldn't actually be. No way. Did he comprehend the Tao of vastness as well? Cries began to soon ring out as those proficient in the Tao of summoning saw cast after cast from this being relentlessly as he didn't stop for even a second to recover his mana, seeing a shocking scene of someone continuing to cast a growth skill multiple times. As if he continued like this, they shockingly realized they would watch the advancement of an animus summon from middle tier to peak tier galaxy in a matter of minutes. Minutes, no fuckng way. It was the conserved Prince Rudolph letting out the expletives as the Holy Emperor and others watched with shining eyes what a true summoner could do. Rumble. Noah planned to do this for all of his pets publicly, showing a shocking show of power as he produced multiple peak-tier galaxy experts who would awaken powerful bloodlines in Daos the moment they entered this realm. Apart from the Golden Crow, he couldn't wait for the advancement and transformation of the Void Serpent into Jormungandr. His wild laugh bellowed out in the chaotic void as the transformation of a three-legged fate crow into a genuine golden crow was underway at this very moment. Those watching would barely be able to close their eyes as a grand show played for all to see. Chapter 8:16 Unlocking the Bloodlines and Daos of Pets. 2. What is he doing? In the core of the primal winged expanse, an entity voiced out towards his surrounding peers and the primal emperor while they watched the scene of Noah constantly spamming animus growth empowerment on his pets. From the information we've gathered about the Tao of summoning, he should be upgrading the realm of his pets, though that process should take weeks at the fastest if not months at the slowest. The primal emperor replied with eyes blazing with light as those who heard his words quieted down. So how is he doing it in minutes? Silence reigned in the surroundings as nobody had answers. Say, a piercing cry reverberated throughout the chaotic void as golden scorching flames in the shape of a cross brightened up the expansive darkness, the body of a creature over 50 meters tall registering on the eyes of many. Everything about this creature was gold as its feathers shone resplendently, its golden eyes releasing an overpowering light as its expansive wings seemed as sharp as blades while its 3 feet seemed strong enough to shatter mountains. Noah light is shining. Eyes on it once more. Golden Crow, ultra rare, an animus pet currently at the peak tier galaxy realm. It has reached Adulthud and awakened the bloodline of the archaic Golden Crow, directly gaining comprehensions of the grand Tao of Inferno as more techniques will slowly be awakened by it. Its abilities include Fate Flames of the Void, Barrier of Brilliance. His first ever pet was given the privilege of entering the peak tier galaxy realm first when one didn't put into account Tiamat and the blue slime. Noah gaining a genuine golden crow under him as this majestic beast brought its golden beak to slowly nudge Noah, its reverberating flames causing for a magisterial scene to be displayed to many. Old Man Khan was looking at this scene while shaking his head, this man being a veteran in the Tao of summoning and saw exactly what had happened, but he still couldn't believe it. The first issue was the animus growth empowerment skill itself that Noah was casting. It seemed to be much too effective and powerful. The other issue was naturally the fact that he had cast this skill way too many times and constantly over the past 15 or so minutes as they wondered a singular thing. How has he not run out of mana? Rumble. The disbelieving gazes of those watching would be left in the dust as Noah paid no heed, his body exploding with essence as he began to spam animus growth empowerment on the Void Serpent and the others at the same time as well. It was constant and repeated casting at a rate of multiple times per second. The truly knowledgeable beings nearly shaking from shock when they saw the scene as it entirely defied everything they knew. The Holy Emperor thought he had been surprised enough, but as he looked at this scene he couldn't help but think back to something Noah had said when it came to his mana. It only requires the mana equivalent to multiple sages and great sages. Nothing much on my part. These words rang out in the Holy Emperor's mind as he seemed to understand why these ridiculous words could somehow be true. Rumble. At the spot where Noah continued to upgrade the strength of his pets, the serpentine body of the void serpent was coiling as it became even larger, a hazy dark gray light wrapping around it as draconic roars could occasionally be heard. The dark gray light expanded wildly as the shadow of the serpent became ever so bigger, only a few minutes passing before a luminous dark light shone out while a draconic roar resounded. Roar, off to the side, Tiamat had reminiscent eyes when looking at this creature unlocking a bloodline she was very much familiar with, a sister bloodline of her own lineage where she knew the being at the very peak of strength tens of thousands of years ago. As the hazy light faded and the image became clear, Tiamat shook her head wistfully as she realized she was nearly looking at the youthful image of an old monster she used to know. The fearsome and enormous creature she was looking at was the void serpent that had finally entered Adulthud, a being now towering over 500 meters in size as its pristine dark gray scales shone even in the chaotic void. The void serpent was gone as finally, the true form of Jormungandr had come to light. Galaxy-devouring serpent Jormungandr, prismatic, and archaic animus currently in the peak-tier galaxy realm. Entering its ADULT stage, this galaxy-devouring serpent has awakened one of the 9 supreme bloodlines of all animus creatures, the bloodline of the galaxy-devouring serpent, Jormungandr. It has directly gained comprehensions in the grand Tao of devouring. As the further its bloodline awakens, the faster its speed of comprehension and assimilation will be. Those weak in the heart slumped to the ground while watching this scene, their brains barely being able to follow as they were watching something that went against everything they believed in. 2 animus summons raised to peak tier galaxy in half an hour, and the person in question was relentless as he seemed to be. Continuing, "What is this? It's not real, it's not real." Shock, awe, and disbelief spread out at a shocking scene that would include itself onto the minds of all of those watching. Yet Noah wasn't done, as while he laughed grandly when looking at the resplendent appearances of the golden crow and Jormungandr, he moved on to the variant Oculothorax and the calamity bear to finish their enhancements next. Chapter 817, a tyrannical entity. The variant Oculothorax was a particularly unique animus summon as it didn't have any powerful bloodline or history, simply being a unique creature that had undergone a mutation and was very proficient in the soul. When Noah finished admiring the gorgeous sight of a fearsome galaxy-devouring serpent, his constant spamming of animus growth empowerment had been focused on this variant Oculothorax and the calamity bear. The winged eyeball that was proficient in laws of light and fate had grown ever bigger as it neared its final transformation, a piercing cry erupting from it as it grandly showed itself. The cry was one that made weaker beings clutch their heads in pain, just its roars carrying power to affect a being's soul as this Oculothorax bowed its wings towards Noah subserviently. Its size was now around 100 meters, its wings shining with a contrasting dark and gold color as the main body that was the eye could infuse terror into any normal being. Lightborn Oculothorax, ultra rare, an animus summon at the peak tier galaxy realm. Its body is primarily an eyeball, and this particular Oculothorax has undergone a mutation through pure willpower and mastered the laws of light and fate. Since advancing to Adulthud, it has stepped on the path of the lesser Tao of dark light. It contains a dreadfully strong soul as all its abilities carry potent soul damage. Abilities include Eye of Doom, Fate Extinguishing Light. Yet another peak-tier summon appeared in the bustling chaotic void as all those looking felt their minds grow numb. The primal emperor's gaze was increasingly solemn as he watched the being in the illusory screen continue to cast skills repeatedly, enormous bouts of mana being required every time. The show he is putting up is merely a continuation of his boasting after the death of Vast. Since Vast boasted to have enough mana reserves to last for days while fighting, he's merely showing his own reserves to be higher than Vast's. An aileron entity by the side spoke out calmly as they all watched the illusory scene. But such repeated casting and use of mana, even Vast had nothing like this. No other replies came as the powerful entities continued to watch in silence. 30 minutes passed as in the chaotic void where Noah could be seen by all, another one of his pets entered into the peak-tier galaxy realm after being subjected to his constant spamming. The enormous calamity bear shook the surrounding space as its form underwent a grand change, shining black wings erupting from its back in a shocking fashion after its transformation. A bellow was released from it grandly as it looked like a majestic king of all bears. Noah glancing at the new description of this animus summon, archaic void calamity millennium bear, ultra rare, an animus summon at the peak tier galaxy realm. A unique species of bears that takes on the mantle of calamity, having entered Adulthud. This millennium bear has stepped on the grand Tao of nature as it strives to become one with those around it. Its abilities include Shield of Beginning, Hug of Life and Death. The stellar archaic void millennium bear joined the ranks of Golden Crow, Jormungandr, and the lightborn Oculothorax as its aura oppressive stood as the peak-tier galaxy realm as its body swirled with the essence of a grand Tao. The summoners from the expansive dragon CLU.S.Tur watched with agape expressions as they found themselves question whether all of them were studying the same Tao of summoning. Had they just been doing things wrong? Were they just stupid people that considered themselves geniuses? Why have we wasted so many years? Even Prince Rudolph had a sunken expression as he couldn't explain the scene in front of him. 30 minutes passed. Rumble, the colossal figure of the Leviathan, became ever larger as it nearly covered the sight of everyone. The creature, being thousands of meters large as its finished transformation, was contrasted by something extremely small that could not be seen by many because of its shocking speed. Both the Obsidian Panther and Colossal Helios Leviathan had advanced to peak tier and transformed at this crucial stage as Noah glanced at their new descriptions as well. Golden Colossal Helios Leviathan, Prismatic, and Archaic Animus, currently in the peak tier galaxy realm. Being a mythical creature that traverses the Helios-sundering seas of the Animus universe, it is nearing full maturity as it has awoken the Golden Helios bloodline of the Royal Helios race. Proficient and assimilated with the laws of death, ether, space, and time, this Animus has now embarked on the path of the Grand Tao of Macrocosm. Its abilities include Unremitting Fortress, Realm Depredation, Tempestuous Obsidian Panther, Prismatic, and Animus Summon at the peak tier galaxy realm. It is a unique species with the bloodline of the noble Black Panther clan of the tempestuous realms of the Animus universe. Its proficiency lies in quickness and speed that can even rival beings of higher stages, as its deadly claws deal even more dreadful damage, with the laws of space, time, and air being mastered. This tempestuous Obsidian Panther is nearing full comprehension on the lesser Tao of Alacrity, greatly enhancing its speed. The Colossal Helios Leviathan looked like a moving fortress as its thick scales were tinged with gold, the flashing figure of the Obsidian Panther having sleek dark fur as it flashed around at such high speeds that only Old Man Khan and the Holy Emperor could keep their eyes on it. All those watching could simply observe in silence at this scene as they truly watched from beginning to end as a being took 6 Animus summons from middle to peak tier of the galaxy realm in just a few hours. This is just too domineering? Fuck and G hell, this is just tyrannical, rumble, it truly was so. Not even domineering anymore, as many beings thought this new apparent entity was simply too tyrannical. In the chaotic void, Noah now floated next to the magisterial sight of 6 glimmering Animus summons in the peak tier galaxy realm, the blue slime wiggling above his head and the fearsome Tiamat looking towards him with shining eyes, making it a total of 8 peak tier galaxy experts by his side. Ha! His bellowing laugh echoed out as the many watching beings nearby and afar looked towards him with still shocked eyes, wondering what this domineering being would do next. Noah would not disappoint, as the moment his bellowing laughter finished, he flew onto the enormous body of the Colossal Helios Leviathan as his other pets did the same, his voice ringing out explosively as the body of the huge Leviathan began to move forward. Primal Emperor, I am coming to pay a visit to your ancient power, THRUUUM, Chapter 818, a tyrannical entity. 2. Alarm rose in the hearts of many as their jaws nearly detached, the voice of Noah ringing out continuously in their ears. Primal Emperor, I am coming to pay a visit to your ancient power. Old Man Khan had incredulous eyes as he turned towards the Holy Emperor and asked what Noah was doing in shock. The aged Holy Emperor did not say much as he shook his eyes, and he replied, he said he would lay siege to the ancient power, and he has now set off to do that. Old Man Khan scratched his ears and checked to see if his old friend had turned senile. What the hell do you mean? That doesn't make any sense. He's rumble. The Holy Emperor raised his hands as he shook his head, his grand voice ringing out after. His status represents something more important than what you or I realize. For now, let's just watch. We won't even be sending him support? Old Man Khan still didn't believe what he was seeing as he still asked, no. He specifically asked for none of us to interfere. No entity from the expansive dragon CLU.S.Tur will make a move. I will let them all know. The walking stick in Old Man Khan's hand shattered as one shocking word after another came out, his hairs turning whiter by the second as he watched the domineering image of an enormous Colossal Helios Leviathan moving forward. The many holy descendants on the defensive line looked forth in a stupor as a single word began to spread among them: tyrannical, the pride of expansive dragon CLU.S.Tur. A powerful entity. Powerful? He's FUCK tyrannical. A tyrannical entity, the tyrannical entity, rumble, a single word spread across the millions that watched Noah's domineering actions and declaration as he now stormed towards an ancient power. In the heart of the primal winged expanse, wrath was bubbling in the heart of the primal emperor as he sent out numerous communications to his powerful experts: be ready to intercept this freakish entity. If possible, we cannot let him grow any further as he might become someone unbeatable in the future. His words were known to be true by the other entities as they recalled how just a day or two ago, the aura of an entity was not on this being as he was merely a middle-tier galaxy expert. Unless he had a technique that lied to others about his realm, the truth was terrifying to think about. Amass our peak-tier galaxy combatants for this frontal attack. We saw how he can also teleport in groups of galaxy experts. Many preparations were made by a singular ancient power as Noah made his way over to the primal winged expanse. His pace while crossing the chaotic void was actually not fast, the golden colossal Helios Leviathan seemingly having fun swimming through the darkness. As it let out terrifying bellows every now and then, on its body, the manifested galaxies of all of Noah's pets shone brightly as he nonchalantly talked to the animus summons to get a better grasp of their abilities. The fearsome Jormungandr was talking to Tiamat with his head proudly held high while a wiggling blue slime that released the terrifying aura of an entity was the most friendly of them all, going towards every other animus summon as it rested on their heads. When it neared Tiamat, the curvaceous Queen Dowager had thrown it a dangerous look as the body of the blue slime wiggled before it just moved along. It passed through all of them and eventually returned above Noah's head as all the others did not seem to come to its standard. Such was the scene playing out above the moving Leviathan as Noah neared an ancient power with no rush, hours passing by, if one thought about it just a little. They might even think he was actually giving them time to prepare. In other parts of the dark universe, many pieces were moving back and forth as grand movements were made. A particular one worthy of note for us was the news that the Primal Emperor had released reaching the ears of faraway ancient powers from the groups of ailerons that would not be making it back to the primal winged expanse alive, but at this moment, the news of an apparent ruination core and a great sage's legacy being unearthed was known by many ancient powers, the consequences of such a move still being unknown as of right now. But at this juncture when the tools of ruination reacted twice in a short period of time. News about the ruination cores could not be ignored. Elder Sunflower leads some of the invited entities to check out the situation between the expansive dragon CLU.S.Tur and the primal winged expanse. A majestic voice commanded a group of entities in one corner of the dark universe, borrow one of the sun-shattering legions to gather more information, do not join their war. Another command was given by a ruler from another corner of the dark universe. Many scenes like this repeated themselves as scouting entities were sent out to see exactly what was occurring in the location where spread out news said a ruination core existed and a great sage's legacy was unearthed. Numerous parties made their way over with quick speed, and the setup was glorious enough that they might arrive either just in time as Noah attacked an entire ancient power by himself, or they would be there to witness the devastating results after everything was over and done. Chapter 8:19 A full frontal attack. In the southern region of the dark universe, there existed an ancient power with deep roots in history, one that many beings feared and steered clear of. This was the ancient power ruled by the spirit race, unique existences that were heavily in tune with nature, laws, and das. These beings had many unique features as among them, they shared a strong link in their souls as they easily communicated with each other. Sister Gold, you should have made some advancements in your assimilation of the das of alacrity, vastness, frost, and destruction. Why don't you set off for the outside galaxies and observe if there truly is another ruination core in the hands of this little expansive CLU.S.Tur? A message traveled through the connected minds as one being heard it and nodded, the shocking reality of this entity from the spirit race studying for das being mentioned by them simply. In the northern region of the dark universe where the arch-humans ruled, a lone entity was moving through this ancient power after traversing outside alone for so long. You might recall this entity as the one that was able to see Noah briefly after he upgraded his infinite galaxy. The entity that has been searching for the being capable of utilizing the ruination cores for all these years. He was grumbling at his bad luck as he enjoyed the companies of other entities in the northern region, friends that he had made over the land thousands of years. Oh? News about the expansive dragon CLU.S.Tur and the primal winged expanse reached the talking entities as they discussed it without making any moves, but one of them had shining eyes as he stood up swiftly. Traverser. Don't tell me you're thinking of falling for such an obvious tactic. A curvaceous female entity drank the golden liquid from her cup as she asked curiously towards the dominating entity that had miniaturized himself from his large size. One can never advance in this universe if we do not take risks. I thank you all for sharing this with me. The other entities shook their heads wryly as they watched one titled as Traverser flying out with a flash of light, yet another powerful entity joining the fray among the many heading towards the war between the two ancient powers in the west. The distance between the two powers could not be considered too vast or too close. With entities being able to go from the expansive dragon CLU.S.Tur and into the primal winged expanse in as long as days or as short as just a few hours, it all depended on the speed the entity was moving at. Noah was moving at an absolute snail's pace as he gave time for his subordinates to finish absorbing the Tao crystals that would grant them full comprehension in the lesser Tao of withering. And he also gave time for the primal winged expanse to prepare him a buffet of loot. As he slowly moved atop the colossal Helios Leviathan, many plans swirled in his mind as thought of using plot armor, or Deus Ex Machina, during the coming battle, and the choice of the two ruination core affixes that would best match him against powerful entities. He knew that many eyes were on him as he neared the coordinates of the primal winged expanse he had gotten from the Holy Emperor, those from the expansive dragon CLU.S.Tur he had told to stay away and not interfere were watching, while those from the primal winged expanse were preparing for him. Oh, the bellow of the colossal Helios Leviathan could be heard as the outline of the nearest galaxy that made up the CL. Uster of galaxies that were part of the primal winged expanse appeared. Noah's eyes shone as he could already see numerous figures littering the area. At the forefront, the grand image of a majestic primal emperor could be seen as he was flanked side by side with many domineering figures, each of them letting out the terrifying auras of entities as they looked towards Noah and his pets coldly. Thruum. Palpable waves of power could be felt spreading out at the mere presence of this many experts, Noah's eyes shining brightly as he looked behind the entities standing next to the primal emperor. For this battle, the aileron race did not bring in millions of small dredges that would simply be killed, but only top-tier experts, as besides the entities, over 100 peak-tier galaxy experts were gathered. Such was the strength of an ancient power. Noah could count around 15 entities coldly staring towards him, his eyes glancing around as he really expected the 25 that the Holy Emperor mentioned. I'm not sure whether to consider you really bold or just plain stupid. Thrum. The resonant voice of the primal emperor rang out as he waved his hand, spatial fluctuations erupting out behind the colossal Helios Leviathan and to its left and right sides as at this moment, more entities appeared to flank Noah's party. Right in the middle, behind him, 5 entities with world-shaking auras appeared. 3 to his left and 3 more to his right, as it made 26 total entities currently encircling him. But since you have come here, I might as well make this your grave. Rumble. The voice of the primal emperor reverberated out as the 4 encircling groups of entities had one person in each group shatter a crystal, a brilliant light shining out as a circular field of light exploded out to cover all the nearby surroundings, including Noah and his pets. I know you like creating realms and holding your enemies hostage, so I wanted to give you a taste of your own medicine as you get locked in an illusory unbreakable realm that will hold you in, while showing all the cowards watching what I will do to unruly entities that threaten me. Rumble. The wrathful voice of the primal emperor continued to resound out as Noah's eyes shone brightly, never having expected his full frontal attack on the primal winged expanse to go this well. The reason for this was the illusory unbreakable realm that the primal emperor had just talked about. Brother Primal, this unbreakable realm will be active for the next hour as nobody will be able to come in or out. The entity releasing unique spatial fluctuations voiced out as his arrogant eyes landed towards Noah's small figure far in the distance. Yes. Shockingly, the fearsome ability that used the essence of the surrounding entities was a powerful realm prison that enclosed and locked in all those in the affected space for a whole hour. Everyone, only the controller that initiated it, the being with unique spatial essence on his body, could choose to cut off his connection as he left alone, while dealing heavy self-damage to himself if ever he wanted to get out before the hour ended. It was a truly powerful ability that had very shocking limitations. Noah couldn't help but tremble at this scene, his eyes not being able to hide their happiness as the single greatest he was afraid of, which was the entities he wanted to fight running away from him. This problem was solved by his own enemies as they locked themselves with him in a timed prison. How nice they were, how magnanimous, how magisterial. Chapter 820. Let's go. Within the expansive dragon CLU.S.Tur, the Holy Emperor and Old Man Khan had returned to the core of the draconic-shaped realm as they were surrounded by 4 other entities. Noah had yet to meet any of them as they had been placed at far positions for defense, but the Holy Emperor had called some of them back as they now stood in a core command room while watching the illusory scene of Noah and the forces of the primal winged expanse playing out far away. Old Man Khan's face was cloudy as his body palpated with power, his strong voice coming out in anger. This being is obviously a once-in-a-lifetime genius, or we would have grown together in the next tens and hundreds of years as he possibly had the chance to become a sage. Yet. You let him go alone and now he is surrounded by 26 entities that want to put on a show. Anger was not hidden from Old Man Khan's voice as he spoke, the Holy Emperor keeping his gaze calm as the other entities looked at each of them with many thoughts. Even though the situation looked extremely grim, the Holy Emperor's face remained the same as his majestic voice came out. As hard as it is while watching what is happening right now, I am trusting in his words. Rumble. The stance of the Holy Emperor was clear as they watched the shocking scene play out with clarity. The illusory unbreakable realm having its unique quality in the name, everyone could see what was happening within it. Ha ha. Very good, Noah's boisterous voice came out even while surrounded by a variety of entities. When he looked around him, he could see that many of them had the stellar pairs of wings that made them ailerons, but a few were humans and two seemed to be from completely different species as their bodies held unique physiologies. From them, he could sense the aura of profound Tao essence, each of their bodies thrumming with power as they looked towards not him, but the blue slime above his head. Coldly, they had seen this creature sneak attack someone as powerful as Vast, and a large portion of their focus was on it, while the peak-tier galaxy summons Noah brought forth were strong. They weren't seen as threats in front of the entity's eyes. To them, this battle was over and done with as the domineering primal emperor would soon give out a command. Noah stopped his boisterous laughter as he looked towards them while his body began to explode out with essence. Big bird bosses, you see, aside from my many other talents, I'm actually very proficient in making clones. Rumble. The moment his words finished, his CHST shone as Noah made it seem like something was coming out from his origin. He didn't want to let the entities in this realm prison know that he could leave at any time due to his astral connector absolute skill, so he made it seem like he was merely summoning things from within. But soon after, the devilishly handsome figures of beings with the same look as him appeared grandly, each of them carrying the same aura of an entity. Their number increased to match the numbers of peak-tier summoned beasts beside Noah. The figures that looked exactly like him standing beside every animus summons but Tiamat merge, with each of these figures relating the aura of entities. Noah had them merge with the peak-tier galaxy pets and the blue slime right after as an explosion of essence took place. Shockingly, the primal emperor and other aileron entities let him perform all of these skills and transformations before attacking. Rumble. The void clones of both of his bodies merged with the blue slime. Colossal Helios Leviathan, Jormungandr, Golden Crow, Calamity Bear, Oculothorax, and the Obsidian Panther as only Tiamat was not merged with yet. At the same time, Noah affirmed that the two Ruination Core's affixes were set to slain enemies have a 10% chance to drop Tao crystals based on the Tao they cultivate, and the act of not taking damage for 10 seconds grants a Ruination shield capable of withstanding a single strike from a sage, a defensive affix and an auxiliary one to provide him with the most pristine loot were set as his newly created ability of loot drop assimilation crystals was already working and simply waiting for him to take down his enemies. Many things were in place as he thought about bringing out the subordinates that had been absorbing Tao crystals in the infinite galaxy. But only a few had managed to bring their comprehensions to 100% as they all still remained in the low-tier galaxy realm. Due to this and being faced with the pressure of 26 powerful entities and over 100 peak-tier entities behind them, Noah planned to maybe release the Emperor Penguin and others when the odds of the battle were not that dangerous. He had save point and multiple other life-saving means, while his subordinates were still only budding and had just now barely entered the ranks of powerhouses. So for this battle, he would take on all of these entities alone. The summoned pets that merged with his clones very quickly erupted with power as each of their bodies now held the aura of an entity. Their bodies rumbling with power as they were ready to strike. The primal emperor and his forces still looked towards Noah coldly though, as not a single one made a move. Are you done? The domineering voice of the primal emperor that seemed free of worries rang out. After surrounding a being with 26 entities ready to gang up on him, would there ever be a need for someone to worry? His mystical pairs of wings glimmered sharply as his body shone with Eluester, the ruler overseeing an entire ancient power that had assimilated a large portion of a lesser Tao exploding out with power as the entities around him began to move. Let me show you despair. Let me give you a taste of the same treatment you gave my people. Rumble. The chaotic void quaked at the sight of immense pressures, Noah simply having a bright smile as his hair flung around wildly, the blue slime shooting forth from his head as Tiamat's body erupted out and transformed. Let's go. Whoa. Chapter 821, Let's Go. 2. Let's go. A magisterial bellow erupted out as while faced with enemies in much greater numbers, Noah and his summoned pets moved with valor, their bodies shining out with power. CAA. The resonant cry of the golden crow rang out first as the golden flames on its body shone splendorous, a single skill being cast that affected all allies. Aurora flames of the enforcer. WAA. The golden flames from her body intensified as they jumped onto the bodies of other pets, swirling around them menacingly as they each received a boost in power while gaining regenerative and defensive boosts from an ability of the Golden Crow, Roar. The draconic roar of the Dragon Queen rang out majestically as the huge figure of Tiamat made her appearance. There was a reason why Noah had not merged with her, this Queen Dowager sending him a single message some time back: "Do not merge with me and share your aura of an entity. I need to experience destruction in its true form, whether from my body being heavily injured or if I rip apart entities, before I can completely comprehend the Tao of destruction myself." Tiamat wanted to struggle against the entities without any support, Noah trusting the abilities of this fearsome being to not die simply as he let her run free. As for himself, since he had reached peak tier galaxy and had become a genuine entity, what prevented him from personally participating? Ooh. He bellowed out wildly as he didn't call forth any weapons such as the Trident of the Sea or the less useful Dagger of Time at this moment. Simply going towards the CLU.S. tour of entities around the Primal Emperor with his body that palpated with the aura of the Tao of Withering. "You dare come towards me with the Tao I have nearly assimilated," the Primal Emperor called forth in anger and fury as he sensed the aura of the Tao of Withering on Noah, his body moving towards him wrathfully. The entities by his side rushed towards the menacing blue slime and Tiamat, the ones that appeared behind Noah being matched by the colossal Helios Leviathan and the fearsome Jormungandr, while the ones on the left and right were targeted by the Golden Crow and Calamity Bear on one side, the Oculothorax and Obsidian Panther on the other. It was a grand scene of multiple animus summons and Noah's valiant figure rushing towards multiple entities. By all accounts, they were outnumbered. Those they were attacking were beings that had lived for very long and were already assimilated with their Daos by large amounts. Everybody looking at this scene nearly closed their eyes as if they expected the massacre about to take place, as if they couldn't bear to see such a tyrannical entity be stopped by being ganged up on by 26 entities. BZZZT, DOM, Space weaved and cried out as the first impact occurred. Multiple entities had thrown out skills or physical attacks against Noah and his summons, the expected scene that should have occurred being one of bloody murder as logically blood should have been drawn. Oh, Noah and his pets were only pushed back a little as illusory barriers appeared around them. It was Ruination Shields. The shield came from an affix that applied to Noah, and Noah had separated himself into multiple clones. The clones had the boost of the Ruination Shields, and so did the Animus Summons that they completely merged with. The only being that didn't have the protection was Tiamat, as shocking ruptures and torn muscles could be seen after she took the strikes of multiple entities. Her grand wings shredded from the aura of withering as white bones could be seen. The blue slime wasn't even phased as he had the protection of his own grand Tao of vastness and a lesser Tao of withering from the merged Noah. Its body zipping around crazily as it targeted a single entity to devour. The scalps of the entities tingled as they saw only a single pet of the tyrannical entity be injured, and the one that was injured, its aura had begun to rise crazily from the heavy injuries it sustained. With ruptured wings and muscles bleeding out profusely, the Queen Dowager's resonant voice rang out, "From destruction comes rebirth." THRUUM, the words came with them the eruption of a majestic aura, of the essence of the grand Tao of destruction that had reached completion just seconds after the battle began. The Queen Dowager that was awakening its memories and getting back its power after tens of thousands of years had finally taken another step as she reclaimed the title of an entity. WAA, a magisterial air erupted from her as her injuries began to heal rapidly, pillars of scorching flames beginning to erupt out. Yet, even this was not the most terrifying scene within this illusory unbreakable realm, as it was not the thing the entities from the primal winged expanse were most shocked about. The most shocking event was the body of an aileron entity freely floating in space as an empty husk, the light within its eyes dimming as many came to realize an entity had somehow fallen in the span of a few seconds. Not too far away, the glimmers of a resplendent ray of light returned to a golden winged eye that was the Oculothorax. Shockingly, it wasn't the terrifying blue slime or Tiamat who were now entities of Grand Daos that stole the show with the first impact, targeting and attacking aileron entity. The Oculothorax had released its Eye of Doom, as the essence of withering swirled around it, this ray ignoring the outstretched fist of the entity as it shot straight to his soul and shattered it right away. OOH. An invisible cry reverberated out from the glistening golden eye as it announced itself grandly, letting everyone know it was one of the deadliest combatants here. Chapter 822 Magisterial. The watchers of the battles found themselves standing up from their seats when they really confirmed that an aileron entity had fallen just seconds from the first impact. That was an entity, a being that had lived and cultivated for thousands of years. Gone, rumble, soul attack, reinforce your souls. The entities cried out quickly as they shook their heads with mourning, knowing one of them was lost so stupidly because they hadn't expected the rare soul damage attribute to appear here, nor how fast and deadly it would be when backed by the Tao of Withering. The Primal Emperor had a wrathful expression as he voiced out, "Be careful of soul. Attack and the devouring slime. Move together to wipe out these fiendish freaks." WAA, the entities moved in conjunction as they targeted Noah and his pets in groups. The battles about to occur were so fast-paced and involved so many moving pieces that we have to talk about them separately. The following events were taking place simultaneously, each with their own ferocity and valor. We start with the group of entities that were facing the Lightborn Oculothorax and the Obsidian Panther. It used to be 3 of them, and now it was down to 2 as a dead entity floated behind them. Sadly, the body of this entity didn't trigger the affix of the Ruination Core to drop Tao crystals, nor did it trigger Noah's own loot skill to drop assimilation crystals, the eyes of the remaining 2 entities were looking towards the Oculothorax with careful eyes as they did not underestimate the light shining from the enormous winged eye, yet as their attention focused on the Oculothorax with their bodies glimmering with resplendent abilities. The nonchalant Obsidian Panther by the side moved as his figure entirely disappeared. SHA, watch out. The scalp of one of the 2 entities trembled as he only saw a black flash before he noticed a claw filled with glimmering dark claws that palpated with the essence of ruination swiped towards him. Ryup, a horrid sound erupted as the claws sunk into the forehead of the entity, his eyes filled with solemnity as he tried to move back while feeling the destructive essence of withering. Try to pierce through the torn head muscles and necrotize his brain. SHA. The black flash disappeared once more as the entity could barely keep up, and during this period of shock, the ray of light from Eye of Doom reverberated out once more as the Lightborn Oculothorax let out a deadly strike. FUCK and G-Hell, the 2 entities matched with these 2 pets dodged to the inch of their lives every time as they found themselves not even able to release attacks. CAA, the resonant cry of the Golden Crow came with blistering flames that threatened to scorch the very space itself, these flames coagulating into sharp golden claws that descended towards 3 entities maddeningly. These 3 entities had become careful, but did not feel the strain as they faced the 2 pets. Their bodies shone with the light of the essence of withering, utilizing their proficiency in this Tao to form illusory weapons that smashed onto the flaming golden claws cast by the Golden Crow. Nothing much, let us wipe them out and help the others. The entities felt the quality of these 2 pets to be lower as they proceeded to ready deadly skills to quickly defeat them, but it was at this time when they felt a tremendous presence behind them. THRUUUM, the calamity bear they always had their eyes on had somehow appeared before them, its kingly aura leaking out as it looked like an arrogant ruler. Hug of life and death. WAAA, the horrendous constrictive force was felt by the 3 entities as they were held in place, their gazes changing as essence exploded from their bodies to resist, yet the Golden Crow appeared above them at this time as its golden eyes shone menacingly. Nirvanic flames of tyranny, but BZZZZT, from its body, golden flames that contained a tint of red appeared, the scorching temperatures they released only being enhanced by Noah's essence of withering as they thundered down towards the 3 entities held in place. The entities shockingly felt like their lives were on the line as they bellowed out, their bodies shining brightly to defend against these deadly attacks. These 5 entities were facing the enormous figures of Colossal Helios Leviathan and the deadly Jormungandr as they had their task somewhat easier, flying around the huge body of the Leviathan as they released powerful attacks towards it. The fearsome Jormungandr was on top of the Leviathan as its serpentine head coiled, its red eyes watching the entities surrounding them closely. They used the enormous body of the Leviathan to their advantage as they believed it was only a matter of time before they pierced through its thick scales and took it down. At this scene, the colossal Helios Leviathan felt insulted as its booming voice rang out, "You think me to be huge and defenseless, rumble?" Its resounding voice was followed by intense reverberations as it released a single skill, Realm Depredation. Boom, crack. It was also at this time that Jormungandr moved in a magisterial fashion. It raised its head high as its blood seemed to be boiling, its red eyes shining with a brilliant LU. S.Tur as they honed in on 2 nearby entities with solemn faces as they faced the Leviathans. Realm Depredation. With an air of majestic ancientness, Jormungandr called out, "Galaxy-devouring serpent." WAA, essence gushed out wildly as an illusory image of a primal serpent appeared above Jormungandr, its shape disastrous and massive as its abyssal eyes stared at the 2 target entities. Facing the eyes of this illusory primal serpent, the Aileron entities felt their souls shake as they actually felt a life-threatening feeling from it. Chapter 823, Magisterial. 2. The sight of an enormous galaxy-devouring serpent was truly one of wonder as it captured the eyes of many of those watching this shocking battle. Yet, there was still another ridiculous battle occurring simultaneously at the same time as the fights between the party of Colossal Helios Leviathan and Jormungand, the party of Golden Crow and the Calamity Bear, and the party of the Oculothorax and the Obsidian Panther. It was the figures of Noah, a blue slime, and Tiamat going towards the Primal Emperor, who was backed by 14 other entities and 100 ailerons in the peak tier galaxy realm, THRUUUM, towards the enemies, releasing deadly attacks filled with the backing of Daos. The three were fearless as they had the Ruination Shield still protecting Noah and the blue slime, with Tiamat having a grand light of destruction protecting her as she was the first to move. Wrath of the Dragon Queen. Rumble, the formation of 4 illusory dragons with the same stature as Tiamat appeared grandly, the scorching pillars of flames billowing out of them majestically as this time, they held with them a deadly light of destruction. They were like palpating beams of plasma that even made the surrounding chaotic void melt as they rushed towards the 15 entities and 100 peak-tier galaxy realm experts rapidly. Attacks like this were extremely deadly and effective as they affected a wide area, the coming entities having to utilize a lot of their essence to cast skills that carried the essence of their Daos to protect themselves and stop it from wrecking the bodies of the peak-tier entities behind them that were actually feeling like they didn't belong in this battle. GOM. The scorching beams of plasma hit as the entities defended, the figure of the Primal Emperor being the first to fly of the scorching plasma as his hand formed into a claw that tried grasping towards the rushing Noah. The Primal Emperor pulled back instantly as he still recalled what had happened to the entity vest that the body of this blue slime had covered, his face solemn as the other entities soon came beside him. But one must recall, the blue slime didn't just have its expanding ability in the Grand Tao of Vastness, it still had multiple other grand and lesser Daos that neared full comprehension because of sundering song of death and decimation. The blue slime called out innocently as the essence around its body raged. The essence of the Grand Daos of Vastness, devouring, macrocosm, slaughter, and 4 elements raged are wild as they came together into a maddening symphony of chaotic tendrils of darkness that stretched out towards every single entity. It was the combination of multiple Grand Daos, these beings utilizing a lesser Dao looking forward in shock as they wondered how the hell a single creature containing so many Grand Daos. The Primal Emperor's face sunk even more as his body formed a spectacularly shining shield made of the essence of withering, his voice ringing out as he weaved in and out to defend against the deadly tendrils that were the sundering song of death and decimation. Focus on the most powerful one first, yet the other entities could not reply to him as they were still trying to survive the deadly, sundering song of death and decimation that tore apart their defenses any time the dark tendrils touched them. In the midst of all of this, Noah's eyes shone brightly as his body began to erupt with light. When it came to Noah, he truly had a great deal of abilities he could use. So many in fact, that one could consider him to be neglecting some stupendous abilities. To fix this while also utilizing his greatest perk that was infinite mana, Noah had designed a skill and used 1 million skill points to create it on his way here, automatic cast of all support skills. His mind gave a single command that initiated a great deal of skills, THRUUUM, support skills from all the universal laws, from all the skill trees. An enormous influx of mana was used as it caused such tremendous pressure and brilliance that it pushed away any surrounding beings. The essence of all universal laws freely raged around a single being as he was enhanced by a multitude of abilities that utilized their essence, his body shining splendorously as he took on a new form to represent all of these cast abilities. He didn't expand into the huge tree even though a transformation ability that also greatly supported him like Galactic Tree was cast, nor did he turn into a huge terror or take on any enormous form. The universal laws that he was assimilating in conjunction at this moment wrapped around him seamlessly as when the light died down, Noah kept his original body while being adorned in a magisterial set of armor, shining with a rainbow of colors. He wielded sharp swords palpating with the essence of death and ether. On his back floated 6 golden gamers glimmering with the aura of fate, with his robe shining a green luster as it represented the defense of Yggdrasil and Galactic Tree shining with the essence of life. On his back were mystical white and dark pair of wings, carrying with them the essence of space, light, and wind as they threatened to be even faster than even the Obsidian Panther. It wasn't just these laws as all over Noah's body, the essence of all universal laws shone brightly as he actually utilized all of them at once, the laws forming into things like gloves, boots, earrings, anything that could attach to his body and strengthen him. Behind these laws were also a myriad of intense, overall, it produced a Noah that was garbed in a magisterial battle robe and resplendent pair of wings, his body seemingly shimmering with all colors as he disappeared in a flash of light, only to appear in front of the shocked Primal Emperor with his 2 blades shimmering with the aura of death and ether already striking at the fair neck of this ruler, faster and deadlier than even the Obsidian Panther. It was a magisterial sight, as at this same moment, many beings had begun to arrive to see the conflict between the two ancient powers, the auras of multiple entities utilizing resplendent skills drawing them to the borders of the primal winged expanse right away. When these powerful entities from numerous ancient powers arrived behind the scenes to watch, their hearts shook as they saw multiple entities encircling a single man and his summons. The thing that provided the shocking factor was the fact that while surrounded by 25 entities, the tyrannical entity in the encircling wasn't one bit on the losing side, as he even took the initiative to control the pace of the battle. What they were about to see would truly be eye-opening. These beings never being able to forget it, as they would be introduced to the one known as Noah Osmond in a stellar fashion. Chapter 8:24. One by one, they shall fall. Sister Gold was watching a curious scene play out in the border of the ancient power that was known as the Primal Winged Expanse. She knew all there was to know about the entities connected to this power, the prowess of the spirit race being something very few beings could imagine. She was very knowledgeable about the forces of this ancient power, so she was all the more surprised when she observed them taking a beating from a single being that was utilizing the Tao of summoning and withering, as a being that was working to assimilate the Taos of alacrity, vastness, frost, and destruction, as well as being a unique existence from the spirit race. She had a very keen eye when it came to quantifying the battle power of others and understanding their might. At this moment, she was working to analyze the combatants fighting in the illusory unbreakable realm as her figure melded into the chaotic void a few miles away, the strength of the entities coming from the primal winged expanse. She understood, many of them were proficient in the Tao of withering and had already begun assimilating it, with quite a decent amount of them increasing their 2,500% extra damage of this Tao into the ranges of 3,000 to 4,000%, especially the Primal Emperor himself. This being should have been at a shocking 4,800% boost, as he was in the upper percentages when it came to fully assimilating the Tao of withering. When she looked at these entities, her unique abilities could quantify and understand the output of their power. Yet when it came to the enemy they faced, she actually could not make any headway. "It is improbable," she uttered out calmly as her mind observed the shocking battle that was occurring at high speeds. That alone should have been very unlikely, if not impossible, but even this point she placed aside as she focused on what this being was currently doing now. From the 100 peak-tier galaxy aileron experts that had circled the fighting entities and got ready to lend support at any time, while evading the horrendous attacks thrown within, Sister Gold picked up from their pensive conversations that the being facing 25 aileron entities was a genius from the expansive dragon CLU.S.Tur. Her ears picking up the names of Alexander and Noah simultaneously, her eyes were focused on this being as they observed that he alone was reinforcing and supplying the bodies of all 8 of his summons with an endless supply of mana and Tao essence. He was supplying them with pure mana from the connection formed deep in their souls, and also using the mana within his own body and converting it to Tao essence using his comprehensions and the Tao of withering to boost the power of his summons even more. This thought process, Sister Gold could understand. But what she couldn't explain was how this entity had not dropped dead from mana exhaustion after spending the resource so freely and wastefully like this. Her brows jumped even higher when out of nowhere she saw the explosion of universal law essences. Not a few law essences, but all of the universal law essences erupted out and then swirled around this single entity, his body being adorned by a magisterial set of armament as his power jumped up multiple levels. This, Sister Gold's eyes finally became serious at this scene as she focused all her attention on this being. Entities normally had 1 or 2 laws fully comprehended and assimilated, and they used them actively while supporting their Tao as they unleashed terrific attacks. Yet to utilize the essence of all universal laws at once, it is not probable. Her mental state was slightly affected by the scene in front of her, her thoughts moving quickly as she utilized the unique ability of the spirit race to send a message to all the entities of her race, one soul. This was the shocking motto of the spirit race that was one of the most feared ancient powers of the dark universe. I've come across an anomaly while observing the war between the expansive dragon CLU.S.Tur and the primal winged expanse. I'll begin real-time memory sharing, rumble, in Sister Gold's mind. Another voice rang out calmly, the utilization of all universal laws. And this usage of mana, terrifying beings had gotten their eyes of Noah as a single creature of the spirit race floated a few miles away from the illusory unbreakable realm, yet it was like the numerous entities of the spirit race were all there as their cold eyes analyzed this anomaly of Noah Osmond. In other hidden regions all around the border of the primal winged expanse, numerous hidden figures had already been watching or were arriving and hiding themselves to watch the ongoing clash that involved multiple entities, many of them questioning how it was even happening the way it was. A single entity controlling multiple summons was standing against an entire group of entities. And it didn't seem like he was on the losing side. Rumble, inside the illusory unbreakable realm, Noah was clad in shimmering armaments that thrummed with the power of universal laws that were enhanced with the essence of the Tao, his stats being boosted crazily as even he had yet to calculate the actual percentage. Just from the single skill of Yggdrasil he had over 5,000% increase in damage and other attributes, these percentages being increased crazily when he activated the support skills. From all the laws, as he wouldn't be too surprised if just the boost in damage was over 10,000%. Zing, ho, a burst of essence erupted from this ruler as everything around him was pushed back. His eyes glancing at the magisterial figure of Noah as well as the swirling coagulation of essence around him, the eyes of the primal emperor became more and more somber as Noah pushed forward even faster than light, arriving beside him again as a shocking clash ensued. While keeping at bay the ferocious Noah that seemed like a primal beast out for blood, the primal emperor sought support from the many other entities around him. Yet this was the figure of a small blue slime. Zipped out, its body carrying a profound aura of multiple dashes, while the ability of the Song of Death and Decimation continued to spread the entities out while they defended. It went forward to attack as the targets of devouring entered its line of sight. The blue slime represented terror as it appeared instantly behind an aileron entity, its body expanding rapidly as it was about to remind everyone of the horror they saw before. Chapter 825. One by one, they shall fall. 2. The blue slime had targeted a defending aileron entity as it appeared silently from behind, its body rapidly going on to expand as the entity only felt an uncomfortable feeling wrap over him before, whap, he disappeared. Rumble, essence erupted out as the moment an entity was so easily devoured, the blue slime's aura rose ever higher as instantly it obtained the full comprehensions and assimilations of the Tao of withering from the devoured aileron entity. Off to the side, the scalp of the primal emperor tingled as his gaze remained cold, his wrathful eyes now counting 2 entities on their side having fallen. Do not let them make a mockery of us, he bellowed out to the remaining 13 entities nearby that had surrounded the baleful Tiamat and were carefully looking at the blue slime that had taken down their compatriot. These entities were beings that had lived long in age and were extremely wise, this ongoing situation beginning to make the gears in their heads spin as they began to have a foreboding feeling. Noah's gorgeous multicolored figure flashed in front of the primal emperor once more at this time, his mind sending a telepathic message to the blue slime as his swords filled with the essence of death and ether thundered forward. That's the only one you can devour. Kill the rest so that we can have a chance of collecting assimilation crystals. A shocking message was sent out as the blue slime wobbled forth, its body exploding out with the auras of multiple Das as its speed was no less than Noah, who was bolstered by all universal laws and Tao essence. Noah kept his eyes on the primal emperor alone as the other 13 entities were actually held at bay by the dangerous Tiamat and blue slime, these prismatic pets that each had their own shocking identities. In the larger primordial chaos being even more overpowered than Noah, he stared at the eyes of the primal emperor that seemed to have boundless wrath and calmness. The disposition of this ruler being something rare, as even in a situation like this, he remained level-headed as his body exploded with power. Different coagulations and shapes formed around him as the assimilated Tao of withering was used proficiently, each of them being extremely deadly, as even while Noah evaded most of them, over 10 strikes had managed to land on him as the ruination shield on his body wavered. Time seemed to slow down ever since Noah had activated all the laws to reinforce his body. He seemed to have entered into a special state that he was slowly grasping as the seconds passed. He didn't know what to call it or what exactly it was, but this unique state made his body and infinite mana move ever faster. Every single time he moved and attacked, becoming faster and faster, the gorgeous eruption of essence all around him seemed to come to a standstill, as if time itself had come to a stop, the kingly calamity bear that had managed to successfully grasp an entity into his hug of life and death. The resounding image of the shockingly luminous golden crow raining down sundering flames to hold the other entities at bay while the calamity bear squeezed the aileron entity to death, the scene of the deadly lightborn oculothorax shooting out resplendent beams of Eye of Doom, while the obsidian panther was ravaging an aileron entity with his body that could only be seen like a flash of light. The scene of the enormous colossal Helios Leviathan working with the galaxy-devouring serpent Jurmenganer to withstand and even cause 5 aileron entities to stand on the losing side. All of these scenes seemed to reflect on his mind as he could feel his blood raging, his hair danced wildly as from those observing him, and the shocking scenes occurring in the illusory unbreakable realm. They shockingly felt like they were looking at an archaic creature let loose to bring destruction, in his Stat panel. Unbeknownst to Noah, another shocking thing was happening. The speed of his universal laws assimilation was rising as the percentage in front of it changed with every passing second. Rhyme, he felt the essence of laws coursing through him, and the Tao essence that reinforced them as he actually closed his brilliant eyes, his body moving even faster. He put in even more effort as his body flashed faster than light, his two blades palpating with laws and Tao essence piercing through the coagulation of Tao around the primal emperor as he finally landed a deadly attack on this being. A second passed, and a bloody hand flew off the body of the primal emperor. Squlch, the sword in his other hand also landed as it dug deep into the bright wings of this ruler, multiple pairs of wings flying out as blood freely sputtered out. A shocking lull descended on the battlefield at this scene. At this shocking juncture, as blood freely overflowed from the body of the primal emperor, Noah's summons used this as a chance to lay out even more tremendous attacks as the instance of spacing out had shocking consequences. From the side of the colossal Helios Leviathan in Jormungandr, an aileron entity had been devoured in the jaws of the dreadful serpent. The entity in the bear hug of the kingly calamity bear was squashed to paste after he lost the support of the other two entities. Shocking scene played out in the illusory unbreakable prison as the being that had drawn the blood of the ruler shone the most lustriously. He raised his right hand as his death blade pointed towards the primal emperor while uttering tyrannical words. Weak! 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 Rumble, one by one, all of you shall fall today. Ruuumbl? Chapter 826. Pretty obvious, the juncture where the primal emperor had one of his hands and wings separated from his body was a particularly shocking one that etched itself in the minds of all those watching. The entities in the illusory unbreakable realm were even more shocked as Noah's summons used this instance to take multiple entities down, aside from the two falling by the hands of Calamity Bear and Jormungandr. The Eye of Doom from the Lightborn Oculothorax had found another target. As an entity found their soul shattered, the entities near Noah and the primal emperor were most shocked as the blue slime and Tiamat didn't waste this opportunity. The Queen Dowager's body glimmered with an intense light as she didn't use her dreadful Wrath of the Dragon Queen, but another ability that she could now utilize as she had reclaimed her title as an entity, Sanctimony of Destruction. The Ruuumble essence bubbled forth angrily from the body of the Queen Dowager as above her, an enormous black door formed. The door looked primal and old, opening slowly yet rapidly at the same time as an instant later, one could see a shocking draconic claw coming out from this huge door. The claw was entirely black as it was made up entirely of the essence of destruction. Its direction focused towards one entity as it pinched, and this entity found its body surrounded by the horrendous light of destruction a second later as his body and origin were squeezed from all sides. His lesser Tao not being able to withhold the terrifying essence as the entity exploded. POF, a shower of blood and gore erupted out as not too far away. The figure of the speedy blue slime was barely discernible as it chose a more airy method. Its body flashed in front of a shocked entity as its viscous mass shot forth as it broke through the thin layer of essence shield and entered through the nose of this entity. After gaining access into the body of the aileron, the blue slime expanded as its viscous mass that palpated with the light of multiple grand Daos ballooned crazily. POF, another entity exploded out grandly as in the span of seconds, 5 entities fell. Five beings that lived for thousands of years perished together in seconds, this reality shocking all of those watching as they didn't even know what the hell they were looking at anymore. Less than 20 entities remained as Noah's eyes scanned everything, his expanded senses from utilizing all universal laws and the shocking state he entered showing him many things. From the 5 entities that had recently fallen, 2 had exploded in a shower of loot as Noah's eyes glimmered while landing his eyes on the shockingly colorful assimilation crystals for the first time, multiple in number and shining gorgeous. They disappeared silently from the battlefield as the merged Jormungandr silently put them away in Noah's expansive space. Amidst this shocking scene, the primal emperor still had a wrathful expression while looking at Noah, his aura continuing to rise ever higher even though he was injured. Do not falter, rumble, he uttered these words out confidently to the remaining entities as the swirling essence formed into a stellar armor around his body and soul. His wrathful eyes followed Noah as his body shot out, the torn arm and wings not even being paid attention to. Noah's figure flashed once more as he continued to get used to the unique state from utilizing all universal laws at once. He noticed the activity next to the progress of all universal laws assimilation percentage as it continued to rise ever so slowly, but it was rising. This caused for his emotions to become even wilder as he got lost in the enticing feeling of the essence of all universal laws surrounding him. His mind forgetting anything else as he focused on their integration with him, he had thought creating a skill like loot drop assimilation crystals would be the only way to greatly increase his speed in assimilating laws, but he was wrong. The act he was undertaking right now was very unique. Normally, a being would have gotten exhausted by now after activating and utilizing the abilities of all laws at once, but Noah's oppressive aura only kept increasing as behind him, he had infinite mana, Zi. This caused the swords made from the essence of death and ether chase after the body of the primal emperor even faster. Off in the distance of the chaotic void, Sister Gold was watching this scene as she related to the many powerful beings in her ancient power. There were many discussions ongoing among the group of existences from the spirit race, the beings that were ahead of everyone else when it came to comprehending and assimilating Daos. He seems to be actively assimilating all universal laws. The obvious was stated as Sister Gold nearly pointed it out, but she wanted to be more productive as she shot back. It still does not escape the fact that it is not probable. Everything else aside, what is not explainable is where all the mana to make this possible is coming from. There was silence as the powerful beings watched the ongoing battle in the illusory unbreakable realm. We all agree that it's pretty obvious he's the one we might be looking for when it comes to the being collecting ruination cores. The scene in front of us would make sense if this being contains the special constitution required to utilize ruination cores, but it still doesn't explain the source of his mana. Stop it with the question of mana, we cannot explain it at this moment. Many voices seemed to be buzzing back and forth in Sister Gold's head as she was the center of the established connection. Her face remained placid as she asked a question that shut up all the voices in her head. Shall I confront him as an ally or an enemy? The silence in her head became deafening as not a single voice spoke. Chapter 827 Tyrannical. In the illusory unbreakable realm, the situation was actually ridiculously looking dire for the many entities that were grouping up against a single one. The Primal Emperor saw this scene as he observed the battle while clashing against a relentless Noah, his vibrant voice ringing out again as he gave a painful command to the forgotten 100 peak-tier galaxy realm experts that were surrounding the fighting entities and watching apprehensively as they threw out attacks that could heavily injure any peak-tier galaxy being who didn't have the protection of a Dao essence in an instant. Join together and fight. Keep the freaks at bay while we take them down, he continued, teaming the unbelievably powerful Noah and his summons as freaks, his command ringing in the ears of the peak-tier galaxy experts as they moved apprehensively. They actually did not want to enter the frightening battlefield. But entity after entity kept falling from their side as they knew if the unbelievable and impossible thing of all them falling occurred, death would also come for them. So even though they were unwilling, they joined the fray. Resplendent long-distance skills overflowed as they tried to keep their distance, but their abilities only bounced off the bodies of the summons as the moment they entered, the eyes Noah's pets honed in on them. They saw the pristine loot of galaxy cores, law, assimilation crystals, and Dao comprehension crystals. When they looked at these beings that hadn't yet fully comprehended their lesser Dao, the option of them dropping Dao assimilation crystals not even being a possibility. But Noah's target when creating the loot drop skill was always to increase the rate of hid law assimilation, so these 100 peak-tier galaxy experts were simply gift-wrapped for him. He gave the command to his pets that while they matched and took down the entities, they shouldn't forget to send an attack or two to reap the lives of the peak-tier galaxy experts. Such a domineering thought process came naturally to Noah. The thought that his summoned pets could simply take a few seconds of their time to butcher peak-tier galaxy experts for their loot, how far he had come, how short the period of time. The golden feathers of the mystical wings overflowed with blood as the ether sword found its target once more. The gaze of the Primal Emperor had turned solemn as he gave a command to the 10 nearby entities that were attacking Tiamat and the blue slime in conjunction. Support me, Rumble. The words were strong, but painful to hear. It was the ruler of the primal winged expanse asking for help from his allies. He was expressing that he alone could not keep the Noah that continued to rise in oppressive aura at bay. How shameful. The Primal Emperor could nearly feel his face burning red as two entities appeared beside him, these two giving their brethren entities a much harder time as they left them alone with Tiamat and the blue slime that comprehend many grand Daos. They reinforced the Primal Emperor as Noah now faced 3 powerful entities by himself. His domineering snort rang out as he moved like a flash of light, avoiding the attacks of the new entities as his body finally materialized for more than a second once more. His hair danced wildly as it didn't even have the texture of normal hair anymore, seemingly looking like tendrils of blue mana dancing on his body as the arrogance and disappointment on his face was apparent. The weak always huddle and gather together when faced against an oppressive force. The faces of the Primal Emperor and all other aileron entities in the illusory unbreakable realm turned red at these words that stabbed deep into their hearts. Those watching from afar that were in parties looked at their friends in shock as expressions of incredulousness were apparent on their faces. They seemed to be asking themselves, did this FUCKING guys really just say that? But Noah paid all of this no heed as at this juncture, he changed one of the affixes on the Ruination Core as he stopped seeking for safety and defense, wanting to go on the full offensive mode. The affix of creating a Ruination shield if he hadn't taken damage for 10 seconds was taken off. He didn't choose the affix for smiting his enemies with 10,000% Ruination damage that had a 10% chance to activate. He further made his base offensive boosts even crazier as he activated the fairly simple 10,000 to all damage affix, simple, straightforward, and for his current state that was already enhanced by numerous percentages and support skills. It was simply deadly. THRUUUUUM. The moment the affix was activated, the faces of the Primal Emperor and the two entities behind him drastically changed. The golden hammers shimmering with the essence of fate that were floating behind Noah disappeared and reappeared above their heads, smashing down. Noah's body also turned into a flash of light as beside him just attacking with his law sword. He now also began casting active skills, Sever, Zing, Portals of Terror, Fireball, enhanced by ridiculous amounts. Skills were cast as they bloomed in the midst of the three entities, their faces drained of colors as they felt blazing miniaturized suns smash into them on top of a chaining ether lightning, along with portals that released deadly essence. No, one of the entities screamed as he felt his Tao Essence shield be ripped apart by the destructive nature of these skills, his wings beginning to burn up as a unique aroma permeated the surroundings. It was the smell of a bird being overcooked. A second later, a shining miniaturized sun stemming from Fireball, piercing into his now defenseless head as his brain was melted. Rumble, the other entity beside the Primal Emperor, also had his Tao Essence shredded as he fared somewhat better, evading the miniaturized suns with a heavy face as he thought he was out of the woods. That is until he felt the piercing dual swords of ether and death reach both sides of the neck from a suddenly appearing Noah. His head separated from his body a second later as blood bloomed out gorgeously. Noah finished the job as his swords moved even faster, cutting up the entire body of the entity as he was destroyed in both body and soul. Only the Primal Emperor was able to escape the shocking attacks with heavy injuries as to his dismay he realized the two entities he had just called to support him were dead in seconds. WAA. Noah's grand figure materialized again as his domineering eyes locked with the Primal Emperor. Call some more. Cold and domineering words that were deadlier than even his real attacks reverberated out of the battlefield, those watching nearly losing their minds at what had just occurred. Chapter 828 Surrender and Not an Option. THRUUUM. Outside of the illusory unbreakable realm, silence reigned in the expansive chaotic void. Even though many experts were hidden in the folds of space while watching the shocking battle, not a single vibration of sound could be heard. Many of those watching were entities from powerful ancient powers, and even they had solemn expressions as they watched Noah dispatch two entities in a matter of seconds, only the more powerful Primal Emperor escaping his grasp. Their solemn eyes were because they felt like they were facing a great enemy, the power that this single being showed being something they had not expected to see when they came to check out the war between the expansive dragonclos Uester and the primal winged expanse. But among those watching, there were few that were only observing with cold eyes as a myriad of thoughts crossed their minds. Sister Gold, the stupendous being from the fearsome spirit race, was among these entities. Ever since she had asked the question of whether they would treat this tyrannical entity in front of them as an enemy or ally, the voices in her mind had quieted down. This was because they knew the full weight of this decision after observing the power of this being along with the high possibility that he was the one that was connected to the Ruination Cores. Thus, they calculated greatly before they even brought forth a thought. The silence did not last too long, as an aged voice rolled out extremely slowly in the mind of Sister Gold. Strength is king, Rumble, enemy or ally, it does not matter. It only matters whether our goals can be achieved. If he furthers our goals, he can be an ally. If he stands against us, there shall only be destruction. THRUUUM. A shocking statement was uttered in Sister Gold's mind as her eyes shone brightly. The being that spoke was someone extremely special among the spirit race, one of the beings that they termed ancestor. Even after watching and analyzing the horrendous strength that Noah displayed as he matched numerous entities, he had still uttered a statement that made it seem that if they were to become enemies, it wasn't them that would perish. Even as they saw how he butchered entities in the illusory unbreakable realm, even as they sought his seemingly inexhaustible mana reserves or the terrific animus summons that were no less powerful than him, those from the spirit race were confident. Use your body as the conduit to create a doorway. We shall reinforce you just in case. Yes, ancestor, even though Sister Gold was a terrifying being that was studying and assimilating many Daos, someone who looked down on the entity studying a single lesser Dao that Noah was butchering right now, even she was being sent reinforcements just in case. Those of the spirit race did not take risks unless they knew they would win. Essence silently erupted in a corner of the chaotic void near the illusory unbreakable realm, no other entities being any wiser on what was to come. Back in the illusory unbreakable realm, over half an hour had passed as the realm only had 30 minutes remaining. This 30 minutes felt extremely grueling to the aileron entities, as with every passing few minutes, another entity would fall. From the side of the colossal Helios Leviathan and the fearsome Jormungandr, only 2 entities remained as 3 were taken down. The Golden Crow and Calamity Bear were left with a single entity that had a fearful look on his face as his defenses were slowly ground down. Where the main force of 15 entities used to be around the Primal Emperor who faced the most terrifying blue slime, Tiamat, and Noah, only 5 entities remained alive, including the bloodied and battered Primal Emperor. The results of this battle were extremely shocking to look at as time passed. Many considered if it was a show, the unbelievable sight of entity after entity falling from the hands of a single being and his animus summons being something purely out of fantasy. The face of the Primal Emperor remained cold and wrathful, nobody being able to understand the thoughts coursing through his mind as he pushed his body further and knocked away the vibrantly shining figure of a winged Noah that swirled with the essence of all laws. Every attack or skill coming from the shining being in front of him felt like a hammer of death smashing towards him. The damage they dealt being inconceivable. The 10,000% all damage increase from the Ruination Core was something overpowered, as it felt like a train smashing into the body of a defenseless being every time. With his body bleeding profusely on all sides, the Primal Emperor kept his cold gaze as his remaining wings shimmered, streaking towards Noah once more as he attacked. Throughout all this time, he never uttered any words of weakness or called for the battle to stop while claiming misunderstanding like others in a deadly situation like this would do. The remaining aileron entities looked at this scene in despair as they finally came to the conclusion that no matter what happened today, the Primal Emperor would not stand down. Some felt emotional as they fought faster, while some had looks of hesitation as they felt like their lives could be taken at any second from the ridiculously powerful pets that seemed to have boundless strength. The remaining entity facing the Oculothorax and Obsidian Panther could not hold on any longer as he evaded the rays of Eye of Doom, his expression ashen as he called out, "I surrender, THRUUUM." The cry wasn't particularly loud, but it reverberated throughout the illusory unbreakable realm and the surrounding chaotic void. Those that had it had somber expressions as they could understand the reason why. The aileron entities hearing it were angered as they looked towards their struggling brethren with faces of betrayal. But the being's pitiful cry only rang out again, this time with more determination. "I surrender." Many shook their heads at this scene as the shockingly golden and white-winged eye that was the Oculothorax stopped in front of the entity in his last seconds of life. Off in the distance where Noah continued to clash with the Primal Emperor, his bright and oppressive voice resounded out for all to hear. "Surrender is not an option that I can offer." Rumble, with his body flashing with innumerable lights from the essence of all laws and Tao essence, Noah looked like a cruel archaic being as his bright eyes brought down judgment. "I shall offer you all salvation, as my loot." Chapter 829, Emperor's Lair. The plea of surrender was heard from the distraught entity, and it was ignored. THRUUM. The body of the Oculothorax erupted with another golden ray of Eye of Doom, this ray shining the fearful and shameful expression on the entity calling for surrender, his face being burned into the eyes of many of those watching as it was illuminated brightly before the golden ray smashed into him. BOM. Crack. Body and soul were shattered as another entity faced their death. Dense silence descended in the chaotic void as the only sounds heard were the crackling of resplendent skills cast from the relentless animus summons and the bubbling body of Noah. The Primal Emperor remained steadfast as his eyes had become extremely calm in the midst of this unbelievable situation. His wrath and anger were abated as even with fewer and fewer entities remaining beside him, he still moved towards Noah with his utmost power. He didn't call upon the other entities to lend him, nor the less than 30 remaining peak-tier galaxy ailerons that were fearfully trying to evade shocking skills in the dreadful locked battlefield. He moved by himself as he felt his shoulders heavy, the weight that a ruler of an ancient power had to carry being felt with clarity by him at this very moment. He knew very well what was happening, and who exactly had brought it to the stage that it was at right now. Every strike and ability that Noah released caused even more deathly injuries to wreck the body of the primal emperor, as the other entities within the illusory unbreakable realm were not too far off the same fate. His terrifying animus summons moved with valor as they relentlessly ground down their enemies, despairing gazes occupying the minds of the aileron entities as they one after another. They were all falling, the peak-tier galaxy ailerons that moved with confidence and power in their ancient power were few in number, many of them killed just from the residual energies released from the shocking battle of entities within the illusory unbreakable realm. The CLU's steering glow of an abundant amount of loot could be seen floating around. CLU.S.Tiers of cores, skill books, Tao crystals, and assimilation crystals being seen in some regions. Noah's eyes scanned all of these things as his eyes focused on the heavily injured body of the primal emperor. It was time to bring the ruler of an ancient power to rest. Those watching felt breathless as they instantly felt that something of immense importance was about to take place. A flash of multicolored light streaked across the chaotic void, two swords shimmering with death and ether vibrated, the sound they released akin to wailful cries that sought death and destruction. The swords streaked towards the neck of a heavily injured grand ruler of an ancient power that had remained dignified throughout the entire battle. Not once did he beg for mercy, not once did he call off the ongoing battle. His eyes seemed aged and filled with a mystical light, the Tao of withering shining even brighter on his body. At this juncture, as he saw the shadow of death, he seemed to have understood something as the Tao in his origin became even more active. As he faced ultimate destruction, the essence of the Tao of withering bathed his origin and soul as the last thing he was missing to finish assimilating was coming together. If he had a status panel, he would be able to notice his assimilation in the lesser Tao of withering going from 98% to 99% as it was about to touch 100%. Shing, a flash of light, ahead flew Shing. Shing. Shing, the tyrannical entity, was relentless as the swords flashed incessantly at the head that flew out, cutting it into innumerable pieces. Shing. The blades then aimed at the heart of the ruler's body as it was ruptured and decimated, shining brightly as they went on to sever the body on all sides. Noah stood with cold eyes as he was about to continue attacking, but stopped the moment he saw the eruption of loot occur. Rumble essence crackled wildly around his body as even with the battle against the primal emperor finished, his aura only continued to rise ever higher. In the past few seconds, his heart had shaken as he felt a shocking aura about to bloom from the body of the primal emperor. He wasn't the only one, the many other entities watching from afar also saw the same scene as they gaped in shock, realizing they would very soon see a being take the first step towards becoming a sage. To be considered a sage, one had to have two or more Taos fully comprehended and assimilated. For a great sage, they had to have advanced past the galaxy realm while also comprehending and assimilating a grand Tao or multiple lesser Taos. This ruler of the primal winged expanse was just about to step on this path as he became among the few that had assimilated an entire Tao, needing to do the same to one more before he was titled a sage. Yet, before the shocking aura could bloom, it was cut off. His sighs of regret rang throughout the chaotic void. His body glimmered with intense light as the essence around his body bellowed out in waves, his two swords dripping with blood as he stared at the chunks of meat that were the primal emperor. He gave a nod of respect that only made those watching look at him incredulously, but it affirmed the reality of what they were seeing. On this day, the ruler of an ancient power in the dark universe had fallen, not to an army or an assassination from another powerful ancient power, but to a single man that wasn't known until just a few weeks ago. Chapter 830, Emperor's Lair. 2. The entity Traverser had crossed the vast gulf of distance from where he was as he sped towards the two ancient powers currently embroiled in the war. It had taken a significant amount of time for him to get there, his eyes sensing the grand light of powerful skills being cast by multiple entities as he made his way towards the border of the primal winged expanse where a shocking fight was taking place. He arrived minutes before the end of the battle. He arrived just in time to see a being assimilate a Tao, and then watched in shock as this being became mincemeat seconds later. But the more shocking thing that made his heart shake was the archaic-looking being that killed a possible future sage, his sight remembering the face that was surrounded by intense light as the same one that had escaped from him weeks ago, the same being he was chasing. The being that had the physique that could wield ruination cores and ultimately, the cosmic treasure known as ruination. His heart thumped in excitement and in shock as he recalled this being was merely in the quasar realm when he laid his eyes on him before he and the entire galaxy he was in suddenly disappeared, yet this being had pierced into the rank of peak-tier galaxy a few weeks later, and now even held the power of an entity as he just dispatched a ruler of an ancient power. Traverser was deep in thought as he wondered, was the being with the physique receptive to ruination cores supposed to be this ridiculous? Many thoughts were crossing through his mind as first and foremost, He wanted to talk with this special person, yet he knew this thought might be hard to bring to fruition when he spread out his senses and felt the many hidden auras in the chaotic void surrounding the illusory unbreakable realm. Inside the locked realm that had just a few minutes remaining before it would break, occasional yells and death wails could be heard as aileron royals became empty body husks or had their origins ruptured. Noah's expanded senses were able to catch many eyes from multiple directions staring towards him, but his gaze remained placid as his focus stayed within the illusory unbreakable realm. His eyes remained without an ounce of emotion as he turned his face to the few remaining ailerons within the illusory unbreakable realm. The remaining entities were on their last breaths of life after the death of the primal emperor, their hearts in deep pain as they joined the rest of their brethren in the next few seconds. The 100 peak-tier galaxy ailerons were reduced to zero even though they had not even been at the focus of the battle, just the stray attacks from the entities shattering their bodies and souls. Noah did not even have to lend his help after he took down the primal emperor, his summons being proficient enough to wipe out all remaining entities thereafter. In the region of the chaotic void, deafening silence pervaded as when one looked into the illusory unbreakable realm, they found not a single aileron alive. The void of space was painted with a tinge of red as the focus of many eyes remained on the luminous figure supported by the multicolored lights of many laws. They watched as he flew slowly in the locked space, going towards glistening CLU.S.Tiers of light that were cores, Tao crystals, and assimilation crystals. They were swiped away in seconds as the calmness in the locked realm remained. Not a single soul moved as the shimmering figures of Noah and his pets took the spotlight. This action by itself was extremely shocking, and the one carrying it out was given an unspeakable title that nobody had held in the last tens of thousands of years, Emperor's Lair. It began as an uttering among the hidden figures. But this uttering was as loud as a strike of thunder as it traveled through the chaotic void and entered the ears of many. Emperor's Lair, THRUUM essence erupted out as at this moment, the barrier that kept the illusory unbreakable realm together trembled and shattered. The 1-hour timer had passed as those within could come out, and those outside could reach the beings that were within. Noah's eyes remained cold and fearless as he looked to the blank chaotic void around him, not making a single move. SHA, the grand figure of the Holy Emperor who held a difficult expression appeared, backed by Old Man Khan and 5 other entities from the expansive dragon CLU.S.Tier, as this ruler of an ancient power looked at the being that had just become an Emperor's Lair. The thoughts swirling in his head were too many. Old Man Khan by the side still had an expression of disbelief as even while he watched the whole battle and how everything went down, he still couldn't believe this was the same being that wasn't even in the galaxy realm when he first met him weeks ago, yet he was somehow an entity that could dispatch an emperor of an ancient power that was about to fully assimilate a lesser Tao. Truly tyrannical, this was the only thing Old Man Khan could say as he sighed while he, the Holy Emperor, and other entities stood in front of Noah while looking out to the expanse of chaotic void before them. They knew that multiple powerful figures from all corners of the dark universe were watching and observing nearby. They saw how Noah had just spent a whole hour fighting with 26 entities and taking all of them down, and knew he wouldn't be in any state to match even more fearsome entities if those watching in the dark attacked. Thus, the Holy Emperor and the entities he had nearby all came towards Noah as they planned to put their lives on the line to defend this tyrannical being that should be exhausted by this point. Chapter 831. The watching entities reveal themselves. Noah's eyes were impassive as a calm smile appeared on his face. The Holy Emperor and others actually appeared in front of him with somber expressions as they seemingly put their lives on the line to defend him. They truly thought that after a long battle like the one he just had, he would not be able to keep himself in top shape much longer. Yet the form he currently held that was put together by the support of multiple laws still remained active on his body without him deactivating a single skill. His eyes were glancing at the numerous hidden figures in the folds of space as he didn't make a move, wondering which of them would do it first. Would they be more enemies for him to plunder loot, or would they be dismayed by his power as they scurried away? He and many others wondered who among those watching would be the first to make a move. The deafening silence in space was very quickly shattered as a burst of boisterous laughter rang out with the appearance of a figure who released a shocking aura. "Huh? I've finally gotten to meet you again. I hope you do not leave too quickly this time." Rumble, the thundering voice of an enormous being smashed into the ears of many, his huge figure becoming visible soon after. He had a humanoid shape, yet towering over 100 meters as one of the defining features was that on this being's face. He had a third eye instead of two. The third eye fully glistened with a red light as it was closed, but it was the thing that released the most oppressive force from this being, Traverser, that fool. Many whispers abounded as the huge body of Traverser miniaturized to become the same height as a normal human. his figure nearing the area Noah was at rapidly rumble. The figures of the Holy Emperor and Old Man Khan stood in front of Noah defensively as his animus summons formed a line. Beside him, the blue slime was actively dancing above his head as the summon seemed to enjoy the bubbling essence that had even enveloped Noah's hair and made it dance wildly. The entity Traverser looked at all of this with a beaming smile as he stopped a few meters away. His resonant voice ringing out once more, but this time as a telepathic message to Noah alone. I have been looking for you for a great deal of years after I obtained the knowledge from the Book of Ruination. I wish you no harm and actually have a singular goal to do what I can to help the user of the tools of ruination to save our universe, THRUUUM. The strong voice of Traverser rang out grandly as Noah's eyes shone even brighter. He recalled this being from weeks ago, an entity that had appeared just a second before he teleported himself and the whole infinite galaxy away. As he gazed upon this being, eyes of truth affirmed his identity, Eben Bondel, an entity proficient in the laws of space, chaos, and time, as well as the Daos of destruction and void space. He is an extremely powerful entity that has earned the title of Traverser in the Dark Universe, his assimilations in the two Daos he studies being extremely high as he spent many thousands of years traveling throughout the Dark Universe. He holds multiple pages from the Book of Ruination as he continues his search for the being that he considers the savior that shall stop the coming cataclysm. The details of this powerful entity appeared in Noah's mind as his vibrant eyes saw this being truly meant his words. Among the many beings he had come across in his life, this one had been actively looking for him as he gained more thorough knowledge from the Book of Ruination and was searching for the being that could bring them all together for the possibility of undoing the work of the past sages and great sages. Towards this being, Noah adopted a bright smile as he also laughed boisterously while going towards him, shocking the Holy Emperor and others that were looking towards Traverser with caution. Brother Traverser. You see, I was very weak and had to be careful a few weeks back. Just the thought that an entity had found my galaxy made me run. His words were nothing like the domineering coldness many beings heard when he took down multiple entities. The many hidden beings in the chaotic void observing this shockingly powerful entity go towards Traverser as he fearlessly stood in front of him with a smile. Even Traverser was taken back before his smile bloomed even more, his heart at ease as he realized achieving his goal of connecting himself to the being that could use the ruination cores might be even easier than he expected. Good. I have many things I wish to discuss with you, but it seems like I am not the only one looking for you. THRUUUM. In one direction, 5 entities dressed in regal armament appeared. Each of them were 4 meters tall as they looked like the most beautiful humans one could come across. These were the beings from the arch-human race from the northern region of the Dark Universe. In another direction, the entities that represented the ancient power ruling over the desolate galaxies in the east also appeared. Lastly, the shocking personage of the spirit race, the beings that many looked towards with apprehension as they ruled the southern region of the Dark Universe with a tight grasp. These unique beings made their appearance as the entire environment of the chaotic void changed. Rumble, Sister Gold was the first to appear as Noah laid his eyes on the spirit race for the first time, with a body that wasn't entirely corporeal, a beautiful creature that could barely be seen with the Nakedi appeared. Her body danced with the essence of multiple terrifying Daos as among the entities appearing. Her aura dwarfed all of them in power as she seemed like a horrendously powerful big boss, yet she wasn't alone as a second later 4 more figures letting out auras no less shocking than hers appeared from behind, THRUUUM, with cold eyes and devoid of emotions. They stared at nobody else as their eyes only found a singular being. The being was smiling wildly with a confident expression as his body was still wrapped with the luminous armament from all universal laws, his 2 swords within his grasp seemingly vibrating as he stared at the beings from the spirit race. Chapter 832. A Tyrant of a Throne. Traverser had a somber expression as he stared at the appearing entities, his gaze coming to rest on the blank expressions of the entities from the spirit race. He always hated these beings the most from all the ones he met, as they never sat right with him, their pompous blank expressions that looked at every other beings as worthless. Their indiscernible thoughts that made them extremely eerie, and their stupendously powerful ancient power that had entities comprehending multiple Daos with ease. They had also made their appearance here as their goal also seemed to be the same being he had managed to find again. Sigh. Traverse gave a melancholic sigh as he stared at the nonchalant expression of the being in question that focused on nobody else but the entities of the spirit race as well. Before the battle within the illusory unbreakable realm had ended, Sister Gold followed the words of one of the ancestors of the spirit race as she used her body as the conduit to bring forth 4 more entities. It was an extremely unique ability that strained her origin. Yet she had performed it perfectly as four beings no less powerful than her in power appeared. These four entities were reinforcements when it came to the question of whether the powerful entity that was most likely the holder of the ruination cores would be either an ally or enemy. The moment such a thing was decided, the terrifying entities from the spirit race would make a move. Yet when the battle had ended, the tyrannical entity acted very differently than many expected. What should have been a careful entity who should have been exhausted from his recent shocking battle was nowhere to be seen as his terrifying transformation was kept active, his eyes gazing domineeringly as the entities from multiple ancient powers that appeared all around him. The essence of all universal laws around him danced wildly as he floated away slowly from the group of Holy Emperor and Traverser. They were shocked at this scene as they saw even his summons remained in a singular line with them, hesitantly watching what this domineering entity was about to do. Thruum, with the ether and death swords palpating in his hands, he floated singularly in the chaotic void as he willingly left the protection of the Holy Emperor and the entities he brought, even leaving his pets behind as he floated alone while staring at all the powerful beings. His expression was filled with a confident smile as a resonant voice rang, "My dear brothers and sisters of this dark universe, I wonder why you have chosen to appear before me on this special day." Ruumble, fearless words that carried a trace of arrogance smashed into the ears of Everentity, their eyes squinting dangerously as they were asked a simple question: yes, what exactly were they going to do after watching 26 entities be massacred along with the ruler of an ancient power? The darkness of the chaotic void flashed with light as not a single being answered. The wandering entities similar to Traverser moved a bit further back while staring at Noah's figure, only the entities from ancient powers remaining in place. Noah glanced at all of them as he received no answer, his face quickly showing a tinge of disappointment as he brought his two shimmering swords to shine on his face. "If it is a fight you want, I've gotten quite a decent workout from butchering 26 entities. Sending some more to accompany them in death won't be a problem for me." Rumble, taking down 26 entities, was just a workout. Their hearts trembled as Noah continued to stare at each of them fearlessly. He had his own plans. He would actually have no qualms with offending and beginning a fight with every single ancient power out there, but he had made some promises. The Holy Emperor coming by his aid just now reminded him of his promise to protect the expansive dragon Clu.S.Tur, and he also wanted to swallow his enormous gains from the 26 entities he had just taken down before he completed a few things that he didn't want to completely antagonize every single ancient power out there. This was especially so when he looked at the information of the 5 entities from the spirit race that were staring towards him emotionlessly. These beings were truly terrifying with the multiple Taoists they studied, but what was even more terrifying was that they weren't the most powerful beings from the spirit race. Noah had always wondered about the truth that many beings questioned over the past tens of thousands of years after the deaths of all the sages and great sages due to their actions all those years ago. Had any new ones risen? As he stared at the details of the 5 spirit race entities before him, he had a shocking answer as he read the details about the ancestors of the spirit race. He looked at the swords made of baleful essence of death and ether in his hands as he gave a command, the swords erupting in a shower of essence as they coagulated behind him to form into a shape. The entities watched with sharp eyes as they saw the vibrant eruption of the essence of other universal laws go towards the formation of a stellar throne made of essence in the middle of the chaotic void. Such a thing was simple for Noah to make as he commanded the universal law essences, his body going and sitting on the throne grandly as he stared at all the entities without fear. A throne made up of the essence of all universal laws appeared in front of the eyes of many. The being that made it sitting down grandly as his domineering voice rang out once more. Chapter 833, A Tyrant on a Throne. 2. A spectacular throne made out of the essence of all universal laws existed in the chaotic void, the voice of the entity atop it spreading out for all to hear. Before you choose the course of your actions in the next few minutes, I want you to think about the 26 entities that made up the ancient power behind me. Rumble, it was like a king giving a sermon to his subjects. Like a ruler stating inviolable facts that could not be desecrated. I gave them a heads up many hours ago that I was coming for them, and they prepared a so-called prison for me and brought their entire force that amounted to 26 entities. They calculated and believed with their thousands of years of wisdom that they would easily be able to kill me. Truum, yet even with all their calculations and preparations, all 26 of these beings perished one by one under my hand. Noah's eyes released arcs of light as he sat upon the grand essence throne, his voice piercing deep into the hearts of all those around him. I want you to think about these beings and ask yourselves, are your calculations and preparations any different? Rumble, can you guarantee with certainty that you won't find yourselves in a similar predicament that you just watched? Just constantly shocked as every single entity sent my way dies one after another? Can you guarantee yourselves that you won't be like the ruler of this ancient power behind me? His words thundered down as even the hearts of entities skipped a beat. There were truly a great collection of watchers that came from the news of the war breaking out between the two ancient powers and the news of the Ruination Core, and even more had arrived while the battle in the illusory unbreakable realm was taking place. Yet Noah glared down at all of these beings fearlessly as his words rang out clearly in each of their ears. Only the crackle of essence from Noah's body sitting atop the throne made up of essence could be heard. His voice rang out once more as with a domineering gaze, he gave out an ultimatum: if you can guarantee your life, if you are truly confident, then stay. If you aren't, I'm gonna need you to roll the fuck out of here, thruuum. The Holy Emperor had his jaws nearly torn as he looked forward in shock. The powerful traverser had his eyes shining with an intense light as he gazed upon this being he had been looking for so long. Such tyrannical words came from a single entity as they were inscribed in the minds of all those watching. But when they thought about it, he really could back it up with actions if need be, so those that did not want to participate, the lone entities that weren't associated with ancient powers or just stepped from regions of the dark universe that just had a few tours of galaxies but weren't powerful enough to be considered ancient powers. These beings began to disappear, one after another. The many new eyes populating the chaotic void began to pull back. The few individuals were all gone as only 3 groups remained while they locked eyes with the arrogant tyrant of the shimmering throne. The group of entities that represented the ancient power ruling over the desolate galaxies in the east glanced at Noah closely before they warped away. In another direction, the group of arch-humans standing at 4 meters tall glanced towards him with shining eyes as their bodies rumbled with the aura of a grand Tao, a Tao that caused for the illusory image of a sharp sword that could cut through anything to appear above them, the grand Tao of the sword. How shall we address you, friend? The one at the forefront that had unparalleled devilish beauty voiced out with a smile as if he hadn't heard any of the insults that Noah had just thrown out. Noah looked towards these powerful entities with calm eyes as he replied blandly, a few days ago I heard the moniker of tyrannical entity when I wiped out a rat. Today I've heard the moniker of Emperor's Lair after I took down an emperor. It's up to you which one you use. Rumble. Good. The arch-human shone brightly with the aura of the sword Tao, their figures disappearing soon after as many entities cleared out. Noah sat on his resplendent throne as his eyes turned towards the only remaining foreign entities here. It was the 5 figures with incorporeal bodies, the entities of the spirit race. The expressions were blank while staring towards Noah, causing for immense tension to fill the surroundings. Traverser changed his expression as he stared at the incorporeal beings. He truly did not like the entities of the spirit race. The Holy Emperor sighed as he gave a nod to the entities around him, prepared to move at any time as they observed the tremendous pressure being released from the group of 5 incorporeal entities. Yet, Noah raised his hands towards them at this juncture, a hand that told them to stand down. He then locked eyes with the spirit being at the very forefront, the one known as Sister Gold, who had just opened her mouth with no sound coming off of it. Her message entering Noah's mind directly: what is your purpose in collecting the Ruination Cores? Rumble. His body thrummed with power atop the throne as he sent back his own telepathic message. Naturally, it is to stop the coming apocalypse. The eyes of Sister Gold and the 4 entities accompanying her shone with immense light at this answer, their connected minds receiving Noah's message with clarity. They still debated on whether to approach this being as an enemy of an ally, and they still had not made the choice even with the answer they were given. So Sister Gold asked again, what is your purpose in collecting the Ruination Cores? Rumble. The same question, and Noah's bright hair danced wildly as he got an idea of what these terrifying beings wanted to hear. He smiled arrogantly atop the throne as sent a message back. It was a message that had shocking consequences. My purpose is to reconnect the dark universe with the primordial cosmos. The moment his answer arrived in the mind of Sister Gold, their bodies erupted with terrifying essence. A millisecond later, Tao essence began to dance wildly as the bodies of the spirit race entities moved apart, each of them releasing a horrendous level of power. Sister Gold's eyes were expressionless as her sonorous voice rang out in the chaotic void. Enemies it is, RUUUMBLE. Chapter 834. Pull back. The spirit race that was seen as a fearful force by many were filled with mysteries. Their purpose and aims known by very few as they remained secluded even though they boasted tremendous strength. Rarely would they ever be seen making a move, and when they did, it was something grand. THRUUUUM. The 5 entities from the spirit race still held blank expressions as their bodies erupted with essence, the aura of multiple Taos swirling on each of their bodies as the pressure made many beings gape in shock. The entities from the various powers had only pulled back from the region, watching to see if anyone would actually make a move. Their hearts trembled as they saw from the bodies of the spirit race entities. The pristine aura of a fully assimilated lesser Tao could be felt from the two entities that flanked Sister Gold. Impossible. The heart of the Holy Emperor trembled as he gave a command to the 5 entities he brought, unwillingly sending word to half of the remaining entities left behind to protect the expansive dragons CLU.S.Tur to bring them here for support as well. Traverser's eyes shone with intense light as his body expanded rapidly, the crimson eye in the middle of his forehead threatening to erupt at any second as he sighed deeply in his mind, yet their power was unquestionable as shockingly. 2 of them had a lesser Tao fully assimilated as they were a step away from becoming titled sages. The power one could wield with a fully assimilated Tao wasn't just an additive factor where they became twice or thrice as strong. Depending on the Tao, they could see their power spike up to unimaginable levels, yet even when faced with this shocking sight, Noah merely nodded his head while remaining atop his throne. His hand came down commandingly as the animus pets he controlled came up behind him in a grand fashion. Yet another one of his clones appeared as he merged with Tiamat, making it so that all of his pets were merged with him as an instant later. Each of them uttered domineering words he himself had uttered not too long ago. Automatic cast of all support skills. Automatic cast of all support skills. Automatic, RUUUMBLE. The chaotic void ruptured at the site where Noah and his pets stood. How is this possible? That wasn't even his full power. They watched with agape expressions as they saw the same magisterial armament made of all universal laws wrap around each of Noah's summons, their bodies gaining fitting armament that adhered to their physiology as in a matter of seconds. A stellar armored dragon queen appeared, ROAAR. The resonant bellow that Tiamat released shook everyone from their stupor as the scene established itself with clarity, multicolored essence. Abound on all sides, 8 magisterial animus summons adorned with resplendent armament that caused their strength to rise to unknown levels, a wiggling bouncing slime that had stopped being blue and now shone with a golden L. U.S.Tur, its eyes seemingly filled with light as it stared at the 5 entities from the spirit race with excitement, a fearsome galaxy-devouring serpent that had golden scales and shimmering wings now attached to its back, its head slithering dangerously as its red eyes shone with glory. CAA, a kingly calamity bear floating in the chaotic space as he was enthroned in an armament fitting for a king, its gaze arrogant as its paws shone with a menacing LUSter. Each of the pets had varying transformations, but all of them could be described as magisterial while they stared down powerful entities. The watching entities felt their hearts shaking as they recalled the words that the tyrannical entity had uttered. It seemed he wasn't bullshitting as somehow. His essence was as boundless as ever. Noah rose upon his throne as he cracked his neck side to side. It seemed like he had to use plot armor. After all, Zing, his body began to vibrate rapidly as his universal law's throne disappeared, sharp blades appearing on his hands as they pointed at the incorporeal throats of the spirit race. At this juncture where everyone forgot to breathe while waiting for something glorious, a single ancient voice rang out for all to hear. Pull back, THRUUUM. The voice actually stemmed from the connected minds of the 5 spirit race entities, ringing out in their minds as they were given a command. But the voice also stretched out from their minds and spread out into the outside chaotic void as it was heard by all those in the nearby tens of miles. Thump! Noah felt his heart constricting as his eyes shone ever brighter. This voice that was just uttered bringing with it immense pressure unlike anything he had felt before. The voice alone was akin to an entire world smashing into their minds as it rang once more. What you seek, I have 2 of. You will have to come to my door if you ever wish to accomplish your goal. Thump! The voice dripped with power and majesty as its words rang out most clearly in Noah's mind, his eyes shining ever brighter as he locked eyes with Sister Gold. Whatever being that was speaking through her seemed to have immeasurable strength, even the body of the powerful Sister Gold only being able to relay his will, return, like an inviolable command. The words uttered were followed to completion as the bodies of the 5 entities from the spirit race disappeared in the next second. Many beings gaped in shock at the sequence of events as their hearts trembled with fear. Was a fight not supposed to break out? Weren't they ready for another grand show? What had just happened? Most of all, that voice, oh, that voice. The voice lingered on the minds of many as Noah's eyes shone brilliantly in the chaotic void. His mind had a myriad of many thoughts, but a single one triumphed among the sea of thoughts. That was a sage, wasn't it? What happened to all you FUC-Kers being dead? Rumble, Chapter 835. Has he comprehended a cosmic Tao? The region of the chaotic void near the primal winged expanse was entirely silent as only the crackle of essence from the shining bodies of Noah and his pets reverberated out. Everybody else was shocked to their cores as some quickly began to leave, others still hiding themselves and staying behind to see if any more noteworthy things would occur. Noah glanced in the direction that the 5 entities of the spirit race left as many thoughts swirled in his mind. the voice that had come from them was extremely domineering. And his senses definitely screamed that it was a big boss when he recalled the tone and demeanor that seemed to say everything was under their control, yet this voice had commanded the powerful entities from the spirit race to pull back as they let it be known that they held 2 ruination cores, giving him a headache on how he would collect all the remaining 4 as he pushed this thought aside for now. There were truly a great deal of this he had to deal with at this moment, as well as a tremendous amount of loot to go through. His eyes briefly looked at any remaining entities hiding in the distance as he then turned towards the primal winged expanse next. This was an ancient power that had usters of galaxies under it, and there were no entities to look after it. After taking out all of their figureheads, the next step was to naturally assimilate them all into his galaxy. But this would take an enormous time and effort, as there were an abundant amount of experts in the galaxy realm he could sense fearfully looking towards him from the nearby galaxies, and trillions of beings that he would have to fully dominate under him. When he thought of such a task, his face scrunched in annoyance as he then looked at the Holy Emperor that stood next to the shock traverser. Towards this ruler of an ancient power, Noah adopted a wide smile as he didn't even bother paying attention to their stupor at the sequence of events. Smiling brightly as he went towards the Holy Emperor, Brother Windsor. So you see, I have this infinite galaxy. At this time, across the darkness of the chaotic void, the party of 5 spirit race entities that had warped away very quickly, expressions of disbelief could be seen on their faces as Sister Gold was the first one to speak up while their bodies pierced through the layers of the chaotic void with ease. Ancestor, why stop us? We ascertained he was an enemy, and we should have been sufficiently prepared with the 5 of us to be able to wear down his defenses and ultimately take his life in seconds. Thrum. She received no reply as her blank expression contained a tinge of worry. Speaking out once more, he wishes to rejoin our universe with the primordial cosmos. Even if he somehow succeeds in doing this, it is an action that will allow powerful experts to easily descend down and do as they wish. We cannot, hush, rumble, a single word. Silence was all that followed. Sister Gold remained quiet as she and the other 5 entities moved through the chaotic void, their expressions solemn as they waited for the voice to ring out once more. That creature is a truly curious case. You 5 would have actually not been able to rein him in, yet she could never in a million years deny the words of this ancestor as she knew how he grasped one of the most top-tier grand daos in existence. A Tao that the great sage who led the many sages of the dark universe in the past assimilated, the grand Tao of destiny. She knew that this ancestor must have utilized the abilities of this Tao right before their battle and ascertained some things. It's not even a matter of power, as you all had more than sufficient power to even destroy his origin with my help after an hour? The eyes of Sister Gold and the 4 entities returning with her became even more perplexed as the ancestor told them that even in the state that the tyrannical entity was in after fighting 26 entities and his apparent help in the battle, they would only be able to kill him after an entire hour. What's even more interesting is that even after his origin is destroyed, he isn't truly dead, and simply disappears from our time. That is when things would have truly become tricky. I need to devise something against this rumble, shocking words that would have even caused Noah's heart to tremble if he heard them resounded out. Even if a sage made a move, they still would have not be able to take the terrifying being's life, as even if they destroyed his origin, he wasn't truly dead. Sister Gold's expression had turned somber as she recalled the image of the single man sitting atop a throne as she couldn't help but ask. That should nearly be impossible, unless he has somehow grasped the cosmic Tao of chronology. No. If it was such a Tao, then that being would already be running around the dark universe with everything in his palms. No, this is something else. I shall consult with the others for now. He will have to come to us either way if he wants to get his hands on the other ruination cores. The grand voice of the ancestor refuted Sister Gold as she and the other 4 entities continued their return with perplexing thoughts. Their conversation was brief, but it involved shocking secrets and the abilities of a fearsome being that was just one of the ancestors of the spirit race. He had somehow accounted for plot armor, and its 1 hour time span, and even accounted for save point in Noah's worst case scenario. Yet even this ancestor did not know how to combat such shocking abilities at this time, as he had the entities of the spirit race pull back. A battle had not occurred, nor had the 2 parties mingled, yet the single meeting between them would have shocking consequences. The dark universe was wide and extremely vast, with many old monsters hidden within that were simply waiting for a certain time to come. That time was fast approaching as many pieces moved on an enormous chessboard, none the wiser on who were the pieces, and who were the players. Chapter 836 Assimilating Ancient Powers is Easy. Brother Windsor. So you see, I have this infinite galaxy. The Holy Emperor stared at Noah in a stupor as he began conversing with him freely after they just saw 5 extremely powerful entities move out right when a fight was about to erupt, this event seemingly being nothing in the tyrannical entity's eyes as he was moving to more important matters. As Noah looked at the primal winged expanse that had CLU.S. of galaxies, he came up with a plan for an easy assimilation, as it would have to begin with the expansive dragon CLU.S. and the few entities they held that could be used to oversee large regions of galaxies. It will be a way for me to fulfill my promise of keeping your ancient power entirely safe. The treasure I have being something that others can only imagine. His body rumbled with colorful essence still as he waved his hands to bring forth the infinite galaxy, causing for the Holy Emperor to be hit with shock after shock as something fantastical was explained to him. A plan was laid out to the Holy Emperor for the CLU.S. of galaxies under him to be fused into this larger galaxy, such an action allowing for the expansive dragon CLU.S. to be hidden away safely as it could not even be reached by others. The Holy Emperor gradually worked through the phase of the shock of such a thing being possible as he thought about it deeply, when he thought of the powerful entities that had just appeared as well as the trillions he had to protect. This ruler locked his eyes with Noah for an entire minute before this shocking plan was agreed upon. I'll need to meet all the entities under the expansive dragon CLU.S. and judge to see if they can all be trusted to oversee the CLU.S. of galaxies from the expansive dragon CLU.S. as well as the primal winged expanse, Rumble. Noah's aims were made clear as he planned to first assimilate all the galaxies of the expansive dragon CLU.S. and then use its entities to oversee all the newly added galaxies, as well as keeping the galaxy rank ailerons in check as he gradually established a new order. His own subordinates that had been absorbing the Tao of withering crystals would also be put to work in the tumultuous time to come as they familiarized themselves with their newfound strength. The ailerons were already defeated with the deaths of all their entities. All that remained for them now was to be subjugated under Noah's heel. SHA. Figures began to flash away from the border of the primal winged expanse as Noah's clones unmerged with his pets, the clones taking the infinite galaxy and disappearing with the Holy Emperor and other entities to complete the task of quickly assimilating the expansive dragon CLU.S. The few remaining watching entities that had hidden themselves continued to observe with careful eyes as some of them followed the direction of the leaving clones and Holy Emperor, only Noah, his pets, and Traverser being left behind in the region of the chaotic void. While the clones went to complete their task, his main body stood at the border of the galaxy CLU.S. of the primal winged expanse as his aura spread out wildly. The ailerons in the nearest galaxy felt their hearts shake as they observed the eyes of this being, his gaze seemingly waiting to bring down judgment as they saw him wave his hands and cause the appearance of a majestic throne made of universal law's essence to appear once more, his piercing eyes continuing to stare towards them. Dominantly as he waited, Brother Traverser, why don't we talk in the meanwhile? With his clones handling an important task, Noah got situated atop a throne that the blue slime was bouncing up and down on. Turning his gaze to the entity that had been searching for him for a long time, Traverser came out of his stupor as he stared at him for a few seconds, shaking his head incredulously as the third eye on his forehead shook with elation. Having many bodies working on many tasks provided for immense efficiency, and this was exactly what Noah was experiencing at this moment. His main body began discussing with Traverser as he gained a vast amount of knowledge about the dark universe and the ancient powers within it. His clones moved to talk and assimilate with galaxies as another one of his clones was counting the loot that he had collected. This clone was in the core regions of the infinite galaxy. Within the land that used to be Noah's home world as he pulled out a variety of cores, Tao crystals, assimilation crystals, and skill books, the most important thing to Noah at this moment was the assimilation crystals, as this was what he needed the most in order to achieve one of his grand goals at this moment, the cosmic Tao of ruination. Even the Tao crystals triggered by the ruination core didn't take the center of his attention, as he would only be able to produce more entities from his subordinates with them. His eyes glimmered as they looked at a collection of vibrant assimilation crystals that shone with a luminous light of stars, these crystals being the thing that would bring him a powerful Tao. With the 5% chance to drop due to loot drop assimilation crystals, he had received numerous law assimilation and Tao assimilation crystals from the 26 entities and 100 peak tier galaxy ailerons. Probability would say the skill would have been triggered at most 6 times. But Noah's protagonist trait came in clutches aside from the primal emperor himself exploding into a pile of law and Tao assimilation crystals. The deaths of 5 entities and 10 peak galaxy ailerons granted the crystals The mere thought of what these shocking crystals could do made Noah tremble in excitement as he couldn't wait to begin. Chapter 837 Assimilating Ancient Powers is Easy Too. The aileron entities granted Noah both Law and Tao assimilation crystals. But he would be shelving the Tao assimilation crystals for now until he could use them for the cosmic Tao of ruination. This was one of the most unique features Noah had in mind when he designed the loot drop skill. He made it very clear in the definition that the assimilation crystals could be used for any Tao, whether it was lesser, grand, or cosmic, if he collected enough of them. What stopped him from doing something extremely balance-breaking? Thump! His heart felt the excitement at the mere thought of it as his eyes turned towards the crystals that he could use at this moment, the Law assimilation crystals. From the entities and peak-tier galaxy experts, tens of Law assimilation crystals covered his sight as his clone grabbed onto one of them. It shone with a bright blue hue as it vibrated, whatever mysteries and essence lying inside it swiftly flowing into Noah's origin. Thruum. He felt his mind bubble in excitement as his eyes focused on the stat panel that showed the progress in the Universal Laws assimilation. Universal Laws assimilation, 8%. The number had risen nicely when Noah used the support skills of all universal laws and wrapped his body with their essence while fighting the ailerons, where even now he knew he needed to explore the unique state he was in some more and have his clones use it actively at all times. But with the inclusion of the Law assimilation crystal, the percentage exploded up by an entire decimal point to 8. One as the crystal was absorbed. Rumble. Noah's eyes shone with luster as his origin revolved faster, sulking in the entire crystal in seconds as he nearly trembled when looking at the stat panel. Universal Laws assimilation, 9%. A single Law assimilation crystal increased the assimilation of all of his laws by 1%. He had 33 remaining assimilation crystals. Shockingly, he could raise his progress of assimilation that had been going at a snail's pace above 40% after this single battle. What speed! What majesty! And this was only in terms of laws. He couldn't wait to see the scene when he utilized the Tao assimilation crystals in the future. Rumble. He continued his blatant cheating that would cause others to cough up blood if they found out. Many things continuing to happen at the same time. 24 hours passed since the shocking battle at the border of the primal winged expanse. During this time, something even more shocking occurred, an event that would send waves throughout the dark universe. It was the mystical event where the CLU.S.Ters of galaxies that made up the expansive dragon CLU.S.Ter began to disappear one after another as in a matter of hours. The few foreign entities watching managed to observe the complete disappearance of an entire ancient power. They observed the figures of the tyrannical entity moving with the ruler of the expansive dragon CLU.S.Ter, galaxies disappearing everywhere they passed until nothing remained. It was such a shocking scene that would forever remain ingrained into their memories, and it wasn't even done. Within the very same infinite galaxy that was the culprit of the shocking event, the Holy Emperor was floating near what used to be the draconic-shaped Holy Land of the expansive dragon CLU.S.Ter. He, Old Man Khan, and multiple other entities were still staring around in a stupor as they affirmed their eyes truly were seeing this unbelievable reality where realms and galaxies were fused into one thing. If it could be explained with clarity, the act of assimilating galaxies into the infinite galaxy was similar to multiple small circular objects joining together with a much larger one. In the case of the infinite galaxy, it continued to take in the circular-shaped and other unique-shaped galaxies as the protective boundaries of these smaller galaxies disappeared, all of their stars, planets, realms, and many other stellar objects spilling into the grander infinite galaxy. No borders were present between the fused galaxies, as even the stars and stellar bodies of Noah's Novice galaxy could now be found near the stars and stellar bodies of the past Nexus galaxy. The same concept applied to all the newly coming galaxies as the infinite galaxy expanded even further, and it also meant there had to be all that many more beings overseeing the increasingly vast and ever-expanding additions of stars and planets. This is something I will leave to you all in conjunction with some of my clones. Noah spoke these words calmly as he glanced at the Holy Emperor and his party of entities that presided over the past expansive dragon CLU.S.Ter. He had looked over all of the 20 or so entities that had the majority of them comprehending the Tao of summoning, but their lackal.U.S.Ter summons that were ultra rare at most, with a few prismatic here and there, made Noah glance over them just briefly. This is just, the Holy Emperor breathed out his disbelief as he could only accept what he saw. His arms stretched out into the starry space of this grand galaxy as he felt the overwhelming concentration of essence that was multiple times greater than any location on his past expansive dragon close. USTer, his heart trembled as he glanced at the borderless and vast stellar bodies around him as he asked carefully, just how many galaxies have been assimilated in here? How many trillions of beings? The Holy Emperor asked a question that nobody had asked Noah since he began fusing galaxies all the way from the Nexus galaxy. His clones had been carrying the task of looking for more galaxies whenever Noah wasn't actively using the infinite galaxy, as the progress had not been little. Noah's eyes shone with regality and calmness as he replied, "After the 800th galaxy, I stopped counting the trillions of stars and beings." That's right, over 800 galaxies had been fused into the infinite galaxy so far. Even though this number might seem minuscule when compared to the 100,000 gold that was required to upgrade the infinite galaxy, even the 800 fused galaxies required Noah to delegate many beings to multiple regions, only being able to keep balance in the infinite galaxy due to the fact that the galaxy itself was an actively moving entity. It constantly monitored what was happening within it, as it would alert Noah's clones and the harbingers of sin if any beings in a certain region were doing something they shouldn't, and it could even utilize the features of the infinite galaxy to take action itself. This was the only reason that everything wasn't in utter chaos right now, when it came to the goal of 100,000. Noah's clones had covered a very short portion of the vast dark universe as of right now, and he knew he would only need some time before he broke through into thousands of fused galaxies as he neared his goal. Now, the galaxies of the primal winged expanse wait for us. He finished assimilating one ancient power with ease as he wasn't done, heading towards a defeated one as he would assimilate even more galaxies before he continued his search for ruination cores. Chapter 838. An infamous entity. The mysteries and wonders of the dark universe were innumerable, with the truly powerful beings dwelling within this universe using their power to understand all these unknowns. They varied from regions where unique stellar bodies bloomed, regions where one could find huge clusters of black holes and quasars, or unique galaxies with their own rare qualities. On this day, yet another wonder had bloomed in real time as multiple factors coincided that allowed for powerful experts to be in the affected region, watching with their own eyes as the shocking event occurred. After the disappearance of the galaxy clusters of the expansive dragon expanse, the wizened entities turned their eyes to the primal winged expanse, and true enough, its clusters of galaxies were next to disappear. The body of the tyrannical emperor could be seen situated on a magisterial throne made of an overabundance of universal essence. The figure of Traverser by his side, as the eyes of these two beings were on the remaining aileron powerhouses, watching silently as the galaxies these ailerons dwelled in began to disappear. For those that did not know the reason behind the disappearance of the galaxies, it was an eerie scene of a tyrant situated upon a throne, watching silently as the galaxies in front of him vanished. Every time that a flash of light occurred and a galaxy was gone, the tyrannical entity would turn into a streak of light that tore through the chaotic void, traveling countless miles as his gaze and pressure descended unto the next galaxy within the cluster, that galaxy disappearing as well. It was such a dominating scene that caused the eyes of those watching to tremble, this scene playing out until the many galaxies that had lost the protection of the primal emperor and his entities all disappeared. Within a day, the ancient power that was the primal winged expanse was wiped out. The expansive dragon cluster had disappeared even earlier. The cause of it was a singular being that was domineering enough to be moving across space while sitting calmly upon a throne made of laws. The chaotic void seemed extremely destitute and silent. Not a word was spoken as many beings left, the news about a tyrannical entity beginning to spread to the knowledgeable beings of the dark universe. A tyrannical entity had sprouted from the western region of the dark universe. He was first seen dominating 26 entities by himself as he killed an emperor. He was then seen moving across the two ancient powers in this region as a day later, these powers disappeared. He rose from obscurity as now, information about this tyrannical entity was beginning to spread to the far-reaching desolate galaxies that held clusters of warlords fighting for power. To the wondrous lands of the arch-humans where the fanatic of the sword Tao could be found. To the cohesive lands of the spirit race where power and regality overflowed, the name of the tyrannical entity thundered across with fervor. A new era was on the horizon. A few days passed since the disappearance of two ancient powers. Many things seemed calm on the surface, but the expansive dark universe was even more bustling at this moment as many powerful beings moved with their own goals. In the starry chaotic void, an enormous leviathan could be seen shooting across as atop it. Two figures were talking. It was the tyrannical emperor that had become the topic of discussion for many beings, as well as the somewhat known entity Traverser. Noah had been expanding his knowledge of the dark universe and the notable powers dwelling within as he talked to this entity that had been searching for the being capable of using ruination cores all this time. Much of the information revolved around the three ancient powers. Noah had yet to come across the one where the arch-humans ruled, that was known as the consummate sword expanse, the one overseeing the desolate galaxies that was known as the desolate expanse, and lastly it was the spirit domain where the unique spirit race ruled. Noah gained much more knowledge about these ancient powers and what types of Daos they studied, his focus actually honing in on the consummate sword expanse where the arch-humans ruled. I can ascertain the location of the remaining ruination cores, and going by what you've told me, one of them should be in the region under the consummate sword expanse. Yes. The location of the 4 remaining ruination cores was spread out across the dark expanse. Noah still being able to glean information of their locations as he utilized eyes of truth on the ruination cores themselves. After organizing the abundant collection of information, he confirmed that 1 should be in the hands of the consummate sword expanse, and 2 were in the hands of the spirit race. The 4th one was the most tricky one as it didn't remain in place, constantly moving across the regions of the dark universe, as no one knew it must be in the hands of a powerful wandering entity, or something even more terrifying. Getting the ruination core off the hands of the fanatics that sleep with their sword. In the consummate sword expanse will be, Traverser's eyes shone with a sharp light as he spoke of the powerful entities that studied the grand Tao of the sword. Noah smiled at this as his eyes landed on this being that was known as Traverser. Aside from expanding his knowledge, he had vowed to support him any way that he could until he obtained all the ruination cores and stopped the apocalypse that was coming for them all. It was an unexpected ally out of the battle with the ailerons that Noah planned to put to full use. His eyes focused on the vibrant third red eye of this entity as he voiced out domineeringly, "It's only another ancient power. They either adhere to my will, or the heads of their entities shall roll, rumble." Even the surrounding space shook at the sheer arrogance as Traverser's eyes became even sharper. These 2 beings making their way towards an ancient power that was second only to the spirit race of the dark universe. Chapter 839, Setting off for the sword expanse. Within the infinite galaxy, after the assimilation of 2 ancient powers into it, the infinite galaxy had turned even more boisterous as the additions this time around weren't just in quantity, but of tremendous quality, as the galaxy CLU.S.Ters obtained had entities and multiple experts at the galaxy realm. Noah's subordinates were watching this in real time as the Emperor Penguin arrogantly oversaw the galaxies where the ailerons resided. The remaining galaxy experts of this ancient power being meek in front of the strength of the being that took away their entities in a dominating fashion. From the aileron galaxies, the majority were from the aileron race. But humans and a variety of other unique species existed among the trillions of beings spread out across the stars. THRUM, the flippers of the Emperor Penguin were letting out an intense light as he held a peak galaxy core, absorbing it as his golden eyes moved across the numerous stars of the past primal winged expanse carefully. His current realm was in the middle-tier galaxy, yet one could notice the distinct aura of an entity from his, as he had been among the few to use the Tao of withering crystals to completely comprehend a lesser Tao. This arrogant penguin and other subordinates of Noah who had achieved this 100% comprehension in a Tao were now enhancing their strength even further as they were given the loot from the recent battle. The LUSTRU's galaxy cores going towards them as they quickly tried to push their strength towards the peak to become genuine entities, while the Emperor Penguin moved to oversee the newly added galaxies. The other experts within the infinite galaxy each moved with their own ideals. An example of this was a scene that was occurring at this exact moment in a CLU.S.Tur of stars that used to be at the center of the expansive dragon CLU.S.Tur. The Imperial Adjudicator was standing powerfully in front of the Holy Emperor, Anastasia, and Anna by his side as this past galactic ruler confronted the man that nearly gave his wife and daughter away. A look of shame could be seen in the eyes of the Holy Emperor. But his gaze remained steady as he met the man that gave him his little granddaughter. The Imperial Adjudicator's body now let out the aura of an entity along with Anna, their realms reaching Anastasia at middle-tier galaxy as they could genuinely consider themselves powerhouses that could protect themselves. The strength that the Imperial Adjudicator strove for to protect his family, he had achieved it as he now stood proudly in the ranks of experts. Like the Imperial Adjudicator, many other powerful beings in the infinite galaxy moved with their own ideals as their main goal remained getting stronger. Barbados was a prime case of this as she was in a time-space absorbing peak galaxy cores. Her red eyes vibrant as she recalled Noah's words that he uttered to all his subordinates that entered the rank of entities. The Tower of the Great Sage Aoun still contains a myriad of animus summons, with a few prismatic summons that still need their masters. The most powerful among you, once you all reach the peak tier, will get to choose from the prismatic and ultra-rare summons, THRUM. These words from Noah had spurred another period of training for his subordinates as they were now forged into powerful entities. The next time they stepped out of the infinite galaxy, Their names would become renowned as they left behind their own trail of destruction. A few more days passed as many things occurred in the infinite galaxy. Noah was still atop the colossal Helios Leviathan with Traverser as it streaked across the chaotic void, his eyes closed as he had just utilized the protagonist's bookmark that had finally ended its cooldown. The target was of course the Holy Emperor, Noah making sure to keep his focus on the Tao that had granted him the huge boost in power that he used to power through the expansive dragon CLU.S.Tur in the primal winged expanse. Swirling waves of the essence of the Tao of summoning erupted from him as Traverser shook his head incredulously by the side, watching this tyrannical being advance through a Tao as easy as it could be. The tide of essence receded into Noah's body as his sharp eyes opened. He felt the overpowering strength coursing through his body as his gaze went towards his stat panel. Noah Osmont, titles, Infernal Lord, Variant, Controller, All Laws, Traits, Infinite Mana Protagonist, Bloodlines, Vampire Progenitor, Vitality, Galaxy, Peak, Focus, Infinity, Strength, Galaxy, Peak, Laws, Life 100%, Death 100%, Ether 100%, Karma 100%, Fate 100%, Chaos 100%, Light 100%, Dark 100%, Space 100%, Time 100%, Fire 100%, Water 100%, Earth 100%, Air 100%, Universal Laws Assimilation 46%, Primeval Propitious Physique 96%, Skill Points 32,413,487, a shining stat panel that he reduced to the most important details, with the most important thing in Noah's eyes being the number of skill points that were one of the most important loot to come from taking down 26 entities in 100 peak-tier galaxy ailerons. They were truly the most giving big bosses as the number of skill points they gave were many. This gave way to many possible skill creations as the next best thing was the sweet 79% next to the Tao of Summoning after his use of Protagonist's bookmark, as well as the 46% next to all Universal Laws Assimilation. He was nearly done with comprehending the Tao of Summoning and nearly halfway through assimilating all laws as a prized cosmic Tao waited at the end of it. Rumble, we should be nearing the consummate sword expanse. His voice was powerful, his gaze was filled with starry light as they were set upon another ancient power. This one was the second strongest within the dark universe, overseeing a great deal of galaxy CLU.S.Turs as they ruled through pure strength alone. This strength was provided by a single Tao that was unique in its nature. A Tao that went to the extremes of a weapon, ruled under the banner of the Sword Tao. The galaxy CLU.S.Turs prospered as they produced beings filled with fanaticism towards the sword. The next target that held a ruination core was locked on as Noah neared the consummate sword expanse. Chapter 840, The Glorious Consummate Sword Expanse. In a corner of the dark universe, one could observe a truly interesting CLU.S.Tur of galaxies that were all situated together to form a unique form of a sword, whether it was formed naturally or had an expert that had done something shocking. It was a breathtaking scene in the chaotic void. From the hilt all the way to the tip of the blade, the starry light of galaxies illuminated such a pristine shape as entities crossing the chaotic void would feel their hearts tighten when they stood at a far enough distance to be able to observe the stellar bodies in full. Noah was able to do this exact thing at this moment, his vibrant eyes seeing the unique formation of the stellar bodies that came to form a sharp sword. The colossal Helios Leviathan continued to tear through the chaotic void as they neared this consummate sword expanse, Noah's eyes focusing on the enormous galaxy at the tip of the sword-shaped stellar bodies. This was where the center of this ancient power coalesced, the place known as the consummate sword Holy Land. The strength of these fanatics is somewhat high as they are one of the few beings to love the Tao they study too much. This passion has allowed many of them to easily comprehend and assimilate it as even I am unsure of the extent of their power. Traverser voiced out with careful eyes as the animus summon they were on made its way towards the galaxy at the tip of the sword-formed stellar bodies. The ancient power they were heading to was known as the second strongest after the spirit race, but nobody had been able to truly quantify their strength. Yet to Noah, such strength did not matter as he could protect himself with surety. This was made even more true as his eyes shone while he activated a particular skill, Save Point. THRUM, unique essence flashed from him as he created another save point. The skills could down having been met a few days back as before he stepped onto another ancient power, he saved his progress. He could now move with even fewer worries as he kept his focus on the goal of this trip, the Ruination Core. He didn't need to mingle or insert himself into the ancient power while slowly rising up in ranks. He didn't have to hide his identity while slowly gaining the trust of the core figures of this ancient power. No. He had risen to a level of strength where he could boldly move. His identity as the tyrannical entity being more than enough, he was truly excited to see how this different approach would play out. Rumble, the enormous colossal Helios Leviathan made no effort to hide its aura, and neither did Noah or Traverser as they neared the consummate sword Holy Land. Naturally, this meant their powerful auras could be picked up hundreds of miles away as a second later. Spatial fluctuations brought forth a 4-meter-tall being in front of the path that the colossal Helios Leviathan was taking. It was a being of pristine beauty, his humanoid figure and characteristics making him no other than a creature of the arch-human race. The aura of a powerful entity bounced off of his body as his hands could be seen resting on a sharp sword. His eyes were sharp as his piercing words rang out, "Friends, can I ask your purpose for coming towards our consummate sword expanse?" Rumble, his words traveled like sharp swords across the chaotic void as they reached Noah and Traverser, the colossal Helios Leviathan still continuing to move its monstrous body forward without stopping as if an entity had not appeared in front of it. Noah gave a warm smile towards this entity as he replied, "Naturally, it is to see the beautiful sights of your ancient power while learning about the sword," a reply that caused the eyes of the entity from the consummate sword expanse to shine brightly, his hand beginning to vibrate as they held the terrific sword he had on him. The sight of the enormous Leviathan not even stopping as it barreled forward was matched with a bursting essence shaped like swords from the body of the entity as his aura began to rise. Neither side was coming to a stop as it seemed an impact was imminent. Yet it was at this moment that more 4-meter-tall figures warped in, their bodies brimming with power as Noah even remembered a few of them from the party that he had met a few days back after the battle with Aileron entities, Emperor's Lair. "To think we would meet again so soon." Rumble, the most devilishly handsome arch-human that had spoken to Noah last time as well appeared grandly as he spoke, his powerful aura bellowing out in waves as he seemed like a sharp sword ready to strike. The enormous colossal Helios Leviathan came to a stop just a few feet away from the CLU.S.tour of appearing entities, Noah waving his hands as the enormous animus turned into a streak of light and returned into his origin. The figures of him and Traverser appeared in the stellar chaotic void as he floated towards the arch-human entities. "I'm only visiting another ancient power. The last one left a bad taste in my mouth as I was left wondering how other powers in this vast dark universe are." The eyes of the entities with essence as sharp as swords constricted as the one at the very forefront spoke with a smile, "Then you are guests of our consummate sword expanse. Come, let us not be bad hosts." The devilishly handsome arch-human entity welcomingly waved towards Noah and Traverser, his eyes hiding a sharp glint as he and his brethren parted in the middle to escort two guests into the consummate sword expanse. It was a wondrous CLU.S. tour of galaxies filled to the brim with beings that studied a unique Tao passionately, its entities being truly powerful as it boasted power second only to the spirit race. Chapter 841. The Master was right. In the depths of the consummate sword Holy Land, a mystical realm existed where the core power of the consummate sword expanse resided. This realm was full of fantastical herbs and vegetation that were packed to the brim with essence, mana flowing serenely around the verdant vegetation as a single being was sitting down meditating with a glistening sword on his lap. He would occasionally stroke the sword as it hummed in a dangerous tone, the essence of the Tao of the sword swirling around this being in large amounts. A second later, the figure of 4-meter-tall arch-human teleported into the mystical realm, his head bowed to the meditating being as he spoke out with reverence. "Sword Emperor, that tyrannical emperor truly did come to our expanse. Brother Brightsword is escorting him and Traverser into the consummate sword Holy Land at this moment." The voice of the bowing arch-human was filled with respect, which made this scene all the more shocking as from the body of this arch-human, the aura of entity was bursting off. An entity was bowing respectfully to the meditating being, giving him a shocking status, THRUUM. The meditating sword emperor opened his eyes as the surroundings resonated with his breathing, his voice that was filled with sharpness ringing out, "Good. The immemorial sword formation is ready to be initiated, yes, Emperor. With the consummate sword Holy Land as the conduit itself. Many of our entities have been stationed throughout the different levels of the formation ready to start at any time." The entity's eyes were filled with fervor as they glanced at the sword emperor, seeing this ruler nod his head as the entity warped away right after. "Big Sis Morgana, the being I mentioned has entered my ancient power. What the master told us so long ago is turning out to be true, a simple message, but one that would cause the minds of the beings that knew the status of this sword emperor to reel in shock." No sound came back from the other side of the medallion as the sword emperor waited calmly, seconds passing before a sharp voice could be heard, the so-called master of ruination that the old fool talked about before he croaked. "UCK if I care that he's come to you." The voice was sharp and filled with disdain, with the truly perceptive readers being able to link the vulgar way of speaking of this being to an entity that was mentioned some time back, on the other side of the medallion that the Sword Emperor was speaking into, the small body of a girl that was floating in the chaotic void while twirling with a ruination core could be seen. This was the exact same being that was the other holder of a ruination core. The one that Noah labeled to be a powerful entity of even worse of a being that was actively moving throughout the dark universe. Her petite figure brimmed with shocking power as she played with a tool many beings were searching for. Her voice ringing out again as it traveled to the Sword Emperor. I was wondering why this stupid tool would be vibrating after all this time. Never did I expect the bullshit Master of Ruination to have actually propped up. What the hell makes him worthy, huh? He's still barely an entity from what you've told me. The expression of the Sword Emperor remained placid at the barrage of words from the being he called Big Sis Morgana as he replied, "The Master has never been wrong." But of course, I still made my own preparations. To make sure that we have a chance of survival, to make sure we can withstand the maniacs of the spirit race, I will even sacrifice my power and origin. The eyes of the petite figure countless light years away constricted as she began screaming loudly into her medallion, "You little shit. What do you plan to do? Can you stop doing stupid things just for a second when I'm away? What do you mean sacrifice your origin? You better have not believed all of the words of that old fool." Her voice was sharp to the ears as the Sword Emperor smiled while turning his face away. His face was melancholic as he repeated words he had heard tens of thousands of years ago, a being capable of freely wielding the tools of ruination. A being that rises from nothingness and into a peak powerhouse in a short period of time. A being that gets stronger from devouring the strength of others. Everything that the Master said to us before fits with this being. I have collected all the information about him that dates back to when he appeared in the expansive Dragon CLU.S.Tur just weeks ago. Do you know what his realm was then? The petite figure was silent for a moment as the Sword Emperor continued, merely at the Quasar realm, and now, he stands as an entity just a month later, with enough power that even when he came in contact with the spirit race, it was actually them that pulled back. Rumble, what? The petite figure known as Big Sis Morgana shouted out at these unbelievable words, the Sword Emperor continuing as his eyes swirled with powerful light. The spirit race not moving against him after meeting gives us a chance. A chance that I will use to the fullest to achieve the dream of Master. I know you can feel that the cataclysm is nearing as well. This might be the last chance that we have to move against the spirit race and take the remaining 2 ruination cores from them, the last chance to give the Master of Ruination a chance to undo what Master and the others did a long time ago. Rumble. Morgana felt her heart tremble as she had a foreboding feeling, essence beginning to swirl around her as she voiced out angrily. You dumbass. Wait for me and don't do anything stupid. I'll come back and peel the origin of this useless Master of Ruination to find out his secrets as I use the tools of ruination myself. Do not do anything before then. THRUUUM. The chaotic void shattered as the petite figure of a terrifying being shot out at high speed, her blazing with anger as she made way towards the consummate sword expanse. Back in the verdant mystical realm where the Sword Emperor resided, his eyes shot out innumerable lights as he put the medallion away and looked to the skies while speaking mysteriously, "Master, I shall help to undo what you and the others did all those years ago." His gaze seemed to hold a myriad of secrets as he stared into nothingness, his body brimming with power that was way past an entity. It was the power of a sage. Chapter 842, the immemorial sword formation activates. Noah was able to enter the grand galaxy that was the consummate sword holy land with relative ease as the arch-human entities guided him in. It was filled with a myriad of stars like any galaxies, but it held a mysterious air that made it seem extremely old and archaic. Traverser was the only one who seemed to have his guard up as Noah and the arch-human entities floated towards an enormous golden door with smiles. This is the sword realm that is more than worthy of receiving respected guests such as yourselves. The lead entity introduced the realm they were entering through the golden door as they appeared in a fantastical environment. Noah was in the skies as he watched an expansive fantasy city filled with buildings and structures built to the likeness of swords. Vast grasslands present throughout as it seemed like a land that past sages would stroll through. The essence was vibrantly dancing in the surroundings as the party of entities descended down an open area that held majestic outdoor dining tables and chairs. Noah and Traverser being welcomed to sit down as a variety of glistening food and drinks appeared on it. Now, let us talk over a hearty meal. The lead entity had an indiscernible smile as he smiled at them, Noah not caring as he sat down and comfortably began helping himself to the golden drinks and meat that vibrated with essence. I am the Sword Emperor's right-hand man, Brightsword. May I know why the Emperor's lair has made his way over to our ancient power? Brightsword glanced at Noah with a smile as he asked. It was an extremely weird environment as all the entities were watching Noah, him being the only figure that was digging into the food and enjoying himself, as even Traverser seemed to be carefully looking back at the watching entities. I came for the ruination core that is somewhere in this ancient power. Silence descended onto the majestic outdoor dining area as even the wind stalled, Traverser's eyes opening wide as they locked towards Noah, watching as this being merely continued enjoying his meal with a savory look after saying shocking words. What was even more surprising was the fact that the arch-human entities didn't react in a shocked manner or erupt out in anger. Remaining still as Brightsword only kept smiling. I see. Then we must follow the will of the Sword Emperor, THRUM. Brightsword said these words powerfully as his eyes shone with immense luster, Noah merely glancing towards this entity and those around him with squinting eyes as he spoke nonchalantly once more. And what is the will of your Sword Emperor? There was a period of silence as Brightsword waved his hands while smiling, seemingly giving a signal as he smiled. The will of the Sword Emperor is something even we cannot deny, so I shall wish you good luck in obtaining what you want. If fate permits, I might even stand in front of you again. Rumble. The gaze of Brightstar and other entities seemed to hold innumerable mysteries as the moment these words finished. The figures of the entities in front of Noah began to disappear one after another as Noah and Traverser also felt themselves swept away by a spatial storm. Noah's eyes shone with bright light as he sensed his surroundings, his eyes glancing around to find himself in an entirely new area that held a much different environment than the one he was in. He finished the golden drink he had in his hand nonchalantly as he began to focus, spreading his senses out. He saw that he had been teleported to a planet that had no life on it, the only figures on this planet being him, and a single arch-human entity that was stroking his sword with a melancholic expression. This entity was standing in front of an enormous magic circle that shone with an intense light. Noah's eyes of truth locking onto it as his eyes nearly bulged out when he somewhat ascertained what was going on. THRUM, yet he didn't have to put the pieces together as a moment later, the illusory image of a devilishly handsome arch-human formed in the skies of this planet. This one held a head full of dark hair that moved with the wind, a sharp jawline and an air of a being that carried themselves with immense majesty. His eyes seemed to hold a myriad of mysteries as he glanced down towards Noah and spoke grandly. I am glad you could make your way down to my consummate sword expanse, as it gives me a unique opportunity to do something I had long given up on and thought of as mere stories. Rumble, filled with the light of majesty and power, the Sword Emperor had appeared in front of Noah in an illusory form. With the simple appearance of this figure, Noah's senses also caught the usage of enormous amounts of mana in his surroundings, knowing a unique phenomenon was occurring at this moment as he stared at the floating figure in the skies. Tens of thousands of years ago, my master told the tale of a being that would be capable of holding immense power, of a being that could utilize the tools of ruination. Rumble. It has been so long that I nearly forgot about this tale, that I nearly gave up. Yet, a being matching the descriptions master mentioned has stepped onto my home. But this being is not up to par with the ill.u.s.trius one that my master painted. The resounding voice of the Sword Emperor was filled with melancholy as he looked at Noah. The master said that the one capable of using the tools of ruination would be able to very quickly rise in strength as they could devour the origins of others and assimilate them into their own power. I am inclined to believe in the master, and it is the reason why I have made so much effort. But I must be sure that I am making the right choice, so I shall give you a chance. The barren planet Noah was unquaked as enormous amounts of essence flooded in, something shocking that had been underway finally being completed. This chance lies on the immemorial sword formation that has been activated. A formation that spans across 50 planets and stars, each of them connected together to create a unique spatial realm that uses the origins of the Sword Kings of my consummate sword expanse at their core. Within this immemorial sword formation, you will stand against my Sword Kings as you make your way to the top. If you are capable enough and are the true master of ruination, you should be able to defeat them as you assimilate their power to increase your own. It is a huge sacrifice that my forces are making as they will lose a significant portion of their power with their defeat, but I must do this if I want to realize the dream of my master. Rumble. Noah's eyes shone brightly as he stared at the illusory figure, his mind rumbling with many thoughts as a singular one came to the very forefront when he looked at the situation before him. So, you've created a dungeon where entities are the mini-bosses. Chapter 843, The Immemorial Sword Dungeon. Noah's mind was filled with a myriad of thoughts as he gradually understood the situation around him, putting together the many pieces of information that the Sword Emperor was throwing out as he created a larger picture. It seemed like he wasn't alone in trying to prevent the apocalypse, beings like Traverser and this Sword Emperor existing who also had the same goal, to further this goal. Traverser had joined him and pledged to help in any way he could, while this Sword Emperor was an old monster that had a supposed prophecy passed down by a being he called his master, this being somehow foretelling that someone like Noah would appear in the future. This alone made Noah's mind buzz as he wondered what type of Tao or unique power that being cultivated to be able to see something like that, and what truly happened with the sages and great sages that caused the separation of the dark universe from the primordial cosmos. He couldn't help but ask, who exactly is this master you keep on referring to? The illusory figure glanced at Noah as their starry eyes moved, their dominant voice ringing out once more. My master was the great sage that stood at the forefront of the battle against the nearby powers from the primordial cosmos that aimed for our cosmic treasure, the one that also knew what would happen when they cut off our dark universe from its home. But he did this because he saw that it was the only way to grant us time, or he even sacrificed his life and the life of all living sages to cut us off and give us a few tens of thousands of years where we were waiting for a single being to rise, rumble. Even the maniacs of the spirit race do not know the secret, Master being the only one that knew and passed it down to his disciples. Otherwise, they would have not so recklessly let you go in the primal winged expanse. This is because you are the bane of what they stand for. You are the supposed being that would connect us back to the primordial cosmos and stand to protect this universe. Whether that being truly is you, we have to test and affirm with full certainty. Your power at the rank of entity is not enough to stand against the spirit race and obtain the other two ruination cores, as their strength is unfathomable. Let us see if you are truly the being we have been waiting for. Climb through my immemorial sword formation and defeat my sword kings. If you can truly assimilate their strength and rise in strength to approach Sage, I have no problem handing you the ruination core in my hands. Noah felt his heart beat faster, as this truly wasn't a situation he expected. He didn't have to slaughter his way through an ancient power as this time around. He was mingling with beings that knew of the apocalypse to come and actually wanted to prevent it, but they had to have assurances that they weren't giving away their supreme treasures to some weakling, as this Sword Emperor had chosen a unique way to go about it, by creating a dungeon. What was a dungeon? In Noah's homeworld in the Beast World, dungeons were widespread as the origins of beasts were used to serve as the mobs within, every time they were defeated, leaving behind a portion of their origin to the victor as they gradually lost their power and sense of being. Their origins could be replenished with the input of essence as over time. They lost all of their identity and simply became mindless origin machines that acted as puppets within a dungeon. In the past, the spiritual land of the beast world had also created a dungeon for the test Noah took before he became its master, where the emperor penguin, polar bear, and other spiritual land beasts were used as the mini-bosses in the dungeon. The dungeons were unique spatial realms where those connected to the dungeons did not truly die, only losing a portion of their origin, as their souls also received immense damage from the pseudo-death. This was exactly what the Sword Emperor had done. The so-called formation he had set up was a dungeon that had 50 planets interconnected, each one acting as its own level, as it held a varying amount of entities as mini-bosses. Noah was breathless as he affirmed this by glancing at the planet he was on with eyes of truth. First floor of the immemorial sword dungeon, the first floor of a dungeon created for a unique purpose. A single entity has to be defeated on this floor before the challenger can step on the runic magic circle and be teleported into the second floor. The fantastical reality really was so, as Noah shook his head incredulously, looking towards the illusory figure of the Sword Emperor with a difficult expression. He had expected an enemy when he came, but unexpectedly found something entirely different. Rumble. He expressed his thanks in the only way that would reach the magnanimous Sword Emperor, his body beginning to bubble with power as he would take this pie that was falling out of the sky and take huge bites out of it. He gave a nod of respect to the Sword Emperor. I will thank you in advance for this opportunity. The figure of the Sword Emperor nodded with melancholy as he began to disappear. Traverser has no role to play in this formation, and he will simply be watching the scenes playing out like many others. Prove to us that you truly are the being we are waiting for, WAP. The illusory figure disappeared as on the barren planet on the first floor of the immemorial sword dungeon, only Noah and a single entity was left. The hairs on Noah's head began to dance wildly as they focused on the arch-human stroking his sword with a sad expression. The sword in his hands seemed to be humming a tune, or with every passing second the shocking aura it released only became more and more powerful. The entities, or as the Sword Emperor referred to them, the Sword Kings, would not lay down their lives easily, as they knew with their defeat, their origin and soul would be heavily injured, as their battle power would be greatly reduced, so Noah would have to put in some work if he wanted to defeat these entities that were fanatics of a grand Tao of the sword as he advanced through a one-of-a-kind dungeon. A dungeon made just for him, filled with entities proficient in the grand Tao of the sword that he could defeat for Tao and assimilation crystals, skill points, and a myriad of other loot. it was something out of his wildest dreams as he couldn't help but let out a bellow of happiness. Ooh, rumble. Chapter 844. Picking up a grand Tao is easy. In the mystical realm filled with lush greenery, the Sword Emperor was still situated among the verdant grass as he peacefully breathed in and out. A few meters away from him, an illusory screen could be seen that showed the scene of Noah looking towards one of his Sword Kings, the body of the Emperor's lair beginning to bubble with power as things were about to begin. Many thoughts crossed the Sword Emperor's mind as he looked at this scene, his essence constantly making sure the immemorial sword formation that was set up was working perfectly. He had no regrets from his actions, the possibility of the identity of this master of ruination simply being too important as he had to act. His senses told him that the cataclysm was truly near, and if they wanted to stand against the suicidal spirit race, they had to move. Essence was now erupting freely on the first floor of the immemorial sword dungeon as his starry eyes locked in to pay attention. In another location, Traverser was left behind as the voice of the Sword Emperor had reached him to explain the ongoing situation. An illusory screen also present on the outdoor dining area they were in that showed the scene of Noah and the Sword King. All the other floors of the immemorial sword dungeon also had similar illusory screens as Noah's battles would be analyzed by the very same beings he would face, his mission becoming increasingly harder as he climbed up. The pieces were set, the board was made, now, it was time to play. On the first floor of the immemorial sword dungeon, Noah directly activated automatic cast of all support skills, as his hair danced wildly, his body being wrapped by the multicolored essence of all universal laws as glorious wings erupted behind him while he was adorned in a magisterial armament. Vibrant golden hammers swirled on his back as two sharp swords appeared in his hands, the Sword King in the distance glancing at the swords with a light smile as he wielded his own. You really do dare raise a sword against someone that has wielded it their entire life. His voice was soft and placid, Noah sensing many emotions in it as the moment the being finished talking, he began walking towards him. Each step he took, his aura became even wilder as the sword he held hummed. Noah feeling the power of the grand Tao of the sword as he moved himself, he was truly curious what exactly this grand Tao has that created fanatics. The will of the Sword Emperor must be followed. And he told us to go all out as if death in here was truly final. Bohem. This object was naturally the sword of the arch-human entity, Noah's colorful eyes watching things as if in slow motion as he saw the swirling coagulation of the essence of the sword Tao on the descending weapon. This essence was truly unique as it was filled with immense power, this single strike making it seem like it would bring down the weight of an entire star when it met its target. The Tao of Withering had essence with a destructive nature that deconstructed and eroded the enemy. The Tao of Vastness has expanding essence that granted the user unique properties. Every single Tao had its own unique essence. The essence of the Tao of the sword gave its entities extremely sharp and destructive attacks that carried the force equivalent to or even greater than the weight of stars or the even heavier stellar bodies, causing for the Sword Kings to be capable of shattering planets with a single swing of their sword. Rumble. Such was the strike that was coming towards Noah, his arms rising up to bring his two sword that palpated with the essence of ether and death to stop the advancement of the Sword King's strike that was smashing towards his face. Bohem. The impact was horrendous, the sheer weight the strike carried smashing into Noah's swords as it passed through them and descended onto his body, smashing him backwards as his body was thrown a few miles back. So this was the power of the sword Tao. Good. His body exploded back towards the Sword King miles away, the pressure he released becoming even wilder as the Ruination Core's affixes were activated. 10,000 to all damage, and 10,000 to attack and cast speed, were activated as his figure turned into a streak of light, the swords he wielded moving at speeds that the watching entities who were lax on the other floor failed to catch. They rose up from their nonchalant gazes as they focused on the illusory screen, only then being able to see the path of Noah that had truly become too fast out of nowhere. Boom! It was Noah's turn to strike back as the Sword King he faced barely raised his sword in time, the clash this time causing space to shatter as neither side was moved back. Horrendous sounds were rusting out as the eyes of the Sword King focused, feeling the force that Noah released now to be on par with the enormous strength that his Tao provided him. It was a chilling truth that only came by due to 10,000 to all damage, and 10,000 to attack and cast speed, the effects of the Ruination Core affixes being the same if not more than what boosts the fully comprehended Taos provided to entities. It was a shocking reality as Noah moved to strike again, enjoying the feeling of his body moved at shocking speeds and releasing tremendous power as he had yet to even call forth his summons. As for the affixes, he would be replacing the attack and cast speed affix the moment his foes were about to be defeated and replace it with the slain enemies have a 10% chance to drop Tao crystals based on the Tao they cultivate affix in order to collect the Tao crystals of this resplendent sword Tao himself. his strikes gaining the force equivalent to the weight of stars? He wanted it. Rumble. The clash against the two entities continued wildly as the eyes of the Sword King turned bright, his mouth moving in a barely discernible whisper. The skies turned quiet as an ability was cast. Hundreds of swords began materializing above Noah, each of them carrying the weight of stellar bodies as they tore through space and thundered down. Towards such a shocking ability, Noah had a bright smile as around his body, innumerable miniaturized stars, suns, black holes, and quasars began to form. The abilities of the Void Terror and the Terror of Ether Cthulhu skill trees that were brought up had many abilities that conjured up stellar bodies as the method of attacking. They eventually reached the stage of being able to throw out even black holes and quasars as attacks, the only thing Noah could not do at this moment being the fact that he couldn't conjure up a miniaturized galaxy to throw at someone, but he had a real galaxy to do that with if he wished, but with his body brimming with power as stellar bodies coalesced around him. He faced the onslaught of hundreds of swords. Chapter 845, picking up a Grand Dao is easy too. Boom, THRUM. Minutes passed on the first floor of the immemorial sword dungeon as two streaking figures of light could be seen. One had a tinge of blue that represented his sword essence wrapping around his body, while the other had too many damn colors coalescing all around him as he was being aided by all laws and a few Daos. When one observed closely, they would be able to see that the figure of the Sword King was disheveled as the pressure he released was gradually waning, while the figure of Noah was just as vibrant as ever. This was the difference between beings that had limited energy and one that had an infinite amount of it. Boom, Noah attacks were only becoming more and more smooth as his aura rose ever higher. The 10,000% support in damage, attack, and cast speed provided by the Ruination Core on top of his other support skills and the percentage boost that his completely comprehend Dao of Withering provided, making him overpower an entity that studied a Grand Dao over time. Boom. The figure of the Sword King began to be pushed back as he could only defend his sword, humming sadly by his aid as it felt like it failed to protect its master. The eyes of the Sword King were bright as he remained relentless even when things turned disadvantageous. He fought until his hand was cut off and the trusted sword was lost from his grasp. An affix was switched. A head rolled to the ground of a barren planet. Those watching the scene had many complicated thoughts as at this moment, the first floor of the immemorial sword dungeon was cleared. The body of the dead Sword King exploded out as it disappeared, leaving behind a CLU.S.Tur of cores and a skill book, along with a few Dao crystals that could drop with a higher chance than assimilation crystals. Noah's body remained vibrant and colorful as he reached out, putting the cores in his expansive space while his hands had already begun absorbing the Grand Dao of the sword crystals, after changing to the affix that would allow him to obtain an even larger percentage of this Dao. Galaxy, Sword of Revelation, an area of attack ability that calls forth hundreds of swords that are as dense as black holes. Each of them points towards the enemy as their tips will pierce through them to reveal the secrets lying within. He learned the Galaxy rank skill book right away, not doubting that it would be one of the few skills that would form into a skill tree that could utilize the essence of the Dao of the sword into an ability. He could create some powerful offensive skills for the Dao of the sword too if he wished, as he had over 32 million skill points at this moment, but his thoughts were on creating a singular powerful one sometime soon in the future that could be utilized and enhanced by all laws and Daos. The scene on the barren planet turned silent as many beings watched the tyrannical entity sit down while he absorbed gloriously shining Dao crystals. In front of him, the runic magic circle shone brightly as it was asking him to step into it and arrive into the second floor of the immemorial sword dungeon, where even more powerful foes waited for him. In the mystical realm filled with verdant greenery, the Sword Emperor was staring with shining eyes as he observed what occurred the moment one of his Sword Kings was defeated. He saw the appearance of a book and cores as his eyes actually focused on the brilliantly shining Dao crystals that shot a blue loot light into the skies. He observed as Noah began absorbing the crystals, his eyes opening in shock as he felt the aura of the Sword Dao begin to erupt from Noah soon after, truly capable of devouring the strength of others to advance, but to do it this fast? On a Grand Dao as well. The firm heart of the Sword Emperor was shaken as right after, a slight smile appeared on his lips. This affirms his identity even more, which means, the eyes of the Sword Emperor were filled with many mysteries as he glanced back at the illusory screen. Rumble, he was watching the progress of Noah absorbing the Dao crystals when not too far from him. Spatial fluctuations erupted out and a Sword King with an ashen expression appeared. It was the very same entity that had just battled and been defeated by Noah. His eyes seemed to have dimmed as he let out a light cough, the Sword Emperor glancing towards him with careful eyes as he spoke. How do you feel? My cultivation is destabilized as I nearly fell to middle tier galaxy, and my comprehensions into the Dao of the sword are murky. it's as if I did not fully comprehend the Tao all these years, the only saving grace being my progress in the assimilation of the Tao lighting up the way again after I came to, the entity spoke with a firm expression as he didn't seem to hold even the slightest regret. The Sword Emperor kept his firm expression as he nodded. We were right. He can devour the realms and comprehensions of others as he grows at a rapid rate. The master has never been wrong with his words. Rumble. The Sword King nodded deeply at these words as his figure disappeared, his report having finished as he now needed to recuperate for who knew how many years to recover his peak strength and straighten his Tao once more. He didn't ask the most pressing question as he was too afraid to ask or even think of it. It was the purpose of the immemorial sword formation, and the fact that the being at the very top level of it was the Sword Emperor himself. If that tyrannical entity really managed to get past the groups of Sword Kings at the higher levels of the formation, what would happen if he reached the Sword Emperor? It was a shocking thought that was better left unsaid as on the first floor of the immemorial sword dungeon. Noah finished absorbing the Tao crystals and stood up. A light smile could be seen on his face as the sword made from death and ether trembled within his hands. The Sword Kings on the upper levels of the immemorial sword dungeon stood up with grim looks as they really confirmed it. The tyrannical entity now had the essence of the Tao of the sword swirling around him, his edge having become even sharper as he stepped on the runic magic circle leading to the next floor. Chapter 846. The tyrannical entity decimates Sword Kings. On the second floor of the immemorial sword dungeon, there were two Sword Kings waiting for Noah. Neither of them spoke a single word as their faces were extremely serious, knowing the power of this being as they had just seen it firsthand. Their swords cried out as they moved faster than what the eyes could see. Noah gave a light smile as he ironically cast a single skill, Sword of Revelation. The skies became filled with hundreds of swords that carried with them the essence of the grand Tao of the sword, and also all universal laws along with the deteriorating essence of the Tao of withering. It was multiple times more deadly than when it was first cast against Noah on the first floor. As it was also supported by the switched ruination core affixes of 10,000 to all damage, and 10,000 to attack and cast speed. The figures of the two Sword Kings rushing towards him were blown back as their bodies glimmered with the essence of the sword, their eyes shining brightly as they were attacked with their own skill. One of the Sword Kings released a vibrant bellow as he threw the sword he held into the skies, Noah watching with shining eyes as this sword split. From 1 to 2, from 2 to 4, it continued splitting more and more as the Sword King valiantly called out, "Starry flow of the sword, rumble." His sword that had split apart numerous times formed into a mass that looked like a rushing body of water. The cast of this ability was followed by the shocking formation of an enormous starry river, this river being made of an innumerable number of swords as it thundered towards the rain of swords that Noah released from the skies. The clash was grand as space quaked, the starry river of swords moving with purpose as they sn.a.k.e.d towards Noah. He only smiled calmly as he did something that only he could do. Sword of Revelation, Sword of Revelation, Sword of Revelation, he began. Spamming, the rain of hundreds of swords ripped apart the starry river as even more of them thundered towards the two entities, their faces filled with frustration as they faced a being that truly did not play fair. In the next second, they found that fairness truly wasn't in this being's vocabulary as while they faced the rain of swords palpating with the reinforcement of all laws and multiple Taos, a blob of a blue had silently appeared behind them, nobody knew when, but the terrifying Universal Emperor Slimes has been summoned silently as it came to the back of the unsuspecting entities, its body expanding as it swallowed one of them whole. Alarm filled the faces of the two Sword King as the one that didn't have his body covered by the body of the slime watched in shock as his friend disappeared entirely in the next second. WAP was utilized as the blue slime got a meal on the second floor of the immemorial sword dungeon. Rumble, its body began to tremble with happiness as its small eyes formed into a crescent, the aura of an entity proficient in the Tao of the sword erupting from it as this ridiculous slime gained yet another grand Tao to its list of fully comprehended Taos. Boom. The body of the blue slime moved like a sledgehammer as while reinforced by the essence of numerous grand Taos, it smashed into the shocked arch-human entity and flung him out towards Noah, the body of this entity spurting out blood after its defenses were punctured from a hit that contained the essence of so many Taos. He flew like a missile towards Noah's direction as what awaited him, Sword of Revelation. Two entities were cleared out in seconds as a blue slime cheerfully went towards Noah, its body bouncing up and down on his head excitedly as its small body released the shocking pressure of multiple entities. There was immense silence in the upper floors of the immemorial sword dungeon as the many Sword Kings saw that somehow the second level was passed even faster than the first as their entities were taken down in less than a minute. The eyes of the Sword Emperor in The far mystical realm shone brightly at this scene as he continued watching. On the second floor of the immemorial sword dungeon, Noah went towards the area where the second entity had just died, his hands grabbing onto the cores as well as Law and Tao assimilation crystals. This entity didn't trigger the affix of the ruination core and had instead triggered Noah's own skill as he gave out the even more wondrous assimilation crystals. Along with this, a single skill book floated in the air as it turned into a streak of light and flew into Noah's mind. Starry flow of the sword, 0/5. The ways to decimate an opponent with your sword are many, but none are as powerful as sacrificing your sword to form into a starry stellar river of swords that decimated your enemy. On the third floor, yet another pair of sword kings waited for them as the moment Noah and the blue slime were teleported in. They attacked with fervor as they saw the ridiculous strength of these two beings. Zing, the clouds in the skies of the barren planet. The third level they were on parted as from above, two blue shimmering swords that span multiple miles long thundered down. Wrath of the Sword King. Rumble, the eyes of Noah and the blue slime turned towards the skies as the sharp tips of the two swords were the only thing covering their sight. The eyes of the Sword Kings wrathful as they pointed down towards them. They actually wanted to snipe them the moment they entered the third level, horrendously powerful attacks smashing towards them the second they appeared. Noah released a bright smile as he used the new galaxy rank skills he had obtained, while the body of the blue slime ballooned up excitedly while facing the mountain-sized sword descending towards them. Chapter 847, The Tyrannical Entity Decimates Sword Kings. 2. Traverser was watching with blazing eyes as a shocking scene played out on the third level of the immemorial sword dungeon. Under the pressure of two mountainous swords, the tyrannical entity pointed his ether and death sword to the skies as he cast the very same skills of the Sword Kings. Starry flow of the sword, the sword of ether shattered as it formed into a stellar river of swords. The sword of death doing the same as two raging rivers of ether and death appeared to stand against one of the mountainous swords. Rumble, the small figure of the blue slime also ballooned up greatly as its viscous body thrummed with the essence of many Taos, the second mountainous sword smashing into it as it could not go down any further. Bzzzt, space was the only thing heard as it quaked and cracked, the stellar rivers of death and ether swords shattering the enormous sword that represented the wrath of the Sword King. Traverser's scalp tingled as he stated at this shocking scene as in the next moment, a heart-rending roar could be heard as on the field of the third floor. The image of a glorious Queen Dowager appeared the moment that the two mountainous swords were repelled, its 10 heads erupting out with scorching pillars of flames while the blue slime and Noah moved like streaks of light towards the two Sword Kings. They're decimating entities that studied the Grand Tao for all their lives. That's right, what was happening as Noah ascended through the floors of the immemorial sword dungeon wasn't a fight anymore, it was simply the decimation of entities as he seemed to get more and more powerful after every passing floor, clearing them even quicker than the previous ones as the entities within were destroyed in even more spectacular ways. RUMBLE, on the third floor, Noah watched the two Sword Kings explode into loot as he stood on one of Tiamat's heads, waving his hands as multiple galaxy cores entered his expansive space while he also grasped onto the appearing Tao crystals. Only a single entity dropped Tao crystals this time as no assimilation crystals came out, with two more skill books appearing in front of him that he quickly learned while already absorbing the Tao crystals. Sword Intent, 0/5. A powerful intent blooms in your origin as it can reinforce your will on the path of the sword. 1000% increased damage on all abilities that utilize the Tao of the sword. This percentage can be increased greatly depending on your comprehension in the Tao of the sword. Wrath of the Sword King, 0/5. A mountainous sword is the only way a king can release his wrath. The angrier the caster is, the more powerful the damage will be as the percentage is capped at 1000%. Noah digested the two skills as they were very quickly assembled into a skill tree on his stat panel, combined with the other two he had gained prior as the four of them were grouped under a single tree, the Way of the Sword, 0/500, a skill tree containing the abilities capable of making one proficient in the Way of the Sword. Contains the abilities, Sword of Revelation, May 5th, Starry Flow of the Sword, May 5th, Sword Intent, 0/5, and Wrath of the Sword King, 0/5. Just a few other floors and some luck, and he would be able to fully comprehend an elusive Grand Tao while he collected assimilation crystals. His eyes blazed with intense light as he knew, if he fully crossed the floors of this immemorial sword dungeon, it truly might not be a problem for him to bring his universal laws assimilation all the way to 100%. His eyes blazed with power as before he proceeded into the next floor. Two clones warped in as they turned into streaks of light to merge with the dreadful blue slime and Tiamat, the clones using automatic cast of all support skills. As the immense power these two prismatic pets released became even more fearsome, the swirling essence of all universal laws around their bodies gave the watching Sword Kings goosebumps as they saw the tyrannical entity in his summons descend onto the next floor, which was another barren planet with two entities on it. Their bodies were already glowing bright with the Tao of Sword, moving with a delay as they had seen what this tyrannical entity had done the floor prior. It was truly an interesting scene as the Sword Emperor had spread out his entities across the immemorial sword dungeon in terms of power, putting two entities every level after the first one until the 20th, with those on higher floors being the Sword Kings that had assimilated more of the grand Tao of the sword as their power was much more frightening. It should have been a dungeon that caused its challenger to despair and lose their will after a few floors, yet they saw the scene of the challenger getting stronger after every floor as he went to the next one with vigor. On the fourth floor, the two Sword Kings did not last a minute under Noah's onslaught of skills that their own people were using not too long ago, along with the ferocious strength of the two prismatic pets. If this wasn't enough, Wrath of the Sword King was cast as Noah made sure to utilize the Sin of Wrath to boost the percentage boost of this skill near its maximum before he struck, causing the formation of an enormous sword miles long to pierce through the skies of the barren planet. A single one of these swords squashing an entity that was struggling with a stellar river of swords a second later. It was truly a dominating show of power as he seemed unstoppable. What was most frustrating of all for the watching Sword Kings was the fact that this tyrannical entity was defeating their people so overwhelmingly through skills they had known since before they even became entities. In the ancient power that held entities that loved and studied the Sword Tao with fanaticism, Noah was actually utilizing this same Tao to thrash its most powerful entities left and right. The Sword Kings were breathless as they saw Noah enter floor after floor as the decimation only continued. From his body, this could see the illusory figure of a sword surrounding him as one of the three entities on the 21st floor side with utter shock. He is already coalescing a sword will to naturally reinforce his origin and soul. They could only watch at utter shock as the tyrannical entity breezed through the first few floors of the immemorial sword dungeon, the essence of the Tao of the sword around him becoming even thicker as after defeating multiple entities proficient in this Tao, he was collecting enough crystals to very soon completely comprehend it. Chapter 848, 100% in a Grand Tao, a disastrous event. Amidst the devastating scene of Sword Kings being whipped left and right, the Sword Emperor was actually smiling in the mystical verdant realm. Master has never been wrong. He was smiling because his assertions came to be true. The being in front of him truly being the master of ruination as no other being could do what he was doing. This reality also caused him to pause as he became serious, thinking about the end result of the immemorial sword formation that he had set up. He would be the last being to face this tyrannical entity if he kept this pace and climbed all the way to the 50th level of the formation. The Sword Emperor thought of the one he called Big Sis Morgana, who was furiously coming towards the consummate sword expanse as his face lost its seriousness and adopted a light smile. It should be okay. She'll be there to pick up the slack. The eyes of the Sword Emperor were filled with innumerable mysteries as he continued watching the shocking scenes play out. On the 6th floor of the immemorial sword dungeon, the fearsome Jormungandr and the Golden Crow made their appearance grandly along with the Blue Slime and Tiamat. The pace that the tyrannical entity cleared each floor becoming even faster as the entities proficient in the Grand Tao of the sword were decimated within minutes from the overwhelming force of entities that Noah brought with him. A clone warped in for each summoned pet as they all became adorned in the stellar armament of all universal laws, this time also being aided by the Grand Tao of the sword that Noah was on his way to fully comprehending as he collected more Tao crystals. On the 15th floor of the immemorial sword dungeon, after taking down over 18 more entities, the affix of ruination had triggered enough times as Noah obtained the Tao crystals he required to do something stupendous. His eyes blazed with light as they saw the percentage rapidly jumping from 70% to 80%, and from then on as it raced towards 100%. THRUUUM, the watching Sword Kings were truly mystified as they also watched this scene on their illusory screens. Traverser joining them in their shock as these beings were ridiculously watching as an illusory sword coagulated on Noah's body, his figure beginning to release an aura that only the Sword Kings had been releasing this entire time. Ridiculous, a reality many Sword Kings wanted to deny as they had spent blood and tears for thousands of years to fully comprehend the Grand Tao of the sword, and this being in front of them, he really comprehended it in less than an hour. He had truly been moving through the immemorial sword dungeon in less than an hour, and he had a shocking 100% next to the Grand Tao of the sword as his body erupted with a brilliant blue light. A space-shaking aura began to emanate from Noah as at this moment. It wasn't just his pets that had a Grand Tao fully comprehended, and he had joined their ranks as well. They landed on the stat panel as they observed the Tao of the Sword, aura of the Grand Controller of the Sword, a passive aura that only appears around those who have fully comprehended the Grand Tao of the Sword. It grants 5000% extra damage, 5000% attack and cast speed, 50% increased soul defense, and boosts all abilities of the sword by 1000%. When it came to percentages, Noah was a big fan of them. The percentages floating in front of his eyes, they only made his eyes shine brighter as he calculated the craziness of adding this on top of all the other percentages he had. The entities from the consummate sword expanse had only been able to keep up with him and withstand the barrage of attacks from him and his pets for a minute or two because they had a boost like this on them. Noah was able to decimate them without it as he brought boosts from ruination cores and his own support skills that called on all universal laws and their intents. Now on top of every other boost he had, he would also put on the support of the Grand Tao of the Sword as the results were about to be disastrous, purely disastrous. While a tyrannical entity was ascending through a dungeon, a monumental event was about to occur in the dark universe, far from the consummate sword expanse that Noah was now moving in. There were the desolate galaxies in the east that were ruled by the ancient power known as Desolate Expanse, compared to the past expansive dragon CLU.S.Tur and primal winged expanse, or even the consummate sword expanse. The Desolate Expanse contained the most CLU.S.Turs of galaxies by a large margin. It was an ancient power that had the union of multiple races and beings, their power not being centralized as they were spread between factions of powerful entities that oversaw portions of the vast CLU.S.Turs of galaxies. Purely in terms of number and power, it was considered the third most powerful ancient power in the dark universe, yet on this day, a terrifying event occurred as after it. The desolate galaxies would never be the same. It came out of nowhere, and when it occurred it happened instantly. What was most shocking was that it affected tens of thousands of light years in distance as multiple galaxies were affected. On this day in the desolate expanse, enormous fissures tens of thousands of light years long tore apart the chaotic void. Chapter 849 100% in a Grand Tao. A disastrous event. 2. It had been business as usual in the desolate galaxies as many beings moved about across multiple galaxies. In the next few seconds, multiple shocking scenes played out instantly across the span of galaxies, but we will focus on a few. One was of a being from the Treyant race that held the power at S rank. Living on an expansive green planet that resided on a small galaxy, without any warning, this being from the Treyant race saw a flash of extremely dark light that seemed to consume everything spread out in front of him, this light expanding in an instant as it swallowed the entire planet this being was on. Ryup, the planet and everything within it, gone in an instant. The terrifying rupture didn't stop there as it expanded thousands of light years instantly, tearing the small galaxy which that small planet was located on in half. If one could observe the circular shape of that small galaxy and all the twinkling stellar bodies within it, they would be able to notice a vibrating dark fissure that had devoured every single stellar body in the middle of this galaxy as it turned dim without any colors. RIP, the overwhelming dark fissure erupted right in front of his eyes as well, spreading to devour him and nearly the entire galaxy he resided in an instant. In another location, a curvaceous entity was dressed in sagely green robes as she gave a lesson to peak galaxy rank experts on the Tao she had fully comprehended. Coincidentally, it was the entity Nirnasha that was studying the Tao of Vitality that Noah had met weeks ago in the Burning Domains galaxy. She had traversed the chaotic void and received an attractive offer from one of the factions of the Desolate Expanse that always invited more entities, accepting it as she was expounding on the Tao of Vitality to the galaxy experts on a certain galaxy. In front of this entity proficient in the lesser Tao of Vitality and the peak galaxy experts, yet another fissure erupted out to cover them in an instant. Nirnasha's face had changed briefly as she seemed to sense something foreboding, her body beginning to light up with light as she tried to move, but before she could do anything, the fissure devoured her. It ruptured the starry space within this galaxy and the chaotic void outside of it as it was larger than most other fissures, swallowing the entire galaxy and the trillions of beings within it instantly. It was an interesting sight that nobody would get to see, but the point to be made here was that no matter if it was a being at rank S, in the low-tier galaxy realm, or even in the rank of entities, against the instantly expanding and dreadful fissures that came out of nowhere, nobody survived. Nobody. THRUUUM. The chaotic void spanning tens of thousands of light years around the desolate galaxies trembled and wavered as from nowhere. Fissures tore apart galaxies as everywhere they spread became lifeless. The fissures themselves were extremely dark, holding an enticing light that seemed to want to devour everything. They seemed to lead to nowhere as the stellar bodies and galaxies they devoured were nowhere to be found, those that had lost their lives on this day? The trillions were too many to count, from entity to rank F individuals. Nobody escaped, the all-devouring fissures were expanding. It was the beginning of something that was known from tens of thousands of years ago, something that was a product of the actions of the sages and great sages. It didn't happen all at once as it would occur in stages, but the first stage had already begun. An apocalypse was coming. Back in the consummate sword expanse, a tyrannical entity was ascending through the immemorial sword dungeon with ease as he and the other entities as well as the sage within this ancient power, knew nothing of what had just occurred in the desolate galaxies. Noah had all of his animus pets summoned and merged as they each adorned stellar armaments backed by the power of all universal laws. Around their bodies, the swirling essence of multiple Daos could be seen as the pets themselves were studying their own Daos and at the same time receiving Noah's essence of the Tao of summoning, vitality, withering, and the Tao of the sword. Their bodies hummed with power as the more shocking thing was the mystery of where the essence that continued to power them came from. They had to get ready as this tyrannical entity had already crossed the halfway point, the 25th floor, even though he now met 3 sword kings to hinder him. He was actually tearing through them even faster than when it was one entity or two, as he had summoned all of his pets to aid him. The Sword Emperor says this scene as his eyes shone with intense light. He saw that this master of ruination would most likely keep his dominant strength in battle on all the coming floors, being able to most likely even defeat his strong sword kings that nearly assimilated the Tao of the sword fully, as he would reach him in a matter of time. If that's the case, let's simplify things. The sage moved as his body shone with mystical lights, his mana as vast as the stellar space as it was activated on the immemorial sword formation, his vast essence wrapped around the remaining levels of the dungeon aside from the one saved for him. The entities within this level feeling a spatial wave overtake them once more as the voice of the Sword Emperor rang out clearly for all to hear. We shall not waste any more time in this case, as you shall simply face all the remaining entities for the last level of this formation before you can proceed towards me. Rumble. The hearts of the Sword King shook at these words as their eyes shone with immense light, while Noah, his eyes were even brighter than theirs as he began to laugh out wildly. This was because from the levels he cleared and the levels remaining, there were 73 entities left for him to go through. The Sword Emperor had then chosen to simply merge the remaining levels as he would face all the remaining 73 entities at once. How glorious! Chapter 850. With a swing, a Sword King falls. Noah and his pets were about to step on the magic runic circle leading into the next floor when suddenly, it disappeared in a flash of light as everything began to tremble. His shining eyes tried to peer through the truth of what was happening as he gazed at his surroundings, but the voice of the Sword Emperor rang out soon enough as an incredulous reality was brought to light. We shall not waste any more time in this case, as you shall simply face all the remaining entities for the last level of this formation before you can proceed towards me. The words were accompanied by tremendous spatial fluctuations. The planet Noah was on warping through space as it disappeared. Noah and his pets remaining alone in the starry space. A moment later, the spatial light reappeared as the figures of multiple entities came to be, each of them shimmering with an intense blue luster that represented the pristine aura of the Tao of the sword. 73 entities warped in the starry space near Noah one after another. Their eyes were filled with battle intent as they looked at the being that had decimated their people at every level, thinking that they might have a chance to do the same to him at this moment. After all, there were 73 of them. That was 73 genuine entities that fully comprehended the grand Tao of the sword. Sure, nothing crazy and unexpected would happen in such a battle. Right? Noah looked at the scene of entities littering the starry spaces towards this. He could only smile brightly while his body let off even more glorious power. How glorious! He had been worried about the Sword Emperor cutting it short or taking the other entities away from him as he moved rapidly through the immemorial sword dungeon, and yet this man had instead grouped up and brought everyone to him. He was truly too magnanimous. The Sword Kings knew Noah's terrifying power as they moved the instant they appeared, their mana moving as numerous abilities were cast. Shing! Shing! The sounds of vibrating swords filled the starry sky as for the first time ever. Noah faced something that he had only ever done to other people. It was the act of facing multiple of the same abilities at once, an act he achieved through spamming. But the entities in front of him used their sheer numbers to their advantage as all 73 of them cast skills from the way of the sword skill tree. Starry flow of the sword. Wrath of the Sword King. Sword of Revelation. Starry flow of the sword. Wrath of the Sword King. Sword of Revelation. The sonorous voices of all 73 entities rang out as they surrounded Noah on all sides, their voices moving in conjunction as the starry space lit up. This beautiful and deadly sight of the attacks of 73 entities rushed towards Noah and his pets as they threatened to wipe out everything in their path. CAA, the cry of a golden crow was heard, ROAR, the roars of Tiamat, the colossal Helios Leviathan, the ferocious Jormungandr, and the flashing obsidian panther could be heard. Oh, the kingly calamity bear bellowed out as its authority was tested, the oculothorax joining it as it released waves of spiritual pressure. The blue slime blinked as an innocent smile appeared on its wiggly body, a gulp of a being that seemed to be too overwhelmed with the choices of meals being heard. Ashes to ashes, dust to dust. His expression was extremely solemn as he uttered these words, his body that was wrapped in a myriad of boosts from laws and das trembling the moment he finished. The skill that scaled up to the level of the user, ashes to ashes, dust to dust, was cast, RUUUUMBL, starry flow of the sword. Wrath of the Sword King. Sword of Revelation, galaxy rank skills were spammed in large numbers, the innumerable number of swords rushing towards Noah and his pets, trembled, THRUM, realm depredation, flames of glory. Wrath of the Dragon Queen. Galaxy devouring serpent. Flash of darkness. The voices of the golden crow, Tiamat, Jormungandr, and the obsidian panther reverberated, THRUUUM, majesty of a king. Golden eye of truth. The calamity bear waved its paws as they erupted with a magisterial light, the oculothorax shimmering with golden L. Uester as an uncountable number of golden rays erupted from it, vastness. The blue slime uttered a single word as its body began to balloon up crazily, numerous Tau essence swirling around as it threatened to devour everything. An impact occurred, boom, when the scene cleared. The shocking image of a tyrannical entity standing perfectly unharmed could be seen, his pets adorned in glorious armament surrounding him as a fearsome blue slime could be seen continuously expanding. The eyes of the tyrannical entity lifted as they locked on the 73 entities around him as he uttered a dominating command, rip them apart, RUUMBLE. His figure disappeared into a streak of light as he moved. His pets rushing out towards the shocked faces of 73 entities that had all released attacks in conjunction against a few enemies, and found them all repelled with ease.